CQ, CQ, CQ.
Calling CQ, CQ, CQ.
SA.
Good evening, LD of the net. This is KF6SA.
And amateurs any place in the ground will be able to receive them, and ones with...
Young Astronaut Program Group, over.
Break. This is W6 Sierra Hotel Yankee.
Congratulations on...
LA, QSL.
Well, hello, fellow radio enthusiasts. I'm John King.
And I'm Martha King.
Welcome to the ARRL Technician Class License Course. Now, this is the course that will get you past the Technician FCC written exam for your first ham radio license, and do it in short order, too.
Before you get started, we'd like to take a couple of moments to show you how to get the best from this course, so you'll be ready to ace your test. Using this course, you'll learn more than just the answers to the test questions. You'll also learn the subject material, because this is a full and complete program with not one darn thing left out. Best of all, you'll actually get to see and hear for yourself just how much fun amateur radio really is.
We'll make sure you do well and remember what you learn, because we understand it's our job to clarify, simplify, and make it fun.
We'll help you see patterns and relationships and make associations. We'll give you vivid, evocative examples and memory aids that help you remember key points for a lifetime. And we'll be sure to make it all fun.
Now, after you take this course, you'll be ready to take the Technician License Exam. And when you pass the test, you'll be issued a technician license that allows you to get on the air without even having to learn Morse code.
Just passing the technician exam opens up complete access to ham radio VHF and UHF frequencies. This means you'll not only have crystal clear voice communications to friends in your area, but you can use orbiting ham radio satellites to communicate over great distances, or even talk to an astronaut on the International Space Station. You can also use these same frequencies to connect your computer to a vast network that sends computer messages over the air. You'll get to experience special amateur radio connections through the internet. Using your amateur radio, you'll be able to talk directly to other amateurs using their computers and the internet.
But I predict that after you get started, you'll want to go even further and learn Morse code. When you do this, you now gain access to the exciting world of long-distance communications on the high-frequency or HF frequency bands. You'll be able to talk to hams across the country or even around the world on a daily basis. ARRL makes it fun to learn Morse code by making available easy-to-use audio cassette tapes, CDs, and computer software. But now, let's get started. And to do that, let's go on a tour of the ARRL Technician Class course with Martha.
You'll find your ARRL Technician Class coursebook is a veritable encyclopedia of information. Everything you want to know. And some things you may not want to know, but still need to know to pass the Technician Class License Exam. Now, you do not need to take notes, because we've taken complete detailed notes for you and put them in your course book. But if additional thoughts come to mind as you go through the course, feel free, of course, to write in the book as much as you want. Let's turn first to the DVD subject listing at the front of your course book. Here you see each disc number and which subjects are on that disc. When you start your DVD course, you'll get the menu screen. This is where you'll see the list of each of the subject areas you'll be tested on. Now, after you've watched this introductory material, the first subject area, the magic of radio, will be highlighted. When you press enter on your remote, the lesson will start. While you're playing the video, your remote gives you complete control to pause or move forward or backward in the video. If you press the menu button on your remote, it takes you completely out of the video and back to the list of subjects on the menu screen. But if you watch the video to the end, the system will return you automatically to the menu, and the next subject area on the list will be highlighted. You can also get to the menu at any time by pressing the title or top menu button on your remote control. By the way, different remotes have different features and even label their buttons differently. So you might want to check your manual to make sure you're getting the most from your DVD player. If you click on a subject area that is on another disc, a message will come up telling you what disc you'll need to play for that subject. When you finish the last lesson and return to the menu, test-taking hints will be highlighted. This is where we give you hints and tips for getting the best score on your technician class license test. Now that you understand how to navigate around in your DVD course, let's continue to tour your course book so you can take full advantage of the valuable information in there. The table of contents lists the course notes and the page they start on. For example, the notes for the Magic of Radio start on page 1. This is the first page of the detailed course notes with question numbers from the question pool. Notice that the question numbers all begin with the letter T. This identifies them as being from the technician question pool. Right after the course notes, you'll find the technician question pool with all the questions and the explanations. This is a complete reprint of all the FCC questions and figures for the technician exam. Take a look just before the question pool. There's 2 pages that give you all of the graphics that you need for that question pool. When you take your exam, you may receive sheets similar to these instead of having the figures right in with the questions. Take a look behind the questions now, and you'll find a review questions selection sheet. The review questions selection sheet gives you sample questions to take after every subject to make sure you understand and remember the information we've been talking about. Take these questions using this printed sheet in the back of the course book, or use the computerized exam review. We'll talk more about that in a minute. You take these review questions after each subject, but we'll remind you of when to take them. Using the question numbers listed in this review sheet, look up each question in the question pool and then write down your answer. The correct answers with explanations are in the question pool section we just looked at. Just behind the review questions, we've got some sample technician exam sheets, some practice tests. Now, there are 3 technician practice tests in the back of your course book. Take them by using these sheets in your course book, or again, you can use the computerized exam review. You'll take these sample exams at the end of the course. They're your graduation exams. When you're done with a practice test, grade yourself. Right next to each question is the technician question pool number. Just go to the question pool, find the question number, and check for the correct answer and the explanation. If you take and understand the review questions and the practice tests, you'll be ready for the actual exam, because the review questions and the sample tests cover every type of question on the FCC exam. But if you've got the time and you really want the very best possible score, by all means, take every question in the question pool. Now, almost in the very back of the book, we've got a reference section with some useful information, such as the frequency allocation table, Q signals, the phonetic alphabet, all stuff we're going to be talking about in the course. But these reference pages will be useful for when you really go on the air. And just after that, you'll find an invitation to join ARRL. Now you can use ARRL's computerized exam review to make it fun to ensure a top score. You can choose questions by subject or take them all. Then you receive the correct answer on screen with a detailed explanation. Your computer will track your progress, allowing you to select unanswered or previously missed questions. And your report card will highlight the areas you need to concentrate on to improve your score. The very last item in your course book is a results postcard. Now, this postcard is the only way we have of knowing how good a job we did for you. So after you take your test, please fill out the card and return it to us with your comments. Tell us what you like, what you didn't like, and what we can change to make this a better course for you. As soon as we get your postcard back, we'll then send you your own personalized graduation certificate. But enough of this. Let's get on to the first subject.
It is a beautiful world out there with a lot of wonderful things happening about it. In fact, there are things going on that the human ear can't hear or the eye can't see, but they are still happening. And we didn't even know about these things until the magical invention of the radio. And when the radio was invented, the whole world of electromagnetic radiation opened up to us, and now we have available to us an entire spectrum of things going on, like long wave and AM and short wave and TV and FM and microwaves and infrared and ultraviolet and X-rays and gamma rays. And this whole world is happening, and we now know about it in part through the magical invention of the radio. And in this spectrum of electromagnetic activity is the radio area. And we as hams have a little bit of each area of this radio spectrum, and that we can work in it, and it is just a wonderful activity for hams. And we can pull out various bands and work on them to our heart's content. For instance, we can pull out the 10-meter band, and we can play with that as much as we want because that's available to us as hams. So what we get to do depends on the frequency, and the characteristics of this radiation depends on the frequency. Now let's talk about that term frequency. Frequency is the term for the number of times per second that an alternating current flows back and forth, say in a wire. Now you can think of radio waves as being like ocean waves, but passing a point at the rate of several times per second. Now, a wave cycle, then, is from the peak of one wave to the peak of the next wave, and that is a cycle. The frequency of the wave is the number of times per second that the cycles pass a point. Now, here we have someone transmitting and on a certain frequency, and you can see then the frequency is the number of cycles per second of the signal. So frequency is the number of times per second that an alternating current or signal goes back and forth. Now, the basic unit of frequency is the hertz, and that has nothing whatsoever to do with cars. The man Hertz is the guy that came up with this term. That's the basic unit of frequency, and a hertz is 1 cycle per second. Now, if you had then 60 cycles per second, that would be 60 of these cycles passing a point per second would be 60 hertz. Now, of course, radio frequencies come much faster than that. For instance, you might have 1 kilohertz, and that is 1,000 cycles per second. Or you might have 1 megahertz, and are you ready for this? That would be 1 million cycles per second. Now, we can combine this fact that 1 megahertz equals 1 million cycles per second with this second fact right here and come up with some information that will be really helpful to us. Now, a few years back, quite a few years back, a couple of guys who were not as famous as they should be, by the names of Michelson and Morley, determined and convinced the scientific community that the speed of light is a constant at 300 million meters per second. Now, Einstein took this information that light comes at a constant speed, and by the way, all electromagnetic radiation does, and he wrote that information into his formulas and just changed the world. Well, it's going to help with our world quite a bit, because these 2 bits of information, that 1 megahertz is 1 million cycles per second, and at the speed of light is 300 million meters per second, can be very useful to us. First of all, let's talk about the concept of wavelength. Wavelength is the distance from peak to peak on these cycles. Technically, it's the distance an AC signal travels during one complete cycle. Now, if you want to know the wavelength, that's how long the wavelength is, you can figure it out. Let's take a look at how. A wavelength is, using this information, 300 divided by, that's the wavelength in meters, is 300 divided by the frequency in megahertz. Why is that? Well, this is 300 million, and a megahertz is a million cycles per second. The millions drop out, so to find the wavelength in meters, just divide 300 by the frequency in megahertz, and that's all there is to it. Now, if on the other hand, you would like to know the frequency in megahertz and you know the wavelength, just take 300 divided by the wavelength in meters, and that'll give you the frequency in megahertz. So if you're interested in knowing one thing and you want to know the other, divide 300 by what you know and it gets you the other. 300 divided by the frequency in megahertz gives you the wavelength in meters. 300 divided by the wavelength in meters gives you the frequency in megahertz. And folks, that will be all throughout your ham career very, very handy for you. Now, let's talk about another thing that we need to know. As a signal's wavelength gets longer, the frequency decreases because these waves don't pass a point as often. On the other hand, as the signal's wavelength gets shorter, the frequency gets higher because these wavelengths pass a point more often. So, you can see that this will be very helpful information for you. Now let's talk about the frequencies that are considered to be radio frequencies. And the rule is that 20,000 hertz is considered to be the lowest frequency of electromagnetic radiation that is considered to be a radio frequency. So 20,000 hertz and up are radio frequencies. By the way, that is 20 kilohertz, because 1 kilohertz is 1,000 hertz. So 20 kilohertz and up are radio frequencies. Now, they may ask you a question about this on the test. They might say to you, okay, Super Ham, let's assume you had a frequency of 7,125 kilohertz. Would that be in the radio range? Well, we said that the radio range was 20 kilohertz and up. 7,125 would definitely be in the radio range. Now, there are 3 ways you can identify or describe a particular radio wave. First of all, you can use the frequency, as we have been doing. A signal, for instance, with a frequency of 7,125 kilohertz is in the radio frequency range, so that would be a radio wave. So we can use the frequency. Now, the second way you can identify or describe a radio wave is by its wavelength. For instance, we had 300 divided by, in this case, 7.125 megahertz, and it comes out with a wavelength of 42. Now, the third way to identify a radio wave is related to its wavelength. It's the radio band. Every frequency has a certain specific wavelength, as we've just calculated, but we don't normally use these exact wavelength values when we're talking about them. Most of the time we round off that calculation and refer to the radio band. Let's take a look at it. For example, our 7.125 megahertz, and when you take 300 divided by 7.12, comes out to 42, but we wouldn't say 42 meters. We would say that it's in the 40 meter band. We just round that off. Let's do another one. If you had a signal of 3.625 megahertz, well, 300 divided by 3.625 comes out to 83 meters, but you wouldn't say 83 meters. You'd say it's in the 80 meter band. One more. A signal of 145.45 megahertz, 300 divided by that comes out to 2.1, but we would say it's in the 2 meter band. So up to now, we've been talking about electromagnetic radiation. But you know, the ear cannot hear electromagnetic radiation. What the ear hears is vibrations in the air, or vibrations in air pressure, and that's what your speaker puts out. So if you have a speaker, it's vibrating the air, and those vibrations impact the ear, and the ear can hear those vibrations in the air. But there is a frequency range that the human ear can hear. So they're going to ask you possibly on the test, what is the frequency range of vibrations in the air that the human ear can hear? And the answer is the human ear can hear from 20 to 20,000 hertz. That's cycles per second. You and I have been throwing around some pretty fancy terms. We're talking about megacycles and kilocycles. That's all metric stuff. Well, take a look at this table that is available to you in your book, and it explains the metric system. You're going to understand this so well that when we get done with it, you're going to know the difference between a megacycle and a motorcycle. That's how good you're going to be. Let's take a look at it. First of all, if you have one of something, that's the unit. It could be 1 watt, 1 hertz, 1 volt, whatever, 1 meter. You'd have one of them. We talked earlier, if you had 1,000 of them, you'd have a kilo, like a kilometer. And we talked earlier that if you had a million of them, you'd have a mega, like a megawatt. That would be a very big unit there. That would be a million of them. So this is the way the table works. If you have one of them, you have a unit. If you have 10 of them, you have a deca. And if you have 100, it's a hecto. 1,000 of them, it's the kilo. And if you have a million of them, it's the mega. And if you have a billion of them, it's a giga. And that's how this table works. Let's go down to less than 1 unit. If you had a tenth of a unit, you'd have a deci, like a decimeter. And 100th of a unit would be like a centi, like a centimeter. And a 1,000th of a unit would be milli, as in millimeter. And for instance, you might go to a millionth, and that'd be a micro, a billionth, and that would be a nano, and a trillionth, and that would be a pico. If you are scientifically inclined, you can do it this way. You can talk about 10 to the 0 as 1 unit, 10 to the first, 10 to the second, and third, and so on, or 10 to the minus 1, 10 to the minus 2, and so on. But if you have a basic understanding of how this table works, it will be very helpful to you on the test. Now here's how it can be helpful. Let's assume that you have a radio wave that makes 3,725,000 cycles in 1 second. Well, that's 3,725,000 hertz, because hertz are cycles per second. Now the question is, what is that radio wave's frequency in kilohertz? Well, there's 1,000 hertz in a kilohertz, so if you know the hertz and you want to know the kilohertz, all you have to do is divide by 1,000. And to do that, all you have to do is move the decimal point 3 places to the left, and you get 3,725 kilohertz. Now, you knew to do that because you understand that metric table. Let's take a look at the way they're going to ask you questions about this on the test. For instance, they're going to say to you, if a dial marked in kilohertz shows a reading of 28,450 kilohertz, what would it show if it were marked in hertz? Just plain old hertz? Well, you don't very often see dials marked in only hertz, but if that were the case, you know that there's 1,000 hertz per kilohertz. So all you have to do is multiply by 1,000, and that's add 3 zeros, and you get 28,450,000 hertz. Now, let's assume a dial were marked in kilohertz, and it shows a reading of, in kilohertz, 7,125. How many megahertz would that be? Well, there's 1,000 kilohertz in 1 megahertz. So if you know kilohertz and you want to know megahertz, all you have to do is divide by 1,000. To do that, you just move the decimal point 3 places to the left, and you get 7.125 megahertz. Let's do one more. You're so good at this, it's obviously too easy for everybody. Well, this time you have a dial marked in megahertz, and it shows a reading of 3.525 megahertz. Now the question is, if that dial were marked in kilohertz, what would it read? Well, there are 1,000 kilohertz and 1 megahertz. So all you have to do is multiply by 1,000. Just move the decimal point 3 places to the right, and you get 3,525 kilohertz. Now, I know I said there was only going to be one more question, but this is so much fun, and you're doing so well at it. Let's do another one. This time, let's assume you're transmitting on 1.265 gigahertz, and you want to know what that frequency is in megahertz. Well, all you have to do is multiply by 1,000. To do that, you move the decimal point 3 places to the right, and you get 1,265 megahertz. You folks have this nailed. Now you can use these metric prefixes with lots of other measurements besides frequencies. For instance, you might have an ammeter that's marked in amps or amperes. And the question is, how would this meter display a 3,000 milliampere current? Well, if we look at our table, that we can see that going from milli to the basic unit, we move the decimal point 3 places to the left. That's what that -3 tells you. So 3,000 milliamps is really 3 amps. Now, radio is pretty magical stuff, but not much happens until you use a radio to send information in some way. Then it becomes, I hope, communications. Well, the basic principle of any radio communications is that information in some form is combined with a radio wave and then is transmitted. Then on the other end, a receiver picks up the transmitted signal and separates that information from the radio signal to get the message. Now, one way to send information over a radio is to take the output of my voice, run that through a microphone, and use the microphone output to modify a carrier wave, a radio wave, in some way to send information. Let's take a look at how a radio does all of this. Now, first of all, you start with a transmitter. That's logical. And that transmitter sends out a signal. And if that radio signal is not modified in any way, then you'd call it an unmodulated carrier. Now, the term for varying a radio wave in some way to send information is modulation. And modulation is the process of combining an information signal, say from my voice through a microphone, with some kind of a radio frequency signal, and that's called modulation. That's how information is transmitted over the air. So we're going to talk about the various kinds of modulation. Now, first of all, let's assume you just want to test your transmitter. What you would do is send out an unmodulated carrier wave emission, and the term for this is test, because that's exactly what you would be doing if you simply wanted to test your transmitter without sending out information. You're sending out what is known as an unmodulated carrier wave emission. Another term for that is RF carrier. RF carrier is a term for a constant amplitude radio frequency signal. Now, any signal that is not modified in any way produces just a carrier. For instance, let's assume that you have an FM transmitter and your microphone fails to work. Then you would produce an unmodulated carrier just like this. Now, if you have a transmitter that produces a carrier, you connect it to a microphone to produce a radio telephone signal, what you're doing is changing that carrier. When you're changing the carrier, that carrier is said to be modulated. So an RF signal that produces a radio telephone signal now produces a signal that's said to be modulated. So anytime you're changing the carrier in some way, you're modulating that carrier. Now, there are various ways we can modulate this carrier to send information. One way is to just simply turn it on and off. You just turn it on and off, and that would be presenting Morse code. If you turn it on longer, for instance, or have it transmit longer, you get dashes. Have it transmit shorter, you get dots. And this is called continuous wave, or CW, and it's Morse code. And it's produced by switching a transmitter's output on and off. And what a simple way to send information. But if you want to send voice information, you're probably going to have to get more complicated than that. One way you could send some more information is to vary the frequency. You keep the amplitude the same, but you just change the frequency at which you're sending information. And the way you vary the frequency gives information, and that is called frequency modulation. So this is frequency modulated phone in this particular case that we're talking about, because you're using a microphone to modulate the frequency, and so it's frequency modulated phone. And frequency modulated phone is the voice emission that is most often used on UHF and VHF repeaters, and that's frequency modulated phone. Now here's the question I can hear you asking yourself. Why is frequency modulation used so often for VHF and UHF voice communications? Well, the reason frequency modulation, or FM, is used is that most static is AM. So if you use FM, you get around static type electrical noise, and that's a big deal. Now, another way you can vary the signal is with amplitude modulation. You keep the wavelength the same, you keep the frequency the same, but you change the amplitude. And that sends information in that way, and that's called amplitude modulation. Now, amplitude modulation tends to take up a lot of frequency bandwidth, and we'll explain why in just a second. And that frequency bandwidth keeps other people from using the same frequencies. So if you can transmit information more efficiently using less frequency bandwidth, you're well ahead. Let's talk about one way you can do that. And to do that, let's take a look at an instrument called a spectrum analyzer. Now, a spectrum analyzer tells you how strong the signal is by how far it goes up on the screen, and it also tells you what frequency it's on by where it shows up as far as left and right are concerned. Now, when you transmit amplitude modulation, and this is amplitude modulation, when you transmit amplitude modulation, what you're doing is taking the carrier and mixing it with the output of someone's, for instance, microphone. As in my case, we could be mixing it with my microphone. Now, what you get when you mix signals like this is you get the original carrier plus the sum of the two signals, and that shows up here, the sum, and the difference of the two signals, and that shows up over here. This is called the upper sideband, and this is called the lower sideband. Now, the thing I want to point out here is notice how much spectrum width we're using, how much frequency space we're taking up, and that's very inefficient, and that hogs a lot of frequency space. Now, we could make some of that frequency space available to somebody else if we could eliminate some of this width. Well, notice that these sidebands are mirror images of each other, and they're redundant. So you don't need both of them. You can get the same information across with one of them. So let's assume we could eliminate one sideband. Then we'd be much more efficient in our use of the frequency. But hold the phone. The carrier really doesn't transmit any information. So if we suppress the carrier and just simply use one sideband, we could still transmit information, and we can do that, and that is called single sideband phone. Single sideband phone, and it's called phone because you're using a microphone, and that is a transmission in which you suppress the carrier, filter out one of the sidebands, and just transmit a sideband. And that is the voice emission most often used on amateur HF bands because it is very efficient of spectrum space. It doesn't take up a lot of room. Now, this is called the upper sideband. This is called the lower sideband. The upper sideband is a part of the single sideband signal, which is above the carrier frequency. And you can use either one. Some bands actually use the lower sideband. Some bands use the upper sideband. It's a matter of convention depending on which band you're on. They're going to ask you about the 10-meter band on the test. And for 10-meter phone, you normally use the upper sideband. The upper sideband is also commonly used for single sideband communications on any of the VHF and UHF bands. Well, this is a great example of the fact that there's something in amateur radio for everybody. This is RTTY, or radio teletype, and it's sending radio signals from one teleprinter machine to another or from one computer to another. And the thing that's interesting about RTTY is the type of modulation it uses. It uses generally what is known as frequency shift modulation. First, the transmitter transmits on one frequency, then another, and shifts back and forth, and that is called frequency shift keying, and that's the type of modulation that RTTY uses. Now, another thing we need to talk about is a device or a type of modulation called phase modulation. And this may look an awful lot to you like frequency modulation, and it does to me too. Because phase modulation works very similar to the way frequency modulation works. It varies the phase of a carrier, and it looks like frequency modulation based on inputs from a reactance modulator. In fact, phase modulation looks very much like frequency modulation, mostly resembles frequency modulation. They both use a reactance modulator, and we'll talk a lot more about a reactance modulator later on. They just use them in different places in the radio. All you need to remember about phase modulation and phase modulated phone right now is that they both use a reactance modulator, and it very much resembles frequency modulation. Now, let's talk about bandwidth. We already said that bandwidth is the amount of space in the radio frequency spectrum that a signal occupies. Well, the more a signal is modulated, the more bandwidth it requires. And if a signal is overmodulated or overdeviated, it may cause interference on nearby frequencies. So you want to avoid overmodulation. Now, overmodulation of a single sideband transmitter causes something called splatter or splatter interference, and it's caused by overmodulation of the transmitter. Now, splatter is a term used to describe a very wide bandwidth signal. Let's listen to splatter. Well, hear that noise? We're actually listening slightly off the frequency that the person is transmitting on. And on either side of the frequency being transmitted is that noise, and that noise is called splatter, and that makes the frequency we're listening on unusable, and that's a very bad thing. So splatter is not considered to be a good thing at all, and you need to watch it. Now, how do you cause splatter? Well, one way you can cause splatter is having your microphone gain set up too high on your single sideband transmitter, and that will cause splatter. So if you have a meter, what you want to do is make sure that you have your microphone gain adjusted properly.
Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2, 3, 4.
Now, if your transmitter has a meter on it like this, what you want to do is use the microphone gain and get that meter down into the ALC range, and that way you won't be causing splatter. Now, many radios have built-in circuitry called a speech processor. A speech processor is a device that increases the average power of a sideband signal and makes the voice easier to understand under weak signal conditions. So it's really a great thing. Let's listen to how it works.
Okay, the processor is off. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is WA6YOO. Over.
Roger, and your processor on, please.
The speech processor is on. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is WA6YOO. Over.
Well, if you're experienced at listening to single sideband, you'll notice that when the speech processor is on, the signal is much fuller and much richer and much easier to understand. Well, the problem with speech processing in this particular case is too much speech processing may cause splatter, so you don't want to use too much speech processing. Now, on FM radios, you can cause overdeviation, which is overmodulation, and that'll do the same thing. It results in out-of-channel emissions. So if you have overdeviation or overmodulation in an FM transmitter, once again, it's going to result in out-of-channel emissions.
By the way, listening to you a little bit here, your audio is just a little bit down. You might want to crank it up just a bit.
How can my audio be down? Wait a second. Let me turn up the power a bit. Okay, there it goes. How's that now?
Well, you better turn that back down again. You kind of blew me right out of the seat here.
That was a great demonstration of a couple of ways to cause out-of-channel emissions on an FM radio. First of all, if you shout into the microphone, or if you have the microphone gain or deviation control set too high, either one of those could cause out-of-channel emissions, and we did both right there. Now, what if you're using a handheld radio and someone tells you you're over-deviating or over-modulating? What are you going to do? Well, in that case, what you do is talk further away from the microphone. Let's talk about radio wave propagation. It's the ionosphere that makes long-distance radio communications possible, and it does it by bending radio waves. And the ionosphere is an area of the outer atmosphere where enough ions and free electrons exist to bend radio waves back towards the Earth. Now, what causes this ionization? Well, it is the sun, folks, that causes the ionization. Solar radiation ionizing the outer atmosphere causes the ionosphere to form, and it's related to sunspots. The more sunspots there are, the greater the ionization. And there is an average sunspot cycle, and that cycle is 11 years. So you need to know that on the test. What's the average sunspot cycle? 11 years. What kind of solar radiation are we talking about? We're talking about ultraviolet solar radiation, and that's most responsible for ionization of the outer atmosphere. Now, there are various ways that signals can be propagated. For instance, when a signal travels along the surface of the Earth, it's called ground wave propagation. Now, ground wave propagation loses energy gradually and eventually just fades away, and that limits the range of ground wave propagation. So on the AM broadcast band, for instance, ground wave signals have a range of about 100 miles or so, but the range is even less on the 160 and 80 meter bands. Now, when a signal is bent back and returned to the Earth by the ionosphere, it is called skywave propagation. And it's skywave propagation that's responsible for most long-distance, high-frequency communication. And the range of skywave propagation is much longer than the range of ground wave propagation. Now, there is an area where signals don't reach. And this area is too far away for ground wave propagation and too close for skywave propagation. And this area is called the skip zone. And we're going to show you a little later on how you can even talk to people in the skip zone. Now, you might wonder what would happen if this radio signal bounced off the Earth and headed back out into the ionosphere. That's a good question. When the signal reaches the ionosphere, it might bounce back again towards the Earth. And in fact, it might reflect off the Earth again and then be bent back off the ionosphere and make 3 or 4 hops like this, and that would be called multi-hop propagation. Sometimes the radio signal might completely circle the Earth. Now, what causes all this ionization? Well, the sun causes all this ionization, and ionization is at a minimum, and the ionosphere is least ionized at dawn because there's very little sunshine. So just before local sunrise, you have the least ionization. But the atmosphere or the ionosphere is most ionized at midday because that's when there is the most sunshine at midday. Now, the ionosphere is composed of regions of ionized gases high above the Earth, and the ionospheric region closest to the Earth is the D region. And the D region is most pronounced during the daytime. In fact, this D region causes problems during the daytime for certain frequencies because it absorbs radio frequencies during the daytime. Which frequencies does it absorb? Well, long wavelength or lower frequency radio signals are absorbed during the daytime by the ionosphere. And the D region, because of that, is least useful for long-distance radio wave propagation. So the D region of the ionosphere limits daytime communications on, for instance, the 80-meter band to very short distances. And that's because the D region absorbs energy, so the signal is very weak at greater distances. Now, we said earlier, skywave propagation occurs most often in the HF frequency range because the HF signals bounce off the ionosphere. Now, you might wonder, where does skywave propagation occur least often? And the answer is in the UHF frequency range, because in the UHF frequencies, the signals just go right through the ionosphere. So there is no skywave propagation in the UHF frequency range, but you might wonder, can you get skywave propagation in the VHF frequencies? And the answer is yes, you can, due to the E layer and due to the phenomenon called sporadic E propagation. Now, here's how it happens. In the E layer, there are sometimes dense patches of ionization, and these dense patches of ionization last only a few hours, and they're kind of sporadic. So occasionally, on a sporadic basis in the E layer, VHF frequencies can bounce off of it due to what is known as sporadic E propagation. Now, on what bands would a technician class licensee expect to see sporadic E propagation? And the answer is on a VHF frequency, on, say, the 6-meter band and the 2-meter bands. And most often you'll see it on the 6-meter band and less often on the 2-meter band. And it occurs during the summertime most when there is more radiation. And if you're going to see skywave propagation on the VHF frequencies, it will be sporadic E propagation. Now, let's assume, for instance, you get strong signals from, say, 500 to 600 miles away in the 10-meter band, which is just under the 2- and 6-meter bands. So that might tell you that maybe sporadic E propagation is taking place. Then maybe you should check on the 6-meter and 2-meter bands because you just might be able to communicate long distance on those frequencies too. Now, the ionization of the ionosphere varies during the daytime versus the nighttime. For instance, the E region is most ionized at midday. And there are F1 and 2 subregions of the ionosphere that only exist during the daytime and combine into one region at nighttime. And it's that F2 region that's mainly responsible for long-distance skywave radio communications. That's the F2 region. Now, here's another concept you need to know about, and that's called the critical frequency. The critical frequency is a maximum frequency that will be reflected right back down to you if you point the antenna straight up. Now, signals higher in frequency than the critical frequency pass right through the ionosphere. Now, knowing the critical frequency can help you determine the maximum usable frequency between 2 points. So the maximum usable frequency is the highest frequency that can be used to communicate between 2 particular points at a given time. Now, on the test, you need to know that the maximum usable frequency is the highest frequency signal that is bent back to the Earth to reach its intended destination. It's for 2 particular points. Now, the amount of radiation received from the sun, mainly ultraviolet, causes the maximum usable frequency to vary. So it depends on the time of the day and the amount of radiation received. Now, another concept we need to talk about is another form of propagation, and that form is scatter propagation. If you have ever been in ice fog and shine a light in ice fog, you'll notice that the light scatters back to you in all sorts of different directions. Well, the ionosphere scatters some of the radio frequencies back in exactly that fashion. So if you're receiving a weak and a distorted signal from a distant station on a frequency close to the maximum usable frequency, you're probably receiving scatter propagation. That's the kind of propagation that's probably occurring. It's the scatter mode of propagation that would be best used by 2 stations within each other's skip zone. So if you wanted to communicate in the skip zone, and in fact you were able to communicate in the skip zone, it's the scatter mode of propagation that's probably allowing that to occur. Now, here is yet another thing that hams can do that is a tremendous amount of fun. Hams can actually participate in the space program. How, you say? Well, the answer is with Oscar. That's orbiting satellites carrying amateur radio. These are satellites built by hams for the use of hams, and we use these as tremendous long-distance repeaters, because what you can do is transmit to the satellite, it'll repeat the signal, and someone else will receive it many, many miles away. What a wonderful repeater this is, and you can use these. Now, let's assume you want to use a satellite as a repeater. What kind of signals would you use? Would you use VHF and UHF or HF? Well, HF signals bounce off the ionosphere. You want to penetrate the ionosphere, so satellites operate on VHF and UHF bands because the signals do penetrate the ionosphere more easily. Now, let's assume the satellite is very low in the sky and you're shooting through a lot of the atmosphere. In that particular case, you'll need higher transmitter power because you're actually going to have much more absorption and refraction of signals in the ionosphere when the satellite's very low in the sky. So a little more power, higher transmitter power is required when the satellite's low in the sky. Now, when 2 stations do want to communicate using a satellite, what's the deal? Well, they both have to be in view of the satellite, or the satellite has to be in view of both stations because each of them is using line-of-sight signals. Remember, VHF and UHF are line-of-sight. Now, another thing that you'll notice when you're using a satellite is that there's a frequency shift, because as the satellite becomes closer to you, the frequency increases, and as it goes further apart or further away from you, the frequency decreases. That's called the Doppler shift. It's the same effect as having a train come towards you, and the frequency increases when you hear the whistle of the train and decreases going away from you. That's called the Doppler effect. And the same thing happens to the frequency. And so when you have the Doppler effect, what you need to know is that you're going to have to retune your receiver as you're listening because of the frequency shift due to the relative motion of the two. Now, any satellite's orbit around the Earth is in the shape of what is known as an ellipse. Now, you can think of an ellipse as being egg-shaped, but eggs can be perfectly round, so a perfectly circular orbit is one kind of ellipse. But what you're going to find is that most orbits are not perfectly circular, so you're going to see something like this. Now, let's talk about some terms that you can use to describe an orbit. First of all, the distance from the center of the Earth to the satellite's closest approach is called the perigee, and the furthest distance from the Earth is called the apogee. There you go, the apogee. And the location of a particular satellite from any point on Earth can be computed using a set of mathematical parameters called Keplerian elements. Now, there is one very special satellite orbiting the Earth that actually has amateur radio operators on board, and that is the International Space Station, often abbreviated as ISS. Now, many of the astronauts who go up and work on the ISS actually earn their amateur radio license in advance before they go into space. But these guys are pretty doggone busy guys, so even the astronauts' quote free time is carefully planned out, so they really don't get much chance to pick up the microphone and call CQ. Most of what you would think of as their free time to operate the amateur radio equipment on board is actually scheduled well in advance, and that time is spent talking with children in schools or other groups and answering questions about life in space asked by the children. So if you do try to contact these folks, your chances are very slim, and one of the reasons is it's going overhead very fast. The time when the space station is in range of your station will be very, very limited. In fact, in a perfect case, if the space station were to go directly over your location, it would first appear above the horizon, streak right overhead, and disappear beyond the far horizon in about 12 to 15 minutes. But the typical amount of time you'd have to communicate with these guys is only 4 to 6 minutes on each pass. Now, we've talked about satellite communications. How about using the ultimate satellite to communicate? How about this big, beautiful satellite known as the moon? And believe it or not, you can, because what you can do is do what they call Earth-Moon-Earth communications, or EME, Earth-Moon-Earth communications. And what you do is you use the moon as a passive reflector. You simply direct your signal towards the moon, and as a passive reflector, it reflects the signal down, and you can communicate a tremendous distance that way. But it's this Earth-Moon-Earth communications is subject to extreme signal loss, and it's limited by the poor reflectivity of the moon. The moon's not really designed for that. They didn't make it for that. So what you have to do is use very high gain antennas, such as a Yagi array, and a lot of times lots of transmitter power, a high transmitter power to overcome those losses. Now, in addition to the Yagi antennas, you might also use instead a parabolic dish or a multi-element collinear array, and these are all used in EME activities, and the idea is to get a lot of gain and point that signal to the moon. Now, what would not work well is things like a ground plane antenna. Well, why wouldn't a ground plane antenna work? Because it doesn't have enough gain and can't direct enough energy to the moon for moon bounce. Now, while you do get Doppler effect from satellites, you really don't get Doppler effect when you're using moon bounce. And this is because the distance between the Earth and moon doesn't change fast enough to produce a significant Doppler effect. Now, radio signals that are reflected off the moon and returned to the Earth are usually pretty weak by the time they get back to the Earth, so the best mode for moon bounce communications is Morse code or CW because it gets through the noise the best. But overall, working with the moon and other satellites extends the range of VHF and UHF tremendously, and that, more than anything else, is an awful lot of fun. Now let's talk about VHF-UHF propagation characteristics. VHF and UHF radio waves usually travel from a transmitting antenna to a receiving antenna in a straight line. And when a signal travels in a straight line from one antenna to another, it's usually called direct wave or line of sight propagation. For example, line of sight propagation usually occurs from one handheld transceiver, when it's a VHF transceiver, to another one nearby. That would be line of sight transmission. Now, VHF and UHF frequencies can be reflected. When VHF or UHF signals go towards a metal building, they can easily be reflected by that metal building. Now, all radio signals tend to lose strength as they go through the atmosphere. And as the frequency increases for a given path, as the frequency increases, the signal loss increases. So, signal loss increases as the frequency increases. And generally, this means then that UHF and VHF frequencies can't go long distances. But in some cases, they can go long distances, although they're normally limited to line of sight when you have an unusual atmospheric condition called a temperature inversion, where you have warm air above instead of the normal cold air above. Then you can have what is known as tropospheric ducting, and this occurs on for instance, on a VHF or 2-meter radio waves, and allows them to be propagated several hundred miles, even over oceans. Sometimes you can contact Hawaii from Southern California. That's a tremendous amount of fun. And over land as well, and allows you to contact stations much further away than you normally could. So ducting occurs in the lower part of the atmosphere, and the lower part of the atmosphere is called the troposphere. And they're going to ask you where it occurs, and the answer is tropospheric ducting occurs in the troposphere. How about that? Now, tropospheric ducting occurs most often in the UHF frequency range. And the atmospheric conditions in which you most often find tropospheric ducting is a stable, high-pressure weather system where you're likely to have warm air aloft and cold air down below. And when that condition exists, you should look for tropospheric ducting. And if you have it, you may be able to communicate as far as 1,000 miles or more over land or sea, and it is just wonderful fun. You hear that? We're tuned into a beacon. Now, a beacon is a station that transmits a continuous signal, and there are beacons all over the world. Now, you can use a beacon to find out if you have propagation between your station and a particular part of the world. You can also tune into a beacon to find out if your receiver and antennas are working properly. Now, here's what you need to know about a beacon on the test. A beacon is an amateur station which transmits communications for observation of propagation and reception. It lets you know whether a band is open today to a particular part of the world. Now, on the test, they ask you that, but that's all you need to know is that it's open to the world today, and you can find out with a beacon. Now, let's take a look at some rules for beacons. First of all, the maximum transmitting power for a beacon in amateur operation is 100 watts peak envelope power. They call that PEP. We're going to talk quite a bit more about peak envelope power, so you don't need to worry about that now. What you do need to know is the maximum transmitting power for a beacon is 100 watts. Now, beacon stations are allowed to be under what is known as automatic control in certain band segments. And automatic control means that a control operator does not have to be present at the beacon station controls at all times. Now, normally, hams are not allowed to transmit one-way communications. And beacon stations do transmit a form of one-way communications because beacons transmit and they don't listen for other stations to reply. But beacon stations are an exception and can be under automatic control. Now you can see how through the magic of radio you can talk to other hams all over the world, no matter how remote your location.
San Diego, the name is Bernie.
Okay, Bernie, your SA is in Houston. Sounds okay.
Whereabouts are you?
Houston, Texas.
Oh, Houston, Texas. Okay, thank you a lot. I'll get out of here. K6UV clear.
Now, we talked earlier how you can modify a carrier wave to send information across the airways. Well, there are various ways to modify that carrier wave, and these ways are called types of emissions. And one way of doing it is just this. It's called phone, and the name for voice emissions is phone. Now, when we talk about phone or phone transmissions, what we're really talking about doing is connecting a microphone to this radio and using the FM, AM, or single sideband modes of the radio and making voice transmissions by radio telephony. And for voice emissions or voice operation, you would connect a microphone to a transceiver, and that way you can send your voice across the airways and, of course, hear other people's voices too. Now, there are a lot of shortcuts, so you don't have to say things so long. Let's assume you want to contact someone else, establish contact out there, look for someone who's going to answer you. Well, what you would do is say what they call a procedural signal, and this is CQ, and that's just a shortcut. And by the way you do it is you say CQ over the air, and it sounds like you're saying the word I am seeking you, CQ. And that simply means calling any station. I'm looking for somebody out there to talk to. Now, the correct way to call CQ on sideband when you're using voice is to say CQ 3 times, followed by this is, and then say your call sign 3 times. Let's take a look at how it might go in real life.
CQ, CQ, CQ. This is W6SHY, Whiskey 6 Sierra Hotel Yankee. W6SHY, over.
That's all there is to it, and it's that simple. Now, to answer a voice CQ call, what you do is say the other station's call sign, followed by this is, and then say your call sign phonetically. Let's listen to this in real life also.
W6SHY, this is KA5Q, Kilo Alpha 5 Quebec, Kilo Alpha 5 Quebec, over.
Now, one of the really neat and fun things you can do in amateur radio is send information directly from one computer to another over the air. And to do this, you would use packet radio. And the term for packet radio transmissions is data. Now, data also refers to telemetry, telecommand, or any form of radio communication that uses computers. Now, if you want to conduct amateur radio communications using what is known as data emissions, you're going to have one very nice device, and that device is called a computer. You have to have a computer to do this. Now, when you do use modern data transmission techniques using a computer, you get a couple really great advantages. One of them is high transmission speed. A computer is a lot faster than we are, folks. And because of the computer, again, communications reliability. We all know how reliable computers are compared to people. Now, to do all of this and to make use of your computer and your radio, you're going to have a device called a terminal node controller. Now, a terminal node controller looks like this. It's a terminal node controller, and it's connected between the computer and the transceiver for packet radio operation. For instance, if you wanted to modulate, we'll say, a 2-meter FM transceiver to produce packet radio emissions, you would do it by connecting a terminal node controller to the transceiver's microphone input. And this terminal node controller acts like a modem in normal communications between computers by telephone lines. Instead, for radio, you use a terminal node controller. Now, a popular band for packet radio transmissions, otherwise known as digital transmissions, is the 2-meter band. So what's the problem? Well, the problem is the 2-meter band is often used for simplex voice operations as well. So if you want to do packet radio, don't use a frequency that's designated for simplex voice operations. Frequencies that are designated for simplex voice operations should be used for that. Otherwise, you're going to be very annoying to people. Now, in packet radio operation, you will see the term connected. And when you see that term connected in a packet radio link, it means a transmitting station is sending data to only one receiving station. Now, the receiving station checks the data for accuracy and replies that the data is being received correctly. So when you're connected, that means you're connected to one other computer, and you have actually a handshake between the two, and you're going back and forth between you and that other computer. Now, when you're using packet radio for what is known as digital operations, your radio is essentially conducting a very high-speed back-and-forth conversation with another radio. Let's assume you're using an HF transceiver to do this. Well, one of the characteristics it's going to have is what is known as a fast TR switching time, for transmit-receive switching time. In other words, the radio has to be able to switch back and forth very rapidly. Now, when you're doing this, you also have your radio connected to a computer, which is a very noisy device. So if you want to get rid of a lot of static, particularly on HF signals, what you want to do is have good grounding of that computer, because that'll minimize or eliminate any stray noise. Now, in some cases, you can just kind of watch what other messages are happening on the screen, monitoring other people. Well, when you see the term monitoring on a packet radio frequency, it means that you, a receiving station, are displaying messages that may not be sent to you. You're displaying whatever is out there, and you're not replying to any particular message. You're just kind of watching in. After all, this is a public format, and you can see what's going on. Now, another term that you might run into is the term network. A network in packet radio means a way of connecting packet radio stations so that data can be sent over long distance, and you can just relay from station to station and send data for miles. Now, one type of packet radio network uses what is known as TCP/IP. What in Sam Hill does that stand for? It stands for Transmission Control Protocol/Internet Protocol. And it means the computers are all tied together much the way they are in the Internet. Now, if you want to operate using the TCP/IP, that protocol, Your TNC has to be capable of operating in what they call the KISS mode. Now, what does that stand for? You're right, it stands for Keep It Simple Stupid. So if you want to use the TCP/IP method of combining computers together in a network and you want to participate in that, your TNC has to be capable of the KISS mode. Also, you'll note that when you're in a network, your TNC also has to function as a digipeater. Now, you might notice that this digipeater looks suspiciously like a terminal node controller. The reason it looks like a terminal node controller is that it is. A digipeater is a terminal node controller that has been reprogrammed to retransmit only data that is marked to be retransmitted so you can relay information once again all across the country. It's simply a terminal node controller with a software change. Now, as you know, the squelch control on your radio sets the minimum signal level that the radio will send to the speaker. So when you operate packet radio, it is important to set this squelch control on your FM radio very, very carefully. Now, if you set the squelch control too low so that there is static noise on the speaker output, that noise may cause the terminal node controller, or TNC, to falsely detect a data carrier. If, on the other hand, the squelch is set too high, then the TNC may not detect some packet radio signals. So the proper way to set the squelch control on an FM receiver is to turn it all the way down. That's usually counterclockwise. Then slowly increase the setting until you hear background noise, and then turn it back down until the noise is just silenced. Hear that distinctive sound? Well, that's another way of sending information. That is radio teletype, and it's often referred to as RTTY, and it's pronounced sometimes as RTTY. The official name for all of this is narrowband direct printing telegraphy emissions, and that's why you call it RTTY instead. Now, HF RTTY is usually transmitted by what is known as frequency shift keying of an RF signal. And what you do is transmit for a split second on one frequency, shift to another frequency, and then back and forth, and you use that method to send information. That is called RTTY, and it's usually on HF, transmitted by frequency shift keying of an RF signal. Now, to operate on the VHF and UHF bands with RTTY and other digital modes, including packet radio, most amateurs use an FM transceiver. Now, the way it works is you modulate a conventional FM transmitter with a modem that is connected to a computer. And in the old days, folks used to use a teleprinter up here instead of a computer a lot of times. So you just connect a radio modem to the microphone input and the audio output jacks, and you are in business. Now, for packet radio, the radio modem is called a TNC, or terminal node controller. And for other digital modes, a multi-mode communications processor does this same job. These days, in many cases, a computer sound card and software are taking the place of the TNC, or the multi-mode communications processor, and the lesson out of this is that computers are wonderful. For RTTY operation, you connect a modem between your teleprinter or a computer system and a transceiver. And this is an example of a RTTY modem, and these days you often use a computer, and you can actually see the frequency shifting right here in your modem. Now, the correct way to call CQ when you're using RTTY is to send the letters CQ 3 to even 6 times, and then you use DE, meaning this is from, DE stands for from me, and followed by your call sign sent 3 times. Now, this is a real-life example of how it is done. In this particular case, they've sent several times RY, 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 and then the repetition here allows you to tune in and lock up on that signal. So this is the correct way to send RTTY. The way you do it is send the letter CQ 3 to 6 times, followed by DE, followed by your call sign 3 times. Now, what in Sam Hill does that procedure signal DE mean? Well, it means from, or this is. By the way, French for the word from is DE, so I guess maybe that's where that came from. So you say DE, and this means from, or this is. Now, the speed you would use when answering a CQ call using RTTY is the same speed that you receive the information at, because we know that this person can reply or receive at this speed because that's the speed that they sent at. And occasionally you'll see a little bit of noise in RTTY, and the reason you'll see that is there's no error checking in RTTY, and that's one of the big differences between RTTY and packet radio. Well, you've heard that before. That's Morse code. And the name for International Morse code transmissions or emissions is CW, and that stands for continuous wave. And CW is usually transmitted by on and off keying of an RF or radio frequency signal. Now, to send Morse code, you would connect a telegraph key to a transceiver. Now, many amateurs cheat and use an electronic keyer to form good Morse code characters, and you do that by tapping the left side or touching the left side. You might get a dit, and the right side you might get a da, and that way you have good form Morse code characters. Now, one problem you can get with CW transmitters is what you just heard. It's what is known as chirp. Now, chirp does not interfere with transmissions either on the frequency or on either side of the intended frequency, but it can be very annoying to people. Chirp is a small change in the transmitter's frequency each time it is keyed. Now, to get rid of chirp, to keep CW transmitters from chirping, keep the power supply voltages very steady. Now, if you're having trouble with power supply voltages, it can cause chirp. Let's make a CQ call. You might wonder how fast you should make a CQ call. Well, a Morse code CQ call should be transmitted at any speed at which you can reliably copy the code, because the person is likely to reply at the same speed that you originally transmitted, and you had better be able to copy at least that fast. Now, what is the correct way to call CQ when you're using Morse code? Well, the correct way is to send the letters CQ 3 times, followed by DE, followed by your call sign sent 3 times. Now, you might say, John, okay, I understand that, but how should I answer a CQ call? Well, the way you answer a Morse code CQ call is by sending the other station's call sign twice, followed by DE, followed by your call sign twice. Now, there are some procedural signals you can use in Morse code to make things a little easier. For instance, you can transmit the letter K, and that just says, go ahead, any station transmit. That's the letter K. Another one is QRS. That means send more slowly. You can remember that as meaning I receive slowly. RS standing for receive slowly. It actually means send more slowly, but that makes sense if you only receive slowly. Now, if you ask someone what QTH they're at, that means where are you? And you might reply QTH is my location is. If you have trouble remembering that, think of the letters TH as standing for the home, because the home is where the heart is, and so the home is where you're located. QTH, the home. Just an easy way to remember it. Another one is DX. DX stands for distant station. If you have any trouble remembering that, think of distant exchange. Are there more of these? You bet there are more of these. For instance, QRL is the signal you would transmit to see if a frequency is in use before transmitting. And I think of that as, are you listening? Are you listening? RL. And if the frequency is in use, they would be listening, and they'll transmit, hey, this frequency is in use. QSY means change frequencies. Let's you and I meet on another frequency. The way I remember that is see you on the other frequency. QSO means there's a conversation in progress. I was on a QSO with someone. You can think of that as a mutual sound off. QSO sound off. All right, are there more of these? You can bet there are more of these. For instance, QRZ is what you would transmit to ask if someone is calling you on CW. The way I remember this, folks, is RZ, are those, I'm sorry, this is stretching this just a little bit. Are those rings for me? QRZ. And the best one of them all, as far as I'm concerned, 73 means best regards. If you have trouble remembering that, 7 and 3 add up to 10. If you think that this person is a 10, you would transmit 73 for best regards. Now here is something that is an awful lot of fun. This is a QSL card. If you have had a distant exchange with someone, you can ask them to send a QSL card. And people collect these cards by the hundreds. In fact, they collect these cards even by the thousands. And these cards are a way of proving that you have had a distant exchange with someone. And if you collect these, you can have a beautiful display in your Radio Shack. It gives you bragging rights, and you can also win certificates and awards. If you would like to have an easy way of collecting these things, use ARRL's service on collecting foreign QSL cards. They'll make it an awful lot easier. Now, what does QSL stand for? Well, you're asking for someone to send a letter verifying that you've had a distant exchange. It's actually a card, but I think of that as QSL standing for send a letter. And they're wonderful, wonderful cards that prove distant exchange took place. You know, one of the really fun things you can do in amateur radio is learn to get the most out of your equipment and the most out of your system. For instance, one of the things you can do is use VHF radio and have what is known as distance or DX contacts. Well, in order to do that, you're going to have to use what are known as weak signal modes. Modes that can go long distances with very little power, and that's CW, which stands for continuous wave, which is Morse code, and SSB, which is single sideband. So if you're going to operate in what is known as weak signal operation, get the most out of your equipment with very little power, you'd use CW and SSB because they have the greatest potential for DX contacts. Now, if you're going to do this on VHF frequencies, you can't use just regular old FM rig because you have to have a rig capable of these operations, which are weak signal operations. So in order to do that, you'd have to use a multi-mode VHF transceiver. Now here's a really informative piece of equipment. It's called a spectrum analyzer. And a spectrum analyzer tells you how strong the signal being sent is by how far it goes up on the screen, tells you what frequency it's on by where it shows up left and right, and tells you how wide the bandwidth is by how wide the display is on the screen. So this is an example of CW, and CW doesn't take much bandwidth. As you can see, it's very narrow bandwidth. But as the signal gets more complex and more complicated, more information is being sent, a wider bandwidth is required. For instance, CW requires the lowest bandwidth, RTTY is next, single sideband voice is next, and because it's most complex, FM voice requires the most bandwidth. Let's take a look at how much bandwidth FM voice requires, and you can see it's a lot more bandwidth. So here are the bandwidths required for these various types of transmissions, and you need to know these. CW requires the least bandwidth, next is RTTY, next is single sideband voice, and next is FM voice. You might be wondering exactly how much bandwidth does single sideband amateur signals normally take, and the answer is between 2 and 3 kilohertz. And of course you need to know that on the test. You might also be wondering, I can hear you wondering right now, okay, how about frequency modulated amateur signals? And the answer is 10 to 20 kilohertz, a lot more bandwidth for frequency modulated amateur signals. Now, speaking of bandwidth, here is something that takes a tremendous amount of bandwidth, and that is UHF amateur fast scan television. And it takes, can you believe this, it takes 6 megahertz of bandwidth. That is a tremendous amount of bandwidth. Now let's assume you want to watch fast scan amateur television. How would you do it and what would you need? All you need is a cable-ready TV receiver. It's on the 70 centimeter band, but to get that, all you have to do is tune to channels 57 through 61. So what do you need for amateur TV to watch it? Just a cable-ready TV receiver. Now, amateurs can also use another kind of television, slow scan television, or SSTV for short. And the way it works is you go out and take a still picture, maybe with a video camera or a digital camera, and then send it using slow scan TV. Now, slow scan TV uses a lot less bandwidth than fast scan television. In fact, the bandwidth of a slow scan TV signal is no wider than a typical single sideband phone signal. That means you can send slow scan TV pictures on HF bands. Now, slow scan TV gets its name from the fact that it takes a few seconds to send and receive a single picture. So these are not moving pictures we're sending, they are snapshots. And what you're really sending is a digital picture. They are basically single frames captured from a video camera or digital camera, and you can also send graphic images. Now, some hams even exchange slow scan TV pictures over their local FM repeater, such as on the 2-meter band. And you can do this at any time. But of course, before you start tying up the repeater with the audio tones of slow scan TV, you'd better make sure that the repeater control operator authorizes this unique transmission. These are the various kinds of emission types, and these are the ways to have a lot of fun in amateur radio. Let's talk about the wonderful world of electricity. You can do some fantastic things with this stuff. Well, let's talk about how it all works. And the pressure that forces electrons to flow through a circuit is electromotive force, often called voltage. And that's the pressure that forces electrons to flow through a circuit. Now, the basic unit of voltage is the volt. And if you have a lot of voltage, you have a lot of pressure causing these electrons to flow. In fact, in lightning, you have a tremendous amount of voltage. In fact, you'd call that a volt in development. I'm sorry. All right, the flow of electrons in a circuit is called current. So we see current going on right here. Direct current is the name of the current that forces electrons to flow only in one direction. So if the current that flows only in one direction, it is called direct current. As an example, a nickel-cadmium battery, or NiCad they call it, produces direct current. On the other hand, if you have current that goes first in one direction and back in the other, back and forth, that is alternating current. That's current that flows back and forth. As an example, a commercial generating station produces alternating current. Now, the basic unit of electric current is the ampere, and the ampere tells you essentially how many electrons are flowing over a period of time. Now, something that lets electricity flow through it is called a conductor. So a conductor lets electricity flow through it. On the test, they're going to ask you for 3 good examples of conductors, and 3 good examples are gold, silver, and aluminum. In addition to being all expensive, these things are all good conductors of electricity. Now, something that does not let electricity flow through it is called an insulator. And they're going to ask you on the test, what are good examples of insulators? Well, these are things that do not let electricity flow through them. 3 good examples, make that 4 good examples, are glass, air, here's a handful of air right here, I guess, plastic, and porcelain. Those are good insulators, things that tend to not let electricity flow through them. Now, anything that opposes the flow of electrons in a circuit is called resistance. The wires in a circuit have resistance, but sometimes you'd like to add more, so you take this resistor and put it in the circuit, and it opposes the flow of electrons, as you can see. So the wires in a circuit oppose the flow of electrons, and that's called resistance. Sometimes you'd like to add more resistance, so you add in a resistor, and that further limits the amount of current that flows through a circuit. So what is resistance? Well, it's anything that limits the amount of current that flows through a circuit. And even if the voltage stays the same, if you add more resistance, you'll lessen the amount of current that flows through the circuit. So resistance limits the amount of current that flows through a circuit if the voltage stays the same. Now, the basic unit of resistance is the ohm. O-H-M, it's pronounced ohm. And I remember when I first learned about this, the instructor asked me, they said, John, quick, what's the basic unit of resistance? I needed to stall for time, so I said, and they said, you're right. Now let's take a look at the electrical symbol for a resistor, and it's a squiggly line that looks like what resistance should look like to me, because it looks like the electrons would have a hard time making their way through here. So that is the electrical symbol for a resistor, and to me it does make sense. Now let's take a look at figure T7-1, and let's see how you would use a resistor in a schematic. And numbers 3 and 9 are examples of a resistor on a schematic, and you can see how they had been incorporated into the schematic right here. And these are fixed resistors, and it does not tell you which type of fixed resistors they are. There are several types, but it just tells you they are some type of fixed resistor. And those are ones whose values cannot be changed. So that's how a fixed resistor would look in a schematic. Now, in real life, there are many types of resistors. You, for instance, might have, in this case, wire-wound resistors, carbon resistors, film resistors. There are various types. Now, resistors dissipate electrical energy by turning it into heat. So sometimes resistors get hot when they're in use because some of that electrical energy is being turned into heat. This, for instance, this resistor, even though it might have the same ohm value as this one down here, this one can get rid of more heat because it's bigger. For instance, this is a 25-watt resistor. It can get rid of 25 watts of electrical energy, whereas this one down here is only 1/4 watt. So even though they might have the same resistance value, one is bigger because it gets rid of more heat. Why would you use a large size resistor instead of a smaller one, even though that has the same resistance? And the answer is to allow the resistor to handle more power. Now, you can find the ohm value or the resistor's value in ohms and also its tolerance by looking at the color bands of the resistor. So when you take a good close look at those color bands on a resistor, what you're going to find is the first 3 color bands in a resistor indicate the value of the resistor in ohms, and the 4th color band here is the resistance tolerance in percent. Now let's assume that you had a resistor with 100 ohms as a value with a 10% tolerance. What would that tell you? Well, it tells you that if you have a 10% tolerance with a 100 ohm resistor, it's 10% of the 100, plus or minus 10% of the 100. So the resistor could be anywhere from 90 to 110 ohms. Now, the word precision is often used to describe the tolerance of a resistor. For instance, a low precision resistor would have a 20% tolerance rating. On the other hand, a high precision resistor would have a tolerance rating of 0.1%. One tremendous difference, but low precision 20%, high precision 0.1%. Sometimes you have a resistor, but you'd like to change the value of it. Well, a resistor whose value can be changed is called a variable resistor, or sometimes it's called a potentiometer. Now, a variable resistor might be a circular type where you rotate a control knob to change the resistance, or you might have a slider bar that moves along the length of the resistor. In either case, you are changing the resistance value. Now, one way to use a resistor in a circuit is to change the resistance so you adjust the voltage to apply to some part of a circuit. Now, since voltage is also called potential, a variable resistor is often called a potentiometer. Now, let's take a look at the symbol for a variable resistor. Now, notice that this symbol has resistance in it, just the way we looked at it earlier. It looks like a resistor, but it has an arrow, and the arrow shows you can tap off this resistance to get various values of resistance depending on where you tap off from it, and that arrow tells you it's a variable resistor. Now, anytime you see an arrow in a component like this, it tells you that you can get a different value of it depending on where the arrow is placed. In this case, this is a variable resistor. So now let's take a look at figure T7-1 and take a look at how this would be used in a schematic. Now, once again, item number 3 here is fixed resistance, but because it has the arrow, item number 2 is variable resistance, and that's a symbol for a variable resistor, and this is how it would be used in a schematic. Now, whenever you look at a circuit like this and you see all these things going on in here, you figure there must be some kind of relationship between resistance, current, and voltage, all the things going on in there. And there is a relationship, and it's a mathematical relationship. And Ohm's law is a law that describes the mathematical relationship between resistance, current, and voltage. And so if you need to remember this, just remember Ohm's law and you've got it. And it's a formula that tells you all of these things. Let's take a look at Ohm's law and see if we can make some sense out of it. First of all, if you want to know the current that is flowing through a circuit, what you do is take the voltage, E stands for electromotive force, and it's in volts, divided by R, which is resistance, and I stands for current. So the symbol for current is I, and if you want to know the current, you take the volts divided by the resistance. Now, if you have a little bit of a mathematical bent, you can see that you could multiply both sides of this equation by R, and then it becomes E equals IR. And what that tells you is if you want to know the voltage required to make a current flow in the circuit, what you do is you take E, which is the volts, and to find those volts, you multiply I times R. That's the current times the resistance, and that tells you the voltage required for this current and this resistance. Now, once again, if you have a mathematical bent, you know all you have to do is divide both sides in this particular case by I, and the relationship becomes resistance equals volts divided by current. So if you want to know the resistance required in a circuit, you take the volts in that circuit divided by the current in that circuit, and that gives you the resistance required. Now, some people have a little bit of trouble with this mathematics, so we can make it simpler for you with a little drawing. And this drawing is one that will not be available to you on the test. They won't give it to you, but you can take a pencil and paper out and draw this drawing as soon as you sit down there on the test. What you do is you draw an E up here at the top of this circle, and then a line halfway down, and then you have an I over here on the left and an R here, and put a line between them. And now all you have to do is use this drawing to figure out the mathematical relationship. Let's assume that you want to know the current in a circuit. All you have to do is cover up the I, that's what you want to know, and that's the current, and then the remaining things tell you what to do to get the current. So if you take the volts divided by the resistance, that's what this tells you to do, you'll find the current. If, on the other hand, instead, you'd like to find the resistance, just cover up the R, and the drawing will now tell you, the remaining things will tell you what to do. To find the resistance, you take the volts divided by the current. You can figure it out. If you wanted to know the voltage, that's E, electromotive force, cover up the voltage, and to find the voltage, you take the current times the resistance. Now, since we've been going through all of this, you might get the idea that they're going to ask you some questions about this on the test. You're so right, they are. So let's take a look at the kind of questions they're going to ask you about this on the test. They're going to say, let's assume you know the resistance and volts in a circuit, and you want to find the current. How would you find the current? Well, you take the volts divided by the resistance. The first question might go something like this. They'll say you have a 100 ohm resistor and 200 volts. And notice they give it to you backwards. You really want to take the volts divided by the resistance. So when you do the 200 divided by the 100, you find out there are 2 amperes of current in that circuit, and that's the answer to the question. It's really that simple. Let's do another one. This was obviously too easy for everybody, so let's do another one. Let's assume you have a 4800 ohm resistor and 120 volts in that circuit. To find out how much current you have in the circuit, all you have to do is take the volts, which is 120, divided by the resistance, which is 4800, and you're going to find you have 0.025 amps. It's going to require an electronic calculator for you to do this. All you have to do is punch out those numbers. But they're going to ask you the question in milliamps. You already know that there's 1,000 milliamps per amp. To answer this question, all you have to do is multiply by 1,000. You can use your electronic calculator or move the decimal point 3 places to the right, and 0.025 amps is 25 milliamps. And once again, you've answered the question. Let's do yet another one. This time, let's assume that you have a 48,000 ohm resistor and 120 volts. Take the 120 volts divided by the 48,000, and you get 0.0025 amps. If you want to know how many milliamps, all you have to do is multiply by 1,000. You can move the decimal point 3 places to the right, and you get 2.5 milliamps. Let's do another one. This is still obviously too easy for you guys. This time you have a 4800 ohm resistor and 12 volts. 12 divided by 4800 on your electronic calculator tells you have 0.0025 amps. If you want to know milliamps, move 3 places to the right, and you get 2.5 milliamps. Let's do another one. This time you have 48,000 ohms of resistance and 12 volts. And so 12 divided by 48,000, now this really is going to require an electronic calculator, and you get 0.00025 amps. This time, let's assume that they get very fancy with you, and they're going to ask you, instead of the milliamps, the microamps, and they use the Greek letter mu to do that, and there's 1,000 1 million microamps in an amp, so all you have to do is move the decimal point 6 places to the right, or multiply it by 1 million on your electronic calculator. Move the decimal point 6 places to the right, you add a 0 here, and you get 250 microamps. And you guys have got this figured out so well, it's obviously too easy for you. So let's do another kind of question they're going to ask you. Now, before we get into that question, let's take a look at one definition first. We have been talking about resistance, and we've been describing it in ohms. What is the definition of an ohm? Well, here it is. An ohm is the resistance of a circuit when 1 amp of current flows through that circuit when 1 volt is applied. And that is your definition of an ohm. Now that we know what an ohm is, let's take a look at that question. They're going to say, let's assume you know the current and voltage in a circuit, and you'd like to find out the resistance required in that circuit. How would you find that out? Well, the resistance is equal to the voltage divided by the current, and that's all you have to do right there. R equals E divided by I. So here's the way they might ask you a question. They're going to say, let's assume you have a 12-volt battery that's supplying, we'll say 0.25 amperes to a circuit. How much resistance would be required in there? Well, to find the resistance, all you have to do is take the volts divided by the current. 12 volts divided by 0.25. You use your electronic calculator to do that, and you get 48 ohms. And it's that simple. 12 volts divided by the 0.25 is 48, and it's that simple. Let's do another one. Let's assume you still have that same 12-volt battery. So here's your 12-volt battery, and let's assume that in this particular case the amps is 0.15 amps. All you have to do is take the volts divided by the amps. In this case, you'd have 80 ohms resistance in that circuit. Let's do another circuit. In this time, you have a current of 3 amps, and you have 90 volts. Well, once again, it's the volts divided by the amps, 90 divided by 3, and then you have a current of a resistance of 30 ohms in that circuit. Now, we've been talking about how to calculate the resistance when you have only one resistor in a circuit. But let's assume that you have more than one resistor in a circuit. What happens now? Well, if you have 2 resistors that are connected in series in a circuit, the total resistance is just sum of both of them. All you do is add up the individual resistances. So the total resistance when they're in series is the sum of all individual resistors. On the other hand, if the 2 are in parallel with each other, now what you have is 2 paths for the electricity to take. And so consequently, the total resistance is actually less than the value of either resistor. So when you have 2 resistors connected in parallel, the total resistance is always less than the value of either resistor. Now, that's obviously too easy for everybody, so let's do a whole nother type of problem. Let's talk about how to calculate the voltage and how much is required if you know both the current and the resistance. To find the voltage required, all you have to do is multiply the current times the resistance. So let's do that. They're going to ask you a question about that, so let's take a look at one of those. Let's assume you have a current of 2 amps, you have 50 ohms. How many volts are required to make that happen? And the answer is it's 2 times 50, or 100 volts. And once you have these relationships down, it's very, very simple. Now, let's talk about the concept of electrical power. When most of us think of electrical power, we're thinking about some appliance like this air conditioner and how much power it's using and how much it's costing us. But as a ham, you need to think of power differently. As a ham, you need to know that electrical power is how fast electrical energy is used. And that is the concept of power, how fast electrical energy is used. Now, the basic unit of electrical power is the watt. And I can remember well when I first learned this, the instructor asked me, John, what's the basic unit of electrical power? I said, what? And they said, you're right. All right, now let me ask you a simple question, an easy question about electrical power. Let's assume you have 3 light bulbs. One of them is marked 60 watts, one is marked 75 watts, and one is marked 100 watts. Now, folks, I think you can handle this. Which one will use electrical energy the fastest? And the correct answer is 100 watts, and I don't know why they ask you that simple question on a test, but they do. Now, let's get out our handheld transceiver, and let's assume we have a handheld transceiver that puts out 500 milliwatts. Believe it or not, they're going to ask you how many watts is that, and you know that there are 1,000 milliwatts per watt, so 500 milliwatts is 0.5 watts, or half of a watt. This time, let's use another handheld transceiver. Let's assume that this transceiver only puts out 250 milliwatts. How many watts would it be? Well, you can also think in terms, if you want to, of moving this decimal point 3 places to the left, and when you do that, you get 0.25 watts. Now, let's say you'd like to have more power than your little handheld radio produces. What could you do? Well, what you could do is add a power amplifier. And a power amplifier might boost the tiny output of this handheld to as much as 50 or 100 watts. And that is what a power amplifier will do for you. And that could be useful if you want to use your handheld radio as a mobile radio in your car, or to operate from your home to reach more distant repeaters. Let's talk about the concept of inductance. As you probably already know, if you run electricity through a coil of wire, you create an electromagnetic field. You actually make an electromagnet and you can pick things up with it. Well, you're actually storing energy in a magnetic field when you run electricity through a coil of wire like this. So on the test, they're going to ask you about this. They're going to say, what is inductance? Well, inductance is the ability to store energy in a magnetic field. And during the time you're creating that magnetic field, by the way, energy is being stored there, so current is slowed down and doesn't flow when you're creating that magnetic field. So an inductor stores energy electromagnetically, and it opposes a change in current. It slows that current down. Now, since inductors oppose a change in current, and by the way, this is a great big inductor. That's one big coil of wire. But since inductors oppose a change in current, you could use an inductor to reduce the flow of AC, which is constantly changing current, while at the same time allowing DC current to pass freely. And that would be a great use of this great big coil of wire. Now, inductors can take all different sizes and shapes. This is an air-wound inductor or coil because it's a coil of wire with air in the center of it. These are inductors or coils of wire in the shape of a donut, and these are called toroidal inductors, and the electromagnetic field is actually confined inside that donut. This is an adjustable inductor. You can change the amount of inductance, and these are inductors that are coils of wire with a metal center, some type of metal in the center of them here. So there are all kinds of inductors. Now, the amount of inductance in a coil is determined by the material that's inside of it. It could be air, it could be iron, or something of that sort, so it's the core material, they call it, and the length of the coil, and the number of turns used to wind the coil, and also how tightly those turns are wound together. All of that determines the inductance in a coil. Now, let's create an inductor, and we do that by having a coil of wire, running electricity through it, and now we have a magnetic field. Now, let's assume we'd like to make that inductor stronger. We'd like to increase the inductance. Well, we could do that by inserting an iron core in here, and when we do that, the field becomes tighter and there is more inductance. So as an iron core is inserted in the coil's inductance increases, and we can do that by putting that iron core in there. By the way, what is the inductor core? Well, the inductor core is the place in an inductor where the magnetic field is concentrated, and that's right there in the center of it, and that's called the inductor core. Now, you see that iron affects inductors. Let's assume that you have an adjustable coil, what's called a ferrite core coil. That's one with iron in the middle of it. And you use a metal tool. You have made a mistake using a metal tool to adjust that inductor. Instead, you should use a plastic tool. The reason that metal tool is a mistake is the metal tool can change the coil's inductance and cause you to tune the coil incorrectly. Now, we've been talking a lot about inductors, so let's take a look at the symbol for an inductor, and here it is. This is the symbol for an inductor like so, and because it has these bars at the top of it, we know that this is an iron core inductor. If it had not had these bars at the top of it, then it would have been an air core inductor. So let's take a look at the symbol for an inductor on a schematic, and we'll take a look at T7-1, and figure 6, or item 6 here, is an inductor. Notice in this particular case that it's an iron core inductor because it has the bars. There's a separate winding over here going for the antenna, but basically this is the inductor and it's an iron core inductor. Now, if there had been an arrow here, it would have told you that this was, in this case, a variable inductor. But since there is no arrow, it's a fixed iron core inductor. So if it had an arrow, value could be changed. Now, do you remember the basic unit of inductance? And the answer is, it is a Henry. Now remember, a donut-shaped inductor or a toroidal inductor looks like this, so I guess you call it, in that case, an O Henry. Now let's you and I create a circuit together, and let's put some inductance in that circuit. And that inductance, as you know, does two things. First of all, when you start the current flowing in this direction, you create a magnetic field. And during the time that magnetic field is being created, something else is happening, and that is there is an opposition to the flow of that current because it takes energy to create that magnetic field. Now, what determines how much opposition there is mostly how big an inductor. What's the value of that inductor there? How many coils of wire are there, and so on? Well, let's assume that we change this. Let's assume we want more inductance in that circuit. Well, one way to do that is to add another inductor of equal value, and let's assume we do that and put the second inductor in series. Now we have two inductors connected in series. That means one right after the other in the same circuit. What is the value of the inductance now? Well, the answer is it's like having one big, long inductor, twice as long as the original inductor. So when you have two equal value inductors in series, the total inductance is twice the value of one inductor. Now, I can hear you saying, John, I understand that. That's fine. I understand series now, and I understand how it works. But wait a minute. Hold the phone. What if you made two separate paths and had two inductors in parallel to each other, side by side? Well, when you do that, now you have given two paths for the current to flow, and side by side is parallel, like so. And now the total inductance, when you have two equal value inductors connected in parallel, like so, the total inductance is half the value of one inductor. So two equal value inductors in parallel, side by side, like so, the total inductance is half the value of one inductor. But if instead you had two inductors in series, one after the other, then it would be twice the value of one inductor. Let's go back to our circuit one more time and do something interesting with it. Let's have a source of alternating current. We have the current first going this direction and then going that direction. All right, first of all, we have the current going this direction. During the time that the current is beginning to flow, two things happen. First of all, you are creating a magnetic field. And during the time the magnetic field is being created, you have an opposition to the flow of that current. Now, let's assume we don't quite completely have that magnetic field created, and all of a sudden, the current alternates and goes the other direction. Now, once again, you've got to start all over again, creating a magnetic field. So you're creating a magnetic field, and during that time, you have an opposition to the flow of current. Well, you can see that the inductive reactance, the opposition to the current in the circuit, is created by an inductor. And the amount of inductive reactance is created not only by the value of the inductor, how much inductance there is in henries, by the way, but it's also determined by the frequency of the current. Because the higher the frequency, the less chance there is for that magnetic field to be created, and the more opposition to the current created by the inductor. So at very high frequencies, there is more inductive reactance. Now let's talk about the subject of capacitance. And folks, I don't care how good these look to eat. They are not good to eat. This is not rock candy. These are capacitors. And capacitors store a charge electrostatically. Like when you run a comb in your hair, you build up electrostatic charge. You do this with a capacitor. Capacitance is the ability to store energy in an electric field, and a capacitor stores a charge electrostatically, and it opposes a change in voltage. Let's take a look at why. Now here's a circuit with the capacitor in it, and a capacitor consists of two or more conductive plates with an insulating material between them. And what happens is the electrons quickly jump to this plate before voltage has a chance to build up. So when you have capacitance in a circuit, the first thing that happens is the electrons move first, then the voltage builds up later. So first you have current, then you have an increase in voltage, and that increase in voltage comes later because the capacitor opposes a change in voltage. Let's take a look at a capacitor and look how one might look in real life. First of all, we have an insulating material on the outside. If we strip away that insulating material on the outside, you see several plates. We'll look at them from one end and see they're connected, and they're also connected at the other end. Now, when you look at these plates, the thing you're going to notice is that the leads are connected to opposite plates. So we have several plates and with dielectric material between them, and basically these are several capacitors together, but they act as one great big capacitor. Now, the capacitance value of a capacitor is determined by the material between the plates, the area of one side of one plate, the number of plates you have, and the spacing between the plates. The closer together the plates are, the more capacitance you'll have. So as the plate area of a capacitor is increased, the capacitance increases. And you can do that with a whole bunch of plates, as we have in this particular case. Now let's take a look at Figure T7-1, and we're going to talk about how you might use a capacitor in a circuit. And item number 1 here is a capacitor. Now, as you know, when you have a direct current in a circuit, what happens is the plates get charged, and when the plates are fully charged, the current can't flow anymore. So if you have a direct current, what happens is ultimately a capacitor stops the flow of that direct current. But if, on the other hand, you have alternating current, then the plates get charged alternately back and forth, and therefore the current keeps flowing back and forth. So one thing that installing a capacitor in a circuit will do is it will block the flow of DC current while it allows AC current to pass. And that's the use of the capacitor in this circuit right here. Now let's take a look at the basic symbol for a capacitor, and if you add a plus to it, you now know that it's an electrolytic capacitor, and it makes a difference which way you hook it up. So you need to know that the plus makes this an electrolytic capacitor. Now, we said earlier, anytime you put an arrow on a component in a schematic, that tells you that the value can be adjusted or varied. So this is a variable capacitor. Let's take a look at what a variable capacitor would look like in real life. And here is a variable capacitor. And what it is 2 sets of circular plates. You rotate the plates and you can vary the amount of commonality or common surface area the plates have. And when the plates are more in common with each other, interleaved with each other, then you have more capacitance. And rotate it the other way and the plates are less in common with each other, you have less capacitance. So this is what a variable capacitor looks like in real life. Let's go back and take a look at a capacitor one more time. Let's put this thing back together again, put the insulation back on it, and you'll see the capacitor the way it would work inside a radio. And here's how it looks. Now, the question they're going to ask you about this particular capacitor is what unit would you use to measure the capacitance in a capacitor? And the answer is a farad, is the basic unit of capacitance. Now, you might know already, of course you know, there's 1,000,000 microfarads in 1 farad. So if you had 500,000 microfarads, you'd have 0.5 farads. How about picofarads, you might say? Well, in 1 microfarad, there's 1,000,000 picofarads, and so you need to know 1 microfarad equals 1,000,000 picofarads. Now let's you and I go back and look at our circuit with capacitance in it one more time. And let's assume we decide for some reason we want to install a second capacitor in series in this circuit. So now we have 2 equal value capacitors connected in series. What's going to happen to the total capacitance in that circuit? And the answer is what you have done is increase the distance between the end plates. It's the equivalent to spreading the plates apart. And so now, if you have 2 equal value capacitors connected in series, the total capacitance is half the value of either capacitor. Now you might say to me, wait a minute, John, how about, I got you now, what if we connected these capacitors in parallel, side by side, with 2 separate paths? Now, what you have done is increase the amount of plate area you have. So if you have 2 equal value capacitors connected in parallel, the total capacitance is twice the value of 1 capacitor. Now let's take a look at capacitive reactance. Capacitive reactance is the opposition to current in a circuit. And to do that, let's take a look at why there is capacitive reactance. Let's assume you start current going in this direction. What happens is the electrons flow until the plates become charged. then no electrons flow at all, and there is an opposition to the flow of current when you have a capacitor in a circuit. So that's called capacitive reactance. So what is capacitive reactance? It's the opposition to current in the circuit created by a capacitor. Two things determine the amount of capacitive reactance you have. It's determined by the value of the capacitor, of course, and also the frequency of the current. Because what happens is at very low frequencies, this capacitor gets charged and then no current flows. So the lower the frequency, the more opposition to the current caused by a capacitor. Now here's something interesting. This is a circuit with both inductance and capacitance in the same circuit. This is called a tuned circuit. Now the reason this is so interesting is this. As you remember, capacitive reactance increases as the frequency decreases. But inductive reactance increases as the frequency increases. And you also remember capacitive reactance tends to make the current flow first and then stop. Inductive reactance is the opposite. The current flows later in inductive reactance, so when these two are equal, they cancel each other out completely, and the only impedance in the circuit at that time would be resistance, because the other two have canceled each other out, and current will flow very easily in that circuit at that frequency, and that's the frequency at which that circuit is said to be resonant. Let's take a look at a resonant circuit. Here we have an oscilloscope, and it's attached to a resonant circuit, and we have a frequency counter. Now, this circuit is resonant at a particular frequency. We're going to start out above that frequency, go through the frequency, and you'll see the signal increase when it hits the resonant frequency, and then we'll go clear through it and go underneath the resonant frequency, and you'll see the signal decrease. Let's take a look at it. First of all, as we start the frequency counter, we're nearing the resonant frequency, and you can see the signal increase tremendously when you get to the resonant frequency. If we continue down and go beyond the resonant frequency, the signal decreases. If we go back up again, the signal increases again when we get the resonant frequency, and we get above it again, it decreases. So you can see that as you get to the resonant frequency, the amount of signal increases tremendously. And this, folks, is the principle by which a radio receives a lot of signal on one frequency and rejects signals on other frequencies. Now, the way that most electronic circuits work is they take an electronic signal and then change it in some way, and then that changed signal is passed on to the next circuit. Let's take a look at it. For example, here is a simple transistor-based amplifier circuit. A small signal is fed into the left side of this amplifier, then a larger copy of that same signal comes out the right side. And within the limits of the amplifier, for any signal fed into the left at the input, there will be a larger copy over here at the output. So this amplifier processes what is known as analog signals. And an analog signal is one with voltage or current values that vary continuously over some range. Now, a sine wave, for instance, is a great example of a simple analog signal. Now, voice waveforms are a lot more complicated examples of analog signals. As a simple experiment, suppose you speak into a microphone and display a picture of your voice signal. If you see this, what you'll find is that the frequency changes and the amplitude changes strength over a wide range of values. Now, examples of analog communications modes include FM modulated voice, single sideband voice, slow scan television, and fast scan television, or ATV. Now, to transmit these modes, what we do is we combine analog signals with a radio frequency carrier and create the transmitted radio signal. Now, on the other hand, some electrical circuits are designed to perform some operation on signals that are either on or off, like this. And when the signal is on, we often assign that a value of 1, and when the signal is off, we assign it a value of 0. This is one example right here of what is known as a digital signal. Amateur radio operators use several communications methods that do make use of digital signals. Now this, of course, is an example of Morse code, or what many hams call CW. Now, CW is a digital signal because the radio signal, which is a continuous wave, is turned on to form dots and dashes and turned off to form the spaces between the dots and dashes. Now, besides Morse code, other communications modes that use digital signals include things like RTTY, packet radio, PSK31, and other computer-generated signals. Now, some electronic circuits convert analog signals to digital signals by taking a voltage or value from an analog signal, say a sine wave, and assigning digital values to them. In this case, the digital signal is an approximate representation of the analog signals. Here we see this sine wave that was analog to begin with, and we have a digital approximation of that signal. Now you can see that the digital signal has specific steps over a range. Now, an analog to digital converter would take the analog signal and create approximate digital values just like this. Now, later then, you could use and then you could do some signal processing on it while it's a digital signal. And then later on, you could take a digital to analog converter and convert it back to an analog format. And what we have described, going from analog to digital, processing in the digital format, and then going back to the analog format, is what is known as digital signal processing. And many of the latest amateur radio transceivers use some form of digital signal processing, or DSP, to provide filtering in the receiver. Now let's do something very practical. Let's talk about practical electronics. And right here is something very, very practical because, folks, this is a battery. And the thing you need to know about a battery in this particular case is that a battery has a positive and a negative side to it. Now, if you look at a schematic or drawing and you look at the symbol for a battery, it also has a positive, negative side. So let's take a look here at figure T7-1. And when you go to the lower right-hand corner here, number 13 is a symbol for a battery. You'll notice it has a positive and a negative side, and the positive side has a longer line, and the negative side has a shorter line. So symbol 13 is a symbol for a single cell battery. Now, let's take a look at a circuit. The thing you need to know about a circuit is that you must have an uninterrupted continuous path for electricity to flow in a circuit. And when you do have that uninterrupted continuous path, you will have current flow, as this ammeter is showing we do have current flowing through this circuit. But if for some reason that continuous path is interrupted and you no longer have a continuous path, for instance, a switch might come open. If that were to happen, then the current could no longer flow because the path is interrupted, and this is called an open circuit. And an open circuit can have no current in it because you must have a continuous path for current to flow. Now, on the other hand, something else that can happen to you besides having an open circuit is you can have a short circuit. Let's assume you have a break in the insulation on a wire, and that wire gets shorted out the ground. That is called a short circuit. The current flows where you do not intend for it to flow, and generally because there's not enough resistance, you'll have too much current. So a short circuit uses too much current, and that is a bad thing because too much current can destroy the components of the circuit and could even cause a fire, so you don't want that to happen. So to prevent that from happening, very often you will have a fuse in a circuit, and the fuse in a circuit is designed so that the fuse will get hot when too much current goes through it. Then it will melt and interrupt the circuit. Now you'll have an open circuit. So a fuse is installed in a circuit to prevent damage to the components due to a short circuit. Now let's take a look at a couple schematic symbols for a fuse. I like this one right here. To me it looks like a fuse. You have a couple contact points, a little thin wire going through here. It looks like it could burn out. So that is a schematic symbol for a fuse. And the second symbol here is often representing a fuse on a schematic drawing. And I think of it as having a thin wire in here you can't see, but this is an alternate symbol for a fuse, and you'll see it a lot. Now let's take a look at how the fuse symbol might be used on a schematic diagram of a circuit. To do that, let's take a look at figure T7-1 here. And symbol number 12 is the schematic symbol in this case for a fuse. It's obviously that second one we looked at. Now, while we're here, let's take a look at some other things. Symbol number 14 here is a chassis ground. It's a wire connected to a chassis you can think of as kind of tilted over chassis, and that is a chassis ground. So that might help you to remember that. That looks a little bit like a chassis. Now, let's take a look at symbol number 8, and this looks like a spade going to the ground, doesn't it? Well, that is an earth ground. You have a contact here and a spade going into the ground, and that's a symbol for an earth ground. Now, let's take a look at symbol number 7. And symbol number 7 looks to me like a guy with his hand stuck up in the air. That is a symbol for an antenna. If it helps you to remember it, think of Ben Franklin with his hands in the air. He's obviously going to get some signals coming in here. And so that is number 7, the symbol for an antenna. Now let's take a look at figure T7-2, and let's talk about the schematic symbols for switches. And by the way, switches are described according to the number of inputs they have. We'll call those poles, and that's what they call them also too. And the number of outputs you have, and that's called the throws. Here is a single pole, a single input, single throw, one output switch. So it's single pole, single throw switch. On the other hand, you could have a single pole, double throw switch. Here's an example of that. Single pole, you have one input, but that one input has two places to go, so this is a single pole, double throw switch. On the other hand, you could have a double pole, single throw switch. Let's take a look at that. Here we have a double pole switch because it has two inputs, but each input only has one place to go, so this is a double pole, single throw switch. Now, let's take a look at symbol number 2 and see what you have here. And here you have a double pole because you have two inputs, and each input has two potential outputs, so this is a double pole, double throw switch. Now, if you have that terminology down, you can do a real good job of talking about switches. Now, transistors come in all different sizes and all different shapes and all different power ratings. And you might say to me, John, that's all well and good, but how do transistors work? Well, let's take a look at it. First of all, we're going to talk about what is known as semiconductor material. That's what transistors are made out of. And there are two types of semiconductor material. There's types that are called P-type of material and N-type of material. And semiconductor material is silicon, generally, that is doped with some other element to make it either P-type material or N-type material. Now, N-type material has lots of free electrons in it that can move around, and P-type material has holes that can accept those free electrons. Now, let's take a look at what happens in this particular case when you put N-type material next to P-type material and you put them right next to each other and you put a charge on it. You can do kind of a neat thing. Let's take a look at it. Now, if we put a negative charge on this side, what happens is the negative charge starts forcing electrons across this N-type material because there are free electrons, and similar charges repel each other and they get to the junction. Now, the positive charge makes sure all the holes are over in this direction because all the free electrons are over in this way. The positive charge makes sure that you have holes over in this direction. And now what you find is that because the electrons are over here and the holes are over here, that the electrons can flow freely and will flow freely in that direction. So you see that when you put a negative charge on the N-type material, a positive charge on the P-type material, you drive the electrons and holes towards the junction. And therefore, electrons can cross the junction and flow freely. Now, let's reverse the charge and see what happens. When you reverse the charge, now what happens is you attract all the electrons over here to the positive end of this, and all the electrons on this side are driven over here, so there are no holes, and therefore everything is driven away from the junction, and electricity cannot flow through here. And this, folks, is a neat thing called a diode that does allow electricity to flow in one direction but prevents it from flowing in the other direction, and that's kind of how you put a one-way gate in a circuit, and that's called a diode, and that's a neat thing you can do with semiconductor material. Now let's talk about how a diode can be very useful, and to do that, we'll connect an alternating current source to a diode as we have here. And what's going to happen is that for half of the cycle, the diode will be what they call forward biased and allows current through the circuit. But for the other half of this AC cycle, the current's going the other direction, the diode will be reverse biased and there will be no current. It gets blocked. So what happens is this diode then changes alternating current into a varying direct current signal, and it does it by turning it on and off. First you have direct, then you have nothing, then you have direct. It varies it by turning it on and off. So it is a varying direct current. Now, when we have alternating current connected to a diode, it changes it to a varying direct current. So we say that a diode will rectify the AC signal into a DC signal, and that's why diodes are sometimes called rectifiers. Now let's take a look at something else that's neat that you can do with semiconductor material, and this is really very interesting stuff. Here's a case in which we have P material sandwiched by N-type material. And here, this is called the emitter, this is called the base, and this is called the collector. Now let's put a charge on these and see what we can do with it. And this is very nice. We can put a negative charge on the emitter, and that will drive the electrons towards this junction. If there's a positive charge here, that will attract those electrons, and they will zing across here to the even more positive collector, and electricity will flow in this direction. Now, here's the neat thing you can do. As you put more or less positive charge, you drive electrons, either suck them towards this junction or kind of push them away from this junction, and you can control the amount of current that goes through this whole affair called a transistor by varying the charge on what is known as this base. So you vary the charge on the base, and you can make a tremendous difference the amount of current that goes through here. And you can see right now this neat assembly, this transistor is an amplifier, and it's an NPN amplifier in this particular case, an NPN transistor, and it conducts electricity from a negative emitter to a positive collector when the base voltage is made positive. And the more positive this base voltage gets, the more rapidly electricity flows through here. If you lower that voltage, the electricity will not flow through so fast, and so therefore you can amplify a signal by feeding that signal in here and creating a tremendous variation in the current with very little variation from the signal. So that is an amplifier. Now let's take a look at figure T7-1, and let's take a look at some of the schematic symbols for these things. First of all, let's check out an NPN transistor. That's item 4 here, and see if we can figure this out. Now we know this is an NPN transistor. How do we know that? Take a look at the arrow. The arrow is pointing out, so therefore it's not pointing in, and this is an NPN transistor because the arrow is not pointing in. Well, let's take a look at a PNP transistor, and symbol 10 is a symbol for a PNP transistor. How do I know? Well, the arrow is pointing in proudly. So this is a PNP transistor. Now, one of the things I want you to notice about a transistor here is when you look at the schematic, all the parts are connected to each other. Well, that's different from a vacuum tube. So now let's take a look at a vacuum tube, and you notice the parts are not connected. There's a space here. You can think of that as being a vacuum in there, and this is a vacuum tube, and you know that because the parts are not connected. This happens to be a triode. It's a simple vacuum tube that can be used as an amplifier. Now, why would you use a vacuum tube instead of a transistor? Well, you use a vacuum tube when you want to have more power. A vacuum tube can amplify a small signal, but it uses high voltages. Now, one of the disadvantages of using vacuum tubes is they take a lot of space. So if you'd like to get rid of some of that space requirement and combine things together, you could go all the way, if you wanted to, and use an integrated circuit. Now, integrated circuits have the advantage over vacuum tubes in that several functions can be combined in one package. This particular integrated circuit, or IC as it's called, might have 100 components in it. Now, here is a wonderful tool for hams. It's a handy-dandy 3-in-1 device called a multimeter. In the same instrument, you can measure voltage, current, or resistance. For instance, if you want to use it as an ohm meter, you can measure resistance. If you want to use it as a voltmeter, you could measure electromotive force. Now, if you're using this as a voltmeter, the way you would normally connect it is parallel to the circuit under test. Here we're trying to measure the voltage drop across a resistor, and so we have it parallel, and you can measure that voltage drop. If, on the other hand, you want to measure resistance, one of the things you'd need to do is make sure that the circuit you're testing is separated from its power source. And then you could use this same device to measure resistance, and the way it works is the multimeter will just put a little current from its own battery through the resistor and measure the resistance. If, however, you have the multimeter set to measure resistance and you do connect it to the power source as you would if you were measuring voltage, then you're in real trouble because you're going to destroy the circuitry. So one situation that could destroy the circuitry of your multimeter is switching it to measure resistance while you have it connected to measure voltage. That would be considered an expensive and bad thing. Now, when you switch a voltmeter from a lower voltage range to a higher voltage range, what you're really doing is adding resistance in the voltmeter. There's internal resistors here. When you make that switch, you're just putting in more resistance. Now let's assume that you really want to make a big change. You can go on more clicks here until you get more and more resistance, but let's assume you run out of range on a voltmeter. What are you going to do now, Super Ham? Well, you can increase the range of a voltmeter by cheating just a little bit. Here's the way I love to cheat. Look what's been done here. Here's the circuit we're trying to measure. Now we're going to add some more resistance in this circuit. And when you add more resistance in the circuit, what you're going to find is you've increased the range of the voltmeter. So in the circuit with the voltmeter, we put another resistor. We cheated. I love to cheat. And what we did is we increased the range of the voltmeter. So you can increase the range of a voltmeter if you've run out of internal resistors by putting resistance in the circuit between the meter and the circuit under test. Now let's assume that you are using a voltmeter and it's marked in volts and you're measuring 3,500 millivolts. How many volts would it show? You and I both know that there's 1,000 millivolts in a volt, so all we have to do is move the decimal point 3 places to the left and you've got it. It's 3.5 volts. Nothing to it. Now let's talk about using an ammeter to measure the current in a circuit. If you want to do that, how would you connect the ammeter? The answer is if you want to measure the current with an ammeter, you include the ammeter in the circuit in series with the circuit under test. Now let's talk about how we might use all of this, and to do that, let's take a look here at figure T8-9. And what we see here is a schematic diagram of a pretty simple circuit. It has a battery in it, and it has a resistor. That's about as simple as it gets. And let's assume that we've connected meter A here to measure the battery voltage, and what we're going to get, since it's in parallel to the battery, it gets the voltage of the battery, and we've got meter B here in the circuit to measure the current from the battery through the resistor. So let's assume you wanted to know the power of this circuit. Let's take a look at several ways we can find that out. First of all, power, as you remember, is equal to the volts times the amps, and the power is given to you in watts. But let's assume, for the sake of argument, we didn't know what the volts was. Well, you might remember the basic formula. Volts is equal to the current times the resistance. So you could substitute that E with I times R. So let's take a look at that and see what we get here. And now we have power equals I times R times I. Now, let's go a little bit further and see what the next formula would be. If you wanted to find the power, you just go I squared times R. So that's the formula for power. Now, let's find out what some of these values are in this circuit and see if we can figure out the power. First of all, let's assume that we found out that this meter A, was reading 10 volts. Then that's the voltage in the circuit. Let's take a look at meter B, and let's assume that we found out it was 0.01 amps. So that's meter B. The current is 0.01 amps. And let's assume also that we're told the resistance is 1,000 ohms. Now let's go back to our formula and plug in the numbers. Well, the current is 0.01, just square that and multiply that times the resistance, which is 1,000 ohms. So meter B, remember, read that 0.01 amps. When you multiply that out with your calculator, you find out the power is 1/10 of a watt. So the thing to remember in this case, if you want to find the power, one way to do it is take the current squared times the resistance. In that case, it's meter B squared times the resistance. In this case, we got 0.1 watts. Now let's assume that you're in an expensive mood today and you'd like to spend a lot of money. Well, one way you could do that is destroy the circuitry in your multimeter. And here's how you could do it. Let's assume that you had a circuit that drew 5 amps. And let's assume you switch your multimeter to microamps. What's going to happen? The needle is going to peg. you've destroyed the circuitry and you have spent some money.
Hello, CQ, calling CQ. Hello, CQ, calling CQ.
You know, these boxes seem to work just like magic. Imagine worldwide communications out of this little box. They do give magical results, but folks, it is not smoke and mirrors inside these boxes. I don't care what people say. You really can understand this. So let's take a look at figure T8-5 and see what we have here. And what we have is a basic CW or super heterodyne single sideband receiver. And it looks pretty simple, and I can tell you it really is pretty simple. Actually, it is a little more complicated than this, but you'll understand it. If you can understand this as we go through it, you're going to understand basically how a radio works. So let's take a look at how it works. First of all, you have a signal coming in the antenna like so, and that signal gets mixed with a sine wave from this oscillator. Puts out a sine wave here, it mixes them together. And by the way, when you mix frequencies, it's called heterodyning. And that's why this is called a heterodyne radio, because you mix frequencies. In fact, it really works super, so they call it a super heterodyne radio. So we're heterodyning, or mixing signals right here. And when you mix signals, you get 4 signals. You get the original 2 that you mix together, plus the sum of them and the difference of them. And so what that lets us do is get to one frequency here. We have some band pass filters and other kinds of filters so that we wind up with only the frequency we want, called the intermediate frequency, and that's one that the radio can work with very well. So we've converted everything to the intermediate frequency, or what they call the IF. Now the next thing we're going to do is amplify this intermediate frequency, and that's what we've done here. And so we've amplified the intermediate frequency. Next we have a beat frequency oscillator again, and we're going to mix that here in what is known as the product detector. So this circuit right here is called the product detector, and what we do is mix these frequencies so that the remaining frequency that we have left is just simply the audio signal, and then we amplify that audio signal and send it to the speaker, and folks, that's what it's all about. Now every receiver has some kind of detector circuit, and it's in every receiver, but a product detector is only in a single sideband or CW radio. It won't work for FM or PM radio. Now the thing you need to notice is, in order to get the frequencies we want, we had to have a lot of filters, and one kind of filter we had here was a band pass filter, and that allows only the frequencies in a certain band to pass through. You can see how the band pass filter works. You have these frequencies coming in, several frequencies. They pass through the filter, and the result is only the desired band of frequencies leaves. Now you might wonder, how do they do this? Well, a band pass filter consists of a high pass and a low pass filter, and it passes the desired range while rejecting signals above and below the desired band. So band pass filters are pretty commonly used in receivers. A band pass filter in that intermediate frequency section of a receiver blocks energy outside of a certain frequency range. Now a band pass filter then blocks energy above and below a certain limit, and that's one of the things you need to know. Now many radio receivers have several band pass filters, or IF filters. And if you look at this radio here, you see there are 3 filters. You select which filter you want by turning a knob on the front of the radio. And it has several filters. They have different bandwidths that can be selected by the operator. And the reason for that is some emission types require a wider bandwidth than others to be received properly. For instance, CW doesn't require much bandwidth. Single sideband requires more, and complete AM would require even more. So you can select how much selectivity you're going to have in this band pass filter. Now, if you want to simplify this filtering process and avoid having to have all different kinds of filters for different modes, you can do the same thing with circuitry in what is known as a digital signal processor, and that's what we have here. And what it can do is improve your CW reception, in particular when the bands are crowded. And a filter can be set to allow only a narrow range of frequencies to pass through, and this is a digital signal processor. Now you folks have got a receiver all figured out, so let's get just a little bit more complicated and take a look at a transmitter, and we'll do that by taking a look here at figure T8-1. And this may be an oversimplification, but it's how the thing works basically. And first of all, what we have here is an oscillator that puts out a sine wave, and the oscillator, by the way, controls the transmitter frequency. And then it goes to the driver, which just amplifies that signal that we start off with. And here you have a telegraph key that you can use to turn on and off that carrier wave's frequency signal. And that's what you're doing, is turning on and off an unmodulated signal, and that's a CW transmitter. Take it to a power amplifier, send it out to an antenna, and that's how a CW transmitter works, and that's all there is to it. Now, they may ask you on the test, what does this block number 1 do? Well, that is an oscillator, and that combined with a transmitter create an unmodulated carrier wave, which is just a sine wave. Now, the transmitters we've been looking at all have oscillators, and a very simple way to have a stable oscillator is to use a crystal-controlled oscillator. Now, the way a crystal works is when you apply a voltage through a crystal, it excites it and it vibrates, and the resulting output is at a single frequency, the resonant frequency of that crystal. So this makes a very stable frequency, and it's very cheap and simple to do it this way. So let's take a look at figure T8-1, and if block 1 were a crystal oscillator, they may ask you, what kind of transmitter would this be? And it would be a crystal-controlled transmitter. So you can have various kinds of oscillators here in block 1. If you had an oscillator where you could vary the frequency, this would be called a variable frequency oscillator, and the transmitter would be a VFO-controlled transmitter. Now, so far the radios we've been talking about are all AM radios, or amplitude modulation radios. So let's take a look at an FM radio, and let's lead off with an FM receiver. And to do that, let's take a look at figure T8-6, and this is an FM receiver. And once again, this is an oversimplification, but this is fundamentally how it works. If you understand this, you're going to be able to understand an FM receiver. Now, first of all, you have a signal coming in by the antenna, and this signal gets amplified. Then you have an oscillator that puts out a sine wave, and you mix this signal with that oscillator, and you get a resultant frequency. Now, remember, when you mix frequencies, you get 4 frequencies, the 2 original, and the sum and the difference. And one of those is going to be the intermediate frequency. So you wind up with the intermediate frequency. Now let's take a look at the limiter down here. And now this signal that came in had a lot of amplitude variations, and they tend to mix things up and create noise in an FM radio. So the limiter gets rid of those amplitude variations. Now what we have here is block 1. And block 1 is what is known as the frequency discriminator. It takes the FM signal, which is variations in frequency, and converts them into amplitude variations, which then become audio. If you have a voice radio, you send that amplitude modulated signal or audio out to the speaker, and if you have a voice radio, you can listen to the radio. So they may ask you, what is block 1 down here? And the answer is, if this is an FM radio, block 1 is a frequency discriminator. Now, if this frequency discriminator failed to work, then you wouldn't get any audio output in this radio. Now, let's take a look at a block diagram for another receiver, and this is figure T8-7. And let's take a look at this receiver and see what we can figure out about it. First of all, we know right off that this is a super heterodyne receiver. How do we know that? Well, because it has a mixer in it, and when you mix frequencies, you are heterodyning. So this is a super heterodyne receiver, and it's also a single conversion super heterodyne receiver. How do I know that? Well, we only have one oscillator and one mixer to get one intermediate frequency, so we know that this is a single conversion super heterodyne receiver. Now let's see what else we can figure out about this. We go from the intermediate amplifier here to the limiter, discriminator, and the de-emphasis block. Right off, we know from these two blocks that this is an FM receiver. How do I know that? Well, It's what these blocks do. The limiter, as you remember, limits amplitude modulation in an FM radio. And the discriminator takes frequency modulation and converts it to amplitude modulation and an audio signal, and those are part of an FM radio. And the de-emphasis circuit is a noise reduction circuit in an FM radio, so these two tell you that this is an FM radio. Now let's see what else we can figure out. Okay, we have an oscillator at 157.7, and it's mixed with an incoming signal to result in a 10.7 megahertz intermediate frequency. All right, what possible input frequencies could mix with 157.7 to get this intermediate frequency? Well, remember, when you mix frequencies, you get 4 signals. You get both the original frequencies plus the sum and difference of the two. So let's take a look at what we could have had as a input frequency. First of all, if you take the 157.7 and subtract 10.7, one input frequency could have been 147.0. Take the 157.7 and add 10.7, and another input frequency could have been 168.4. Well, these are both possible candidates to get, with this oscillator, this intermediate frequency. But 147.0 is in the 2-meter band, and so this is probably a 2-meter radio, and they probably have filters to get rid of 168.4. So what do we know about this radio? Well, it's a single conversion, super heterodyne, 2-meter band FM receiver. We know a lot. Well, let's take a look at an FM transmitter, and to do that, let's take a look at figure T8-2, and this is an FM transmitter. And once again, it's very simple for you and me to understand. First of all, you have a microphone, and that gives you an audio signal. You can run that through an amplifier and amplify the audio signal. Then you run it through this clipper filter that gets rid of unwanted frequencies and prevents overmodulation. And then you have the reactance modulator. The reactance modulator takes a sine wave from the oscillator and changes the reactance of the circuit based on the changes in the amplitude from the audio signal. And it changes the frequency based on these amplitude variations, and it changes these amplitude variations into frequency modulation. And now we have an FM signal. Now, that's the carrier signal that's been modulated, and the signal started from the crystal, was modulated here, and we have a varying FM signal, and the crystal frequency, by the way, is too low to send out over the antenna, so we multiply it. We'll multiply it several times until we're ready to send it out over the antenna, and then we'll amplify it, and then we'll send it out over the antenna. So this is an FM transmitter. So let's take a look at some things you might need to know about this. First of all, what is block number 1? It's a reactance modulator, and it varies the reactance based on the amplitude modulations from the audio signal and converts the amplitude modulations into frequency modulations. Now, if block 1 were a reactance modulator, what would happen if this audio amplifier failed to operate? Well, if the audio amplifier failed to operate, you wouldn't get a modulation of your carrier, and you'd just be sending out an unmodulated carrier. Folks, believe it or not, this wraps up what you need to know about radios. And so you now know that what's inside these boxes is not smoke and mirrors. It's something that you and I can easily understand.
When you're operating on the air, you're transmitting and receiving on a particular selected frequency, but your equipment will also sometimes be sending out signals on other frequencies. And if those signals are strong enough to get out of your equipment and onto the air, then you're creating what's known as spurious emissions. And there is a neat way to take a look at your signal and see what's going on when you're transmitting. And that's by using a spectrum analyzer. When you take a look at a spectrum analyzer, up the left-hand side of it is the power output on the signal, and across the bottom of it is the frequency. And when you're transmitting, the signal's going to look something like this. Your chosen frequency will be the tall one over here on the left, and any other spikes that are along here are really transmissions, emissions on frequencies that you do not really want to be transmitting on. So when your transmitter is sending signals outside the band in which you intend to be transmitting, that's called spurious emissions, and you can see it on a spectrum analyzer like this. So if you're using a handheld transceiver, and someone tells you that you're interfering with other signals on a frequency near yours, your handheld may be transmitting spurious emissions. You're getting some signal out onto the air on frequencies that you do not intend to do. When you take a look at a transmitter, there's shielding in it that is designed to prevent unwanted radio frequency from getting out on the air, RF from getting out on the air. The cover on the transmitter is part of the shielding, but this metal area here is really the heavy-duty shielding designed to prevent signal leakage out of the high-power part of the transmitter. So the metal box around your transmitter is a type of shielding, and the main purpose of it is to prevent unwanted RF radiation. If you operate your transmitter without having the cover and the other shielding in place, what you may end up with is spurious emissions. The signals may leak out of your transmitter, and you end up with them causing interference on other frequencies.
This is Shreya State with the Orlando Sentinel, also for
This is not a pretty TV picture, but let's assume that that is the kind of TV picture that your neighbor has. And knowing that you are a ham, your neighbor picks up the telephone and says, "Hey, you're messing up my TV picture. I've got good audio, but I've got all these bars across it. I think you're causing me interference." It is possible that your transmitter could be causing this TV interference, and if it were, it would be caused by harmonic radiation. For instance, let's assume that your neighbor reports television interference to their TV on 1 or 2 channels, but only when you're transmitting on the 15-meter band. In that case, the cause of the interference probably would be harmonic radiation from your transmitter. And by the way, I think you can guess who's going to be responsible for solving that kind of problem. You are going to be responsible, not your neighbors, and the reason is because it's your transmitter causing that problem. So if you go back to the spectrum analyzer and you take a look at a signal that does have harmonic radiation on it, it might look something like this. Now, this is a pretty extreme case, but it could happen, and it certainly makes the point. Harmonic radiation means that you have unwanted signals at frequencies that are multiples of the fundamental frequency. So the frequency of a harmonic will be exactly 2 or 3 or 4 times or more that of the fundamental or chosen frequency. For instance, the 4th harmonic of a 7160 kilohertz signal would be 4 times 7160 or 28,640 kilohertz. Now, harmonic radiation from your amateur station is not a good thing. It can cause TV interference. It can also cause interference to other stations, and it can result in unwanted signals that fall outside of the amateur bands, what we call out-of-band signals. Or even if it stays in the amateur bands, it could end up on a different band than you're transmitting on. For instance, you might be told that your station was heard on 21,375 kilohertz, but you were actually operating on 7125 kilohertz. And the reason that might happen is that your transmitter was radiating harmonic signals. The frequency you were heard on, 21,375, is the third harmonic of 7125. You are transmitting on the 40-meter band, but you're actually being heard and causing interference on the 15-meter band here. And that's not a good thing. It's going to cause problems for people. Now, one source of harmonic radiation is a multi-band antenna that's connected to a poorly tuned transmitter. What can happen? The multi-band antenna is one that works on several different bands. And if you do have a multi-band antenna, it can radiate any harmonics that are present on those harmonic frequencies. Now, what do you do to reduce harmonic radiation? Modern HF transmitters have a built-in low-pass filter in their RF output circuits. In this particular case, it's some coils and some capacitors. What the low-pass filter does is it allows the desired frequency to pass, but it filters out the undesired higher frequency harmonic radiation. Here you've got a low frequency, medium frequency, high frequency, and that low pass filter is stopping the medium and high frequencies, but it's allowing the low frequency to pass, called a low pass filter. So if you're asked, why would you use a low-pass filter? A low-pass filter might be connected to an amateur HF transmitter in order to cut down on harmonic radiation. Now, this is an external low-pass filter. In some circumstances, you might need to connect an external one in addition to the built-in low-pass filter in the transmitter in order to get the harmonic radiation down enough in your particular circumstances. This is not a very pretty TV picture either. This is another kind of television interference. Now, if you're told that your amateur station is causing television interference, the first thing you want to do is make sure your station is operating properly and that it does not cause interference to your own television. This type of interference probably comes from receiver overload. Receiver overload is also called front-end overload. And what it is interference caused by strong signals from a nearby transmitter that produce spurious signals in the receiver. Front-end overload, receiver overload, is not really a transmitter problem as much as it is a problem with the design of the receiver. But nonetheless, as a responsible amateur operator and a good neighbor, you want to do everything you can to help your neighbors eliminate any kind of interference that comes about because you're using your transmitter. If the interference is about the same, no matter what frequency is used on your transmitter, the radio frequency interference to the receiver probably is caused by front-end overload, by receiver overload. So if your neighbor reports television interference whenever you're transmitting from your amateur station, no matter what frequency band you're on, receiver overload probably is the cause of that interference. So if your transmitter is causing front-end overload for a neighbor's TV receiver, now who's responsible for fixing the problem? Well, in this case, the neighbor is, although he might not like it very much. The owner of the TV receiver is responsible for fixing the problem because there's nothing that you can do at your transmitter to solve the problem. The reason is you have to prevent the amateur signal from entering the front end of that TV receiver. So how do you do that? You could connect a high-pass filter to a TV receiver. That would be the first step in trying to prevent front-end overload from an amateur HF station. Now, a high-pass filter like that, the way it works is that it blocks the lower frequencies and it allows the higher VHF and UHF frequencies to pass, and that way it should block out the interference from your amateur transmitter and allow the TV signal to pass freely. If it's a cable TV receiver that has the problem, the first thing would be to tighten all the connectors and then inspect the cable system transmission line. And what you're looking for in the line is for breaks, because if there's a break in the cable TV system line, it allows amateur signals to leak into the line and cause interference with the TV receivers. And by the way, cable TV signals can also leak out of breaks in the line and interfere with your amateur receiver. What if you've been told that your amateur radio station is causing interference? Boy, that's big-time interference to nearby radio or broadcast TV receivers, and they've got good engineering design. Well, of course, you'll try and resolve the interference complaints. You'll try and find out what's causing the problem and maybe even make changes to your station or equipment. But if you cannot resolve the problems, the FCC may step in and they may impose some operating restrictions on you. The FCC may require, for instance, that you discontinue operations on the frequencies that are causing the interference during certain evening hours and on Sunday mornings. If the FCC engineers decide that they should inspect your station to make sure your equipment is operating properly, they can ask to make that inspection at any time. Now, interference to telephones and other audio devices from amateur radio transmitters is not the fault of the transmitter. As explained in the FCC's Interference Handbook, telephone interference generally happens because telephones are not designed to operate near radio transmitters, and the telephone improperly functions as a radio receiver. The major cause of interference to telephones from nearby radio transmitters is the fact that the telephone was not equipped with interference protection when it was manufactured. Cordless telephones, in particular, are highly susceptible to radio interference. Fortunately, commercially manufactured radio frequency interference filters are available that can be inserted in the telephone line where it connects to the telephone. Now, if you want to operate your transceiver on a mobile basis, you might want to power it using your automobile battery. An automobile battery usually supplies about 12 volts. But what if you want to operate your transceiver out of your house? The wall outlet in your house will usually supply, in the U.S., about 120 volts. A mobile transceiver is pretty much designed to operate on 12 volts. So how are you going to convert from that wall outlet down to 12 volts? That's what a power supply does. A power supply converts household current to 12 volts DC for use with your mobile transceiver. So if your mobile transceiver works just fine in your car, but it does not work right in your house, what you want to do first is check the power supply, because that's the only thing that you've changed. Now, most of the components in your ham shack will use very little power. But anything that's got a transmitter in it, like your transceiver, will need a heavy-duty power supply. So your transceiver is usually going to need a pretty heavy-duty power supply. One problem that a power supply can develop is bad filter capacitors in that power supply. And if you have bad filter capacitors, they can cause a buzzing or hum in your signal. Because if the filter capacitor is bad, it no longer filters out the AC, the 60-cycle hum that you get from AC current. Let's take a look at what it would sound like if you had a bad filter capacitor.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And that hum that you heard is the 60-cycle hum because you've got a bad filter capacitor. That 60-cycle hum does not just affect your receiver. It can also result in modulation of the RF signal source, causing the hum to be transmitted over the air with your signal. Since you do not want a 60-cycle hum on your transmitted CW or phone signals, you do want to have good power supply filtering. Now, you will not have AC hum problems when you install a radio in your car for mobile operation, but there are a variety of other problems that can affect the quality of your transmitted signal. The alternator, computer controls, and other accessories in your vehicle create varying load conditions on the electrical system as they turn on and off. All of this can result in a lot of electrical noise on that DC supply line to your radio. So it's very important to provide adequate DC source supply filtering for your mobile transceiver to reduce stray noise and RF pickup in the receiver and transmitter sections. Now, when you're talking to people on the air, one of the things that you'll be exchanging with each other is information about your signal strength, signal readability, and so on.
KB9HJA, this is KB6MCU in San Diego, California. I have you a 5 and 8 into San Diego.
What you're hearing with that 5 and 8 is an RST signal report. An RST signal report is a short way to describe the quality of the signals that you're receiving. Now, the RST stands for readability, signal strength, and tone. Tone is used only on Morse code or CW. Readability you give on a scale from 1 to 5, with 5 being perfect and 1 being really unhearable. Signal strength is on a scale of 1 to 9, with 9 being the strongest and 1 being the weakest. And tone on a scale of 1 to 9, with 9 being the best, but again, tone is only used when you're working Morse code or CW. Now, if you change your transceiver's microphone, for instance, from a mobile type to a base station type, you want to make sure that you've got good signal quality, and the way you do that is by doing an on-the-air radio check. And that on-the-air radio check might sound like this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is a radio check.
Now, how do you measure the relative signal strength in a receiver? For that, you're going to use an S meter. The S meter, notice that it starts down here at 1 and goes up to 9. The S meter is going to measure the relative signal strength in that receiver. The needle here is sitting pretty darn low, so I'd say we've got pretty poor signal strength right now. Now, S meters only give a relative indication of received signal strength. So 2 radios that are using the same antenna and receiving the same signal might show 2 very different readings. So if your signal report is 5, 7, it means that your signal is perfectly readable, because as far as readability is concerned, 5 is the very best on readability. And the 7, as far as the signal strength, means that you are moderately strong. Perfectly readable and moderately strong. Suppose that you get a signal report, though, of 3, 3. If your signal report is 3, 3, that means that your signal is readable with considerable difficulty. 3 is about the middle, goes from 1 to 5 on readability. 3 is about the middle, and weak in strength, because as far as the strength is concerned, you are 3 out of 9. Readable with considerable difficulty and weak in strength. Now, if you get a signal report of 5, 9 plus 20 dB, what that means as far as the signal strength is concerned is that you are 20 decibels greater than signal strength 9. So even though the scale goes from 1 to 9 as far as strength is concerned, you will sometimes be given signal strength in decibels over the 9. 5, 9 plus 20 dB is 20 decibels greater than strength 9. Now, the decibel is one unit you'll hear used and misused quite often in electronics. So just what does decibel mean? Well, first we'll define decibel, and then we'll take a look at how we use decibels in electronics. You've probably already recognized deci as the metric prefix that means 1/10. So the unit we're really talking about here is the bell, and a decibel is just 1/10 of a bell. We often use a capital B to abbreviate bell. Since the lowercase d is the abbreviation for deci, the proper abbreviation for a decibel is small d, capital B. By the way, the bell is named for Alexander Graham Bell. Most people remember Bell for his invention of the telephone. But Bell was also very interested in working with deaf people and studying the way we hear sounds. In electronics, we use the decibel as a comparison of power levels. A decibel is defined as 10 times the logarithm or log of the ratio of two power levels. Now, we aren't going to get technical or go into a lot of math here, so don't panic. A couple of examples will make this easy to understand. Suppose you're operating a transmitter with a power output of 5 watts. Now you increase that output power to 10 watts. Find the ratio of these power levels by dividing the new higher power, 10 watts, by the original value, which was 5 watts, and you get 2. If you have a scientific calculator, you can find the log of 2, which is 0.3. Now, if we multiply that result by 10, we get 3 dB, or 3 decibels. So by going from 5 watts to 10 watts, we've increased our transmitter power by 3 dB, or 3 decibels. Suppose instead that you were operating with 10 watts and you increased your power from 10 watts to 20 watts. Well, the ratio of those power levels is again 2. 20 divided by 10 is 2. So if you double the power, the dB will increase by 3. Now, this also works for a decrease in power. If you cut the power in half, you'll have a 3 dB loss of power. Power loss values are often written as negative values. For example, in this case, minus 3 dB. Now, to get the maximum performance out of your equipment, you want to make sure that your receiver is calibrated correctly. And there's a couple of different things that need calibration. Let's talk about the circuits themselves first of all. To calibrate the circuits, you use a signal generator. And a signal generator is a device, we're going to look at it in just a minute, that produces a stable, low-level signal, meaning a low-power signal that can be set to a desired frequency, any frequency that you desire. The purpose of an RF signal generator is to align tuned circuits. And what that really means is that you can adjust the circuit using this. A tuned circuit is one that can be tuned to be resonant at a certain frequency, meaning that it will pass that particular frequency through the circuit, through the transceiver. And you can adjust the circuit to make sure that you're getting the maximum signal strength for the particular frequency that you want. Let's take a look at someone using an RF signal generator. What they're doing is selecting the 2-meter band, and then they're fine-tuning it. You'll hear a tone. That tone is being received on the handheld in front of the signal generator and indicates that the handheld is receiving the signal that's being put out by this signal generator. Now, if you need to calibrate the tuning dial on your receiver, what you use to do that is a marker generator. The marker generator is an oscillator, and it generates a highly stable, very accurate reference signal, and it generates the signals at exact frequency intervals, at intervals rather than generating a single desired frequency. So if they ask you what the purpose of a marker generator is, it's used to calibrate the tuning dial on a receiver. Now, sometimes a marker generator is built into the receiver. When it's built into the receiver, it's usually called a crystal calibrator. For the test, you need to know that a crystal calibrator is used to inject a frequency calibration signal into a receiver. And what it lets you do then, again, is to calibrate your tuning dial. And let's take a look at someone doing that. They press the calibrate button, and they tune the tone down till it just disappears, and that indicates then that they are exactly on the signal that's being generated by the crystal calibrator. Now, there's another way that you can calibrate your receiver. You can use a government station. The U.S. National Institute of Standards and Technology operates 2 stations, WWV in Colorado and WWVH in Hawaii, that transmit time broadcasts. These stations are frequency standards, and what that means is they are always dead accurate on frequency. And because they're dead accurate on frequency, you can use them to calibrate the tuning dial on your receiver. Let's watch somebody doing that.
At the tone, 18 hours.
Now he's fine-tuning.
5 minutes.
And there's the time signal, and he's dead accurate on frequency. What you do not want to use to calibrate your tuning dial is the signal from another ham station, because you don't know whether they're accurate or not. So if you're asked how you might check the accuracy of your receiver's tuning dial, one way to do it is by tuning to one of the frequencies of station WWV or WWVH. And that covers our information on operating considerations. Let's talk about antennas. Now, an antenna is used to radiate radio energy. In other words, to send your signal on its way. A length of wire is used to form an antenna. Now, this wire will have some inductive reactance and some capacitive reactance associated with it. The antenna is resonant for a frequency at which the capacitive reactance equals the inductive reactance, leaving resistance as the only impedance at the feed point. The frequency at which this happens is determined by the length of the antenna. While we're talking about antenna length, suppose that you're told that you have an antenna that is 400 centimeters long, and they ask you how long is that antenna in meters. Well, centi means 1/100th, so if you have 400 centimeters, simply divide the 400 by 100, and that antenna would be 4 meters long. Let's take a look now at a half-wavelength dipole antenna. The dipole part of it means that you have 2 wires and it's fed in the center. The half-wavelength, the reason we call it that is because that's what it is. If you take a look at the sine wave that represents a full wavelength for the frequency this antenna is operating on, you'll notice that the length of the dipole antenna is equal to exactly 1/2 of the wavelength. Now, if you want to calculate the length in feet of a half-wavelength dipole antenna, what you do is you divide 468 by the frequency that you want to operate on in megahertz. You have to make sure that the frequency is expressed in megahertz. Now, where do we get the 468 from? Well, because we want the antenna length in feet, what we start with is the speed of light in feet per second, modified a little bit because our signal is moving through a wire and antenna rather than moving through open space. So what you want to remember is 468. Who do we appreciate? Take 468 and divide it by the frequency in megahertz. So let's do that a little bit. Let's assume that you want a half-wavelength dipole antenna to operate on frequency 3725 kilohertz, and you want to know how many feet that dipole antenna should be, half-wavelength dipole. So you start with 468. Who do we appreciate? 468 divided by the frequency, expressed how? In megahertz. And this frequency is in kilohertz. So 3,725 kilohertz is 3.725 megahertz. 468 divided by 3.725 megahertz gives 125.6 feet, and when you round it off, the way they will on the test, that is an antenna length for a half-wavelength antenna of 126 feet, which would be a pretty good-sized antenna. Now, what if the frequency that you want to operate on is a different one, 28.150 megahertz, and you want to know the length of a half-wavelength dipole antenna for that frequency? Okay, you take 468, divide it by the frequency in megahertz. In this case, the frequency is given to you in megahertz, 28.150, and that gives you 16.6 feet. And when you round it off, that's a half-wavelength antenna length of 17 feet. Let's try another calculation for an antenna, this time one to operate on a frequency of 147 megahertz. We want to know the length of a half-wavelength dipole antenna, but this time we want to know it in inches instead of feet. So we start with 468. Who do we appreciate? We take 468 divided by the frequency in megahertz. Well, it was given to us in megahertz. It's 147, and that gives us an answer of 3.18 feet. But they didn't ask for the answer in feet. They want to know it in inches. Since there's 12 inches in a foot, we multiply 3.18 times 12, and that gives us 38.2 inches, or if we rounded it off, 38 inches. Now, this equation takes into account several factors that affect the length of a wire antenna. And the equation works best for wire antennas made for the HF bands. When we use the equation for VHF or even UHF antennas, it gives a result that's usually a little bit too long. So you can start with this length, but in reality, you'll probably have to shorten the antenna a little bit for best performance. For a dipole antenna on the 2-meter band, a length of about 37 inches is about right. And that's the answer listed for this question, even though the equation suggests a length of 38 inches. Now, suppose instead the frequency that you're going to operate on is 223 megahertz. Again, you want to know the length of a half-wavelength dipole antenna, and again, you want to know it in inches. So again, you start with 468. Who do we appreciate? 468 divided by the frequency in megahertz. It was given to us in megahertz. It's 223, gives us 2.1 feet. But since we want to know the answer in inches, we multiply 2.1 feet times 12, and that gives us 25.2 inches, or rounded off, 25 inches for our antenna length. Now, that's for a half-wavelength dipole, but what if you want to calculate the length in feet of a quarter-wavelength vertical antenna? To calculate the length in feet of a quarter-wavelength vertical antenna, what you do is divide 234 by the antenna's operating frequency, again given to you in megahertz. Now, where do we get the 234 from? Well, this is a quarter wavelength instead of a half wavelength. So we take the 468 that we worked with before and take half of it because we're working with a quarter wavelength instead of the half wavelength. So let's assume you want to find the length of a quarter wavelength vertical antenna for a frequency of 440 megahertz, and you want to know how many feet it should be. Okay, you take 234 and divide it by the frequency in megahertz, so 234 divided by 440 megahertz is 0.53 feet. But suppose you wanted to know the length of this antenna in inches instead of in feet. There are 12 inches in a foot, so 12 inches times 0.53 feet is 6.36 inches, or rounded off to the nearest inch, that would be 6 inches. Now, suppose that they give you instead a frequency that you want to operate on of 28.450 megahertz. And again, they want to know the length of a quarter wavelength vertical. Again, you take 234 and divide it by the frequency in megahertz. 234 divided by 28.450 is an antenna length of 8.22 feet, or rounded off to 8 feet. Let's try one more, just to be sure you know how to design a quarter wavelength antenna. Suppose you want a quarter wavelength vertical antenna to use with your 2-meter radio. We'll use a frequency of 146 megahertz as an example. But you might pick the frequency you operate most, or one in the middle of the band for your antenna design. Once again, we find the length by dividing 234 by the frequency in megahertz, 146 megahertz, and your antenna will need to be 1.6 feet long. How many inches is that? Well, we can multiply the length in feet times 12 inches per foot, so we have 19.2 inches. Round that off to 19 inches, and that's a good length to use to build a quarter wavelength vertical antenna for the 2-meter band. Now, when you take a look at a half-wave dipole antenna, like this one is, and if an antenna is longer, the resonant frequency on that antenna is going to decrease. So to lower the resonant frequency of a dipole antenna, what you want to do is you want to lengthen the antenna, because the longer that antenna is, the lower the resonant frequency is going to be. On the other hand, what if you shorten the antenna? If you make that antenna shorter, the resonant frequency is going to increase, it's going to go up. So if you want to raise the resonant frequency of a dipole antenna, what you would do is shorten that dipole antenna. Let's take a look as an example of that, of what happened with our antenna length at different frequencies when we were looking at the half-wave dipoles. When we had a frequency of 3.725 megahertz, we needed an antenna length for the half wavelength of 126 feet. But if you shorten that antenna down to 17 feet, now it's going to be resonant for a frequency of 28.150 megahertz. So the shorter the antenna is, the higher the frequency that it's going to perform well on. Some antennas use loading coils as a part of the antenna elements. A loading coil adds inductance to the antenna circuit. An antenna that uses loading coils will be physically shorter for the same resonant frequency than an antenna with no loading coils that's designed for the same frequency. Let's talk about non-directional antennas. A type of non-directional antenna that's easy to make at home and works well outdoors is this type, which is called a ground plane antenna. A ground plane antenna has a vertical rod like this, and it also has radials that are parallel to the ground. And a ground plane antenna is a type of vertical antenna. Now, a vertical antenna sends out most of its radio energy equally in all horizontal directions, and that's a type of non-directional antenna. A magnetic base whip antenna that's placed on the roof of a car is a ground plane. The roof of the car basically gives you an infinite number of radials. If a magnetic base whip antenna is placed on the roof of a car, it sends out radio energy equally well in all horizontal directions. Now, a 5/8 wavelength vertical antenna, like this, is better than a quarter wavelength vertical antenna, that's this one here, for VHF or UHF mobile operations, because the 5/8 wavelength antenna has more gain. And by more gain, what we mean is it sends more energy out horizontally instead of vertically than the quarter wavelength antenna does. Let's talk now about directional antennas. A directional antenna is an antenna that sends and receives radio energy mainly in one direction. Now, one type of directional antenna is a half-wave dipole like this. A half-wave dipole radiates its energy perpendicular to the wires. So if the ends of a half-wave dipole antenna point east and west like this one does, where's the energy going to be going? The radio energy will go out mostly to the north and to the south, and it will form a pattern that looks something like this. Two directions rather than one direction, but it is somewhat directional. A dipole antenna like this one would be a good choice as part of a portable HF amateur station that could be set up in case of an emergency. Now, a more directional antenna than the dipole would be a Yagi that looks typically something like this. A Yagi antenna is a type of beam antenna that is constructed with two or more straight parallel elements arranged in line with each other. And when you take a look at the radiation pattern on a Yagi, this particular one is pointed to the east. A Yagi antenna sends out most of its radio energy in one direction. And so on this particular antenna pointed to the east, the radio energy pattern would look like this. The signal is coming out to the east. Now let's take a look at this UHF beam antenna and talk about the different elements of it. Most beam antennas have one directly driven element. The driven element is this part right here. The driven element receives its energy from the feed line. So you can always recognize the driven element because that's where the feed line is going to be attached. And the length of the driven element will be approximately 1/2 wavelength long. A parasitic beam antenna, like a Yagi, is an antenna where some elements obtain their radio energy by induction, by radiation from the driven element. The parasitic elements of a Yagi antenna, first of all, are any directors. Now, the directors are in front of the driven element. So this is the driven element. Here are the directors. The radio energy will be going out to the right, out this antenna, going out through the directors. The other parasitic element is any reflectors. The reflector is behind the driven element, and the reflector will typically be a little bit longer than the driven element, and the directors will be a little bit shorter. So the energy is going to be going out to the right along the antenna this way. The driven element is always easy to recognize because what attaches to the driven element? The feed line. So find the feed line coming in, and whatever element it attaches to is going to be the driven element. As you can see, this is the driven element here. Now the director will be in front of the driven element, and it will be a little bit shorter than the driven element. The reflector is behind the driven element, and it's a little bit longer than the driven element is. You can think of it as focusing the signal. Here's the longest, a medium length, and a shorter length. Think of it as focusing the signal like it's flowing down a funnel. The signal in this case is going out to the right. Most of the radio energy here will be going out to the right. Now, the gain of an antenna refers to the concentration of transmitter power in a particular direction. The thing that would have the greatest effect on the gain of a Yagi antenna like this is the boom length. The longer the boom is, the higher the gain will be. If you make some changes to the design of your antenna so that you increase the gain of your antenna by 3 decibels, 3 dB, in the direction you want the signal to go, you'll increase the effective radiated power, the ERP, by a factor of 2. So a 3 dB increase in gain will double the effective radiated power. Now, another type of directional antenna is a cubical quad antenna like this. A cubical quad antenna consists of 2 or more parallel 4-sided wire loops. You've got 2 of them in this particular case, but there could be more than 2. Each of these wire loops is approximately 1 wavelength long. The driven element is going to be 1 electrical wavelength long. The reflector element, in this case the left loop, is slightly longer than that. The wire on that is slightly longer than 1 electrical wavelength. A similar type of antenna to a cubical quad is a delta loop antenna that looks like this. With a delta loop antenna, you have triangular elements instead of square elements. If you have a dipole antenna, you can turn it into a multiband antenna by connecting 2 quarter wavelength wires for each additional band that you want to use. Now, the advantage of a multiband antenna is that it allows you to operate on more than 1 band using a single feed line. That's nice. So what are the disadvantages of a multiband antenna? The disadvantage is the possibility of producing harmonics, and that's because the antenna radiates signals on 2 or more bands simultaneously. Of course, if you have a correctly adjusted transmitter, that will eliminate the problem. Now, let's assume that you've got a dual band antenna and you want to connect it to a mobile transceiver that has separate VHF and UHF outputs. How do you do that? Well, you use a duplexer. This duplexer makes sure that the signal that comes out from one antenna connector goes to the antenna and does not go back into the radio through a different antenna connector. I have a rubber duck, and so does my friend Bill, but his rubber duck doesn't look anything like mine does. It's a lot more useful, too. The antenna that comes with a handheld transceiver is made of flexible rubber, and it's commonly called a rubber duck. A disadvantage of this antenna is that it's less efficient, and because it's less efficient, a larger antenna is required. A much better choice, more efficient choice, would be a quarter wavelength telescoping antenna. If you use a handheld radio for mobile operation, one thing you can do to improve the range of your signal is to add an external antenna on the vehicle roof. Many hams like to use what's known as a mag mount antenna. That's a magnetic mount antenna. The magnet holds the antenna to the roof of your vehicle, but you can easily remove the antenna when you're not going to be operating the radio, or if you want to move the antenna to another vehicle. Let's talk now about antenna polarization. When we're working with radio waves can be either horizontally or vertically polarized. And the type of waves we're talking about are electromagnetic waves, but it's the electrical lines of force that tell us whether those waves are horizontally or vertically polarized. Not the magnetic component, but the electric component. Let's talk about vertical wave polarization. Vertical wave polarization means that the electric lines of force, not the magnetic lines of force, but the electric lines of force of the radio wave are perpendicular to the Earth's surface. So here you've got this Yagi antenna sending out its signal, and with vertical polarization, the electric lines of force in that signal will be perpendicular to the Earth's surface. With horizontal wave polarization, the electric lines of force, not magnetic but electric lines of force of that radio wave, will now be parallel to the Earth's surface instead. Now on VHF and UHF FM frequencies, they typically have vertical polarization on the antennas, and the signals will be weaker if you're using different polarization than the other party to the communication. This beam antenna has got vertical polarization because the elements of it are perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. On HF frequencies, the polarization is not as important because the polarization will change as the signal is bent back by the ionosphere. A Yagi antenna will have horizontal electromagnetic wave polarization when its elements are parallel to the Earth's surface, as they are in this particular case. A half-wavelength antenna will have vertical electromagnetic wave polarization when it's perpendicular to the Earth's surface. Here's our half-wavelength antenna. It's perpendicular to the Earth's surface, so what it's going to have is vertical polarization, and the pattern on it is going to look like this. Now in the VHF and UHF spectrums, most repeaters will have vertical polarization, and the reason for this is because the antennas on cars are usually vertical. Now, most man-made electrical noise, and there's a lot of electrical noise out there, but man-made electrical noise such as car ignitions, power lines, electric motors in the HF and VH spectrum have vertical electromagnetic wave polarization. The problem with that man-made electrical noise is if it's strong enough, it can mask weak signals. So for weak signal operation on the VHF and UHF bands, you want to use horizontally polarized antennas. Weak signal modes are CW and single sideband voice rather than FM voice. Circular polarization has both horizontal and vertical elements to it, and that's what you need for your Earth-based antennas if you're using satellite communications. And the reason for that is because most orbiting satellite antennas are circularly polarized. Let's talk now about connecting your antenna to the transceiver. To connect your antenna to your transceiver, you need a feed line. These are the feed lines coming in to these particular different antennas. It's the cable between, or whatever type of feed line it is, between your transceiver and the antenna. By the way, the feed point is where the feed line, like this coaxial cable, attaches to the antenna. What you never want to do is you never want to connect a receiver directly to the output of a transmitter or a transceiver. And the reason you don't want to do that is a receiver is built to take very small amounts of radio frequency energy and amplify them a great deal. And a transmitter is putting out a great deal of energy already. So if you connect a receiver directly to the output of a transceiver, what you're going to get is probably a lot of smoke. And all the smoke you see coming out is going to be damage to the receiver and a lot of your money going up in smoke because it's likely to be very expensive. Now, you may want to be able to switch your transceiver between more than one type of antenna, and you can do that by connecting an antenna switch to your transceiver. Here's all the different feed lines coming in, and here's a switch that lets you select, in this case, among 6 different antennas. What you would do is you would use that switch to select different antennas when you want to use different frequencies. Now, the feed lines that went into that antenna switcher were coaxial cable, different varieties of this. Coaxial cable, often called coax, consists of a center wire inside an insulating material covered by a metal sleeve or shield, and it also has on the outside of it a plastic jacket basically for weatherproofing. Coaxial cable makes a good antenna feed line. A couple of reasons for that. It's waterproof, its impedance, which is usually 50 ohms, matches the impedance of most amateur antennas and equipment. Now there's all kinds of different sizes of coax cable designed for different types of uses. One of the advantages of coax cable is that it can carry radio energy very well even if it's buried in the ground. In addition to that, coax cable is the best antenna feed line to use if you have to put it near grounded metal objects. Let's talk about parallel conductor feed line. That's a balanced feed line. A parallel conductor feed line consists of two wires side by side held apart by insulating rods. Actually, in modern usage, it's an insulating material like this plastic here, but on the test they'll say insulating rods. Two wires side by side held apart by insulating rods or material. Parallel conductor feed line like this will operate with a higher standing wave ratio. The standing wave ratio, or SWR, is a measure of how well your feed line and your transceiver and antenna system are all matched up. And we're going to talk about that in a lot more detail in just a minute. But it will operate with a high standing wave ratio, and it has less loss than coaxial cable does. Less loss means more of your signal reaches the antenna. Now, parallel conductor feed line like that does not work well if it has to be tied down to metal objects. Plus, you have to use an impedance matching device like this antenna tuner between your transceiver and the antenna. And the reason for that is the difference in the impedance. The impedance on your transceiver is 50 ohms. The impedance on this parallel conductor feed line may be 300 or 450 ohms. So you need an impedance matching device, an antenna tuner, if you're going to use parallel conductor feed line. Now, the original way that parallel conductor feed line came was open conductor ladder line. Open conductor ladder line looks like this, and this was where you really did have two conductors, two wires held apart just by insulated rods. Did not have the plastic material in between there. Open conductor ladder line is the original type of parallel conductor, but it's not quite as easy to work with. Now, coax cable is unbalanced feed line. An unbalanced feed line is a feed line that has one conductor connected to ground. And coax cable is unbalanced because the metal shield on it is normally connected to ground. What can you do about that? You can use a balun. A balun is a device that can be installed to feed a balanced antenna, such as a dipole, with an unbalanced feed line, such as coax cable. Balun simply means balanced to unbalanced. Now, it's not really necessary to use a balun with a dipole antenna if you're feeding it with 50 ohm coax cable. But if you do want to use a balun, where you would connect it, where you would install it, is between the coaxial cable and the antenna. Now, we've talked about the feed line connecting your transmitter and your antenna. Sometimes that antenna is going to be quite a distance away from your house and your transmitter. And when that happens, you can have some signal loss. If you put a watt meter on your transmitter and also out at your antenna, you would notice a difference in the power readings there because of some signal loss in the feed line. Signal loss means that some of the radio energy that is sent from your transmitter for one reason or another does not reach your antenna. One of the reasons it might not reach it is if you have poor quality coaxial cable, because when radio energy is sent through poor quality coax cable, it is converted to heat in the cable. So if your antenna feed line gets hot when you're transmitting, one reason could be that the standing wave ratio, the SWR ratio, we're going to talk about that more in a minute, may be too high, or the feed line loss may be high. Now, signal loss increases as the length of the feed line increases. If you've got a transmitter and antenna which are 50 feet apart, but you've got 200 feet of coaxial cable, maybe RG58, but you got 200 feet of it. What you want to do is you want to cut off the excess cable, because that excess cable is going to cause an increase in your signal loss. Even though the antenna and the transmitter aren't that far apart, if you've got a lot of cable, it can be a problem. Signal loss also increases with increasing frequency. So the higher the frequency, the larger diameter cable you need in order to handle that higher frequency. When you take a look at various sizes on coaxial cable, a good cable to connect between a 6-meter Yagi antenna on a tower that's 150 feet from your transmitter would be RG 213 feed line. 213 feed line is the best of the choices that you'll be given on the exam, and what that RG 213 is a high grade of large diameter coax cable, and the larger the diameter, the less signal loss you're going to have. And with a 150-foot run from your transmitter to the antenna, that's going to be fairly important. Now, to help keep their resistance at a minimum, what you want to do with the connectors is you, among other things, want to regularly clean them. If you look at this particular connector, you'll notice that there's quite a bit of corrosion on that connector. You want to clean that connector. Now, what would you clean it with? Well, a soft pencil eraser would be a pretty good idea. You don't want to scratch or damage the plating. Notice how easily that connector is cleaning up when it's cleaned there with the eraser. But you want to make sure to keep the resistance on the connectors at a minimum, so clean them like that, also tighten them and resolder the antenna connectors. The whole purpose of doing this is to make sure that as much of your signal as possible reaches your antenna. Clean, tighten, and resolder the antenna connectors from time to time. The important thing to remember is that you want to minimize the RF loss in your feed line. So when you're using coaxial cable to connect your transmitter to your antenna, always use good quality coaxial cable and connectors. This is especially important for a VHF or UHF station. Now we need to talk about standing wave ratios. Let's talk about exactly what that is. And to find the standing wave ratio, there's a couple of terms that we need to be familiar with. First of all, your transmitter located in your house is going to be sending power out to the antenna. If you put a watt meter on the output of the transmitter, you'd be able to measure that output as it sends it out to the antenna. And we call that forward power. The power being sent by the transmitter out to the antenna. In the ideal world, that would all go out the antenna, but the world is not ideal. Some of that power will end up being reflected back, and you can also measure that. That is called reflected power, the power returned to the transmitter from the antenna. And sometimes that reflected power will cancel, and sometimes it will add on the forward power. So the standing wave ratio is the ratio of the maximum to minimum voltages on your feed line. Here's another way to take a look at it. We can do it with a rope and a couple of kids. What we're going to do is put a wave in that rope, kind of flip the rope, and you'll notice that when the wave gets to the other end, the kid on the left represents the antenna, that there is a wave that comes back to the person that's sending it. The wave going out to the left is forward power, and the return wave, much smaller, is our reflected power. We have both forward and reflected power. Now, how do we measure it and know exactly how much it is and what our standing wave ratio is? We use a standing wave ratio, or SWR meter. Now we're looking at the back of one right here. This is where the cable attaches that goes to the antenna, and this is where the cable that attaches that comes from the transmitter. The whole purpose of an SWR meter, a standing wave ratio meter, is to measure the relative impedance match between an antenna and its feed line. Now, this particular type of SWR meter that we're looking at right here is called a reflectometer, simply a kind of SWR meter. Now, in the ideal situation, in the ideal world, where you would connect an SWR meter would be between the feed line and the antenna. That would be ideal. But in the real world, it would often be connected between at the transmitter, and the reason for that is it's hard to get to if it's out at the antenna. And a lot of times you may have an antenna switch that you're using. If you have an antenna switch that is connected to a number of different types of antennas, the SWR meter would be connected between your transceiver and that antenna switch. Let's take a look at a block diagram of a simple station setup. You've got several antennas here, so block 3 would be an antenna switch. If block 1 is a transceiver and block 3 is an antenna switch, then what does block 2 have to be? Block 2 has to be your SWR meter. The point of this diagram is to show you that you would put an SWR meter between the transceiver and the antenna switch so it can indicate the SWR on the feed line to each antenna. Now, when you're using an SWR meter, if you get a very high reading on that meter, what it means is that you have a lot of reflected power. A lot of power is coming back from the antenna back to your transmitter. Now, why would you have a lot of reflected power? Well, it could be that the antenna is the wrong length, or it could be that there is an open or shorted connection somewhere in the feed line. The ideal reading on an SWR meter would be a reading of 1 to 1. A reading of 1 to 1 means that you have no reflected power coming back. All of the transmitter power is going out to the antenna. That means you have the best impedance match that you can get. An SWR reading of less than 1.5 to 1 means that you've got a fairly good impedance match. Not ideal, but still fairly good. However, if you get up to an SWR reading of 4 to 1, that means you've got an impedance mismatch. There's something wrong with the antenna system. Now, what if your SWR reading is jumpy? If the SWR reading is jumpy, that may mean that you've got poor electrical contact between the parts of your antenna system. When you're using an SWR meter to check out your antenna system, you want to measure the standing wave ratio at both ends of the frequency band. Suppose that you have an SWR reading at the low frequency end of the band of 2.5 to 1. And at the high frequency end of that same band, the reading is 5 to 1. 2.5 to 1 is not that hot, it's kind of mediocre. 5 to 1 is really lousy. What that means to you is that your half wavelength dipole antenna is too long for operation on that band. What you need to do then is you need to shorten it in order to have the antenna work properly on that band. Suppose instead when you take your SWR reading that what you get at the low frequency end of the band is a reading of 5 to 1, really lousy, and at the high frequency end you get a mediocre reading of 2.5 to 1. What's that mean to you then? What that means is that your half wavelength dipole antenna is too short for operation on the band. And what you would need to do in order for it to operate properly is you would need to lengthen the antenna for that particular band. Now, when you use an SWR meter, if you use a 3 to 30 megahertz SWR meter, one that's really designed for HF operation, and you use it for VHF frequencies, its readings may be accurate, they say on the test, if it properly calibrates to full scale in the set position. And we're going to look at how to do that. In reality, The absolute readings would probably not be accurate, but you would get a general idea, a useful indication. And on the test they say that it may be accurate, the readings may be accurate, if it properly calibrates to full scale in the set position. So let's take a look at using an HF SWR meter on a VHF frequency. What you're going to do is calibrate it. You set the power output on the left. On the right, what you do is pull out the knob in order to set it and key the transmitter and see if you can zero the needle out here, see if you can get a full-scale deflection in the set position. And if you can, you'll get a relatively good indication, maybe not absolute numbers accurate, but you'll still get some useful information. Let's talk now about using an antenna tuner. An antenna tuner is usually used to match a transceiver to a mismatched antenna system. It lets you use an antenna that was designed for a different frequency. So an antenna tuner might allow the use of an antenna on a band that it was not originally designed for. Let's take a look at how this antenna tuner would be used. First of all, you've got a meter here that gives you a direct reading of forward power, a direct reading of reflected power, and also the standing wave ratio. Where these two needles for forward and reflected power cross is where you read the SWR, because the SWR is shown by these nearly vertical red lines. So the first thing they're going to do here is select the approximate frequency band that they want to work with and then fine-tune it. And the whole idea is to get the reflected power down as low as possible to minimize it, and that way you'll have an acceptable standing wave ratio. Now, another thing that you can use an antenna tuner for is to connect coax cable with 50 ohms impedance to an antenna that's got 35 ohms impedance, because an antenna tuner is an impedance matching device. Now, on the test, they may give you figure T8-4 and tell you that block number 1 is a transceiver and block number 2 is an SWR meter, and ask you, what's block 3? Well, off to the right of block 3 is your antenna. So block 3 is not your antenna itself. What it's going to be then is an antenna tuner. Just remember that an SWR meter is connected to the transceiver on one side and to an antenna tuner on the other side. So the order, starting from the transceiver, is transceiver, SWR meter, and then antenna tuner. Let's talk now about watt meters. A directional watt meter measures forward and reflected power, and that's what we have right here is a directional watt meter. And where you want to connect that watt meter is at the transmitter output. Here's the transmitter, and you're connecting it to the watt meter here, right at the output of the transmitter. And that's what's going to give you the most accurate readings of the transmitter output power. And let's take a look at this being used to measure that transmitter power. The arrow is going from transmitter to antenna, so you're measuring right now forward power, and you get a reading. When you rotate that around to point the arrow the other direction, now you're measuring current flowing backwards from the antenna to the transmitter, and when you key the mic, you'll get a reading of whatever the reflected power is. In this particular case, it's great. There is no reflected power. Now, RF watt meters usually operate at a line impedance of 50 ohms, which is the same as the transmitter is. Let's take a look at a different type of a directional watt meter. The same kind of reading of forward and reflected power that we had on the meter in the antenna tuner. Let's assume that they tell you that you have a directional watt meter and it reads 90 watts of forward power and 10 watts of reflected power. And what they want to know is the actual transmitter output power. In other words, how much of that power actually gets to the antenna and gets radiated. Well, you simply subtract them. You take the 90 watts of forward power and subtract the 10 watts of reflected power, and your output power from the transmitter, your actual output power, would be 80 watts. Same problem, different numbers. You've got a directional watt meter that reads 96 watts of forward power and 4 watts of reflected power. How much actual transmitter output power do you have? 96 watts minus 4 watts is 92 watts of actual output power from the transmitter. Now let's assume that you take a 3 to 30 megahertz RF power meter or watt meter, one that's designed to operate at HF, and you use it on UHF frequencies. What kind of readings are you going to get? Not very accurate ones. Its readings will not be accurate at all if you use that on UHF frequencies. What about if you use it on VHF frequencies? Same thing. You're not going to get accurate indications. Now, this particular watt meter does have an element down here that can be changed so that you can use it on different frequency bands. But if you don't have it set properly for the frequency band, you're just not going to get accurate indications. On this particular watt meter, you can select between peak reading and average reading indications. Peak reading, the peak reading watt meter, is what you want to use at your station to make sure that the transmitter output power is not higher than the power authorized for your particular license class. And the reason for that is that the FCC rules specify maximum power in terms of peak envelope power, PEP, not average power. Let's talk about dummy antennas. And I don't mean ones that aren't too bright. A dummy antenna or a dummy load, this is a very popular one, is simply a non-radiating load for a transmitter. A load is whatever is connected to the output jack of your transmitter. What you use a dummy load for is in place of an antenna during transmitter tests, and the reason for that is you don't want to be radiating your signal when you're testing your transmitter. So you use a dummy antenna for off-the-air transmitter testing and adjustment. Where do you connect the dummy antenna? You connect it to the transmitter's output. And the purpose of it is to minimize on-the-air interference. When you're doing lengthy transmitter testing or loading up procedures, you tune the transmitter into the dummy antenna instead of transmitting over the air and causing on-the-air interference. Now on the test, they may give you figure T8-3, and they may say that block 1 is a transceiver and block 3 is a dummy antenna. And if that's the case, what in the world is block 2 going to be? Well, coming out of block 2 is your regular antenna, and they've told you that block 3 is a dummy antenna. If you're going to be able to change your transceiver, which is block 1, between your real antenna and the dummy antenna, then what block 2 has to be is an antenna switch. Now, the main component of a dummy antenna is a non-inductive resistor. This is the top rim of that dummy antenna we were looking at a minute ago, and this is the non-inductive resistor in this particular dummy antenna that is basically in a bath of oil in order to keep it cool. It is important to know for the test and for real life that you're going to use a non-inductive resistor, and here's why. We've talked earlier about inductive reactance in circuits and in antennas, and that the inductive reactance increases and decreases as the frequency increases and decreases. Since the inductive reactance changes with the frequency of the signal, if you've got inductance present in your dummy antenna, then the dummy antenna will not present a consistent load to the transmitter over a range of frequencies. And that's why you've got to make sure that you use a non-inductive resistor. Now, a dummy antenna can get pretty warm when it's in use because what it does is it changes RF energy into heat. And you want to make sure that any dummy antenna you use is rated for the maximum transmitter power you could use. So if you want to use a dummy antenna with a 100-watt single sideband phone transmitter, How much power should that dummy antenna be rated to handle? It should be rated to handle the same amount of power as the transmitter is on a continuous basis, in this case to handle 100 watts continuous power. How about using a 100-watt light bulb like this one as your dummy load? That is not a good idea. It would not make a good dummy load for tuning a transceiver. And the reason it would not make a good dummy load is the impedance of that bulb will change as the filament gets hot. It used to be acceptable to use a 100-watt light bulb like this on the old tube-type transceivers, but that's not a good idea for modern transistorized equipment. And that covers what you need to know about antennas and feed lines. What you need to do now to get ready for the test is take those 3 technician practice tests. You can do that using the pages in the back of your course book. Then grade yourself. As you remember, the answers and explanations to the technician questions are just after each question in the question pool. And of course, you can always review the tapes for any subjects that give you trouble. But remember, the most fun way to take the practice exams and review all the questions is with the computerized exam review. Now, when you're ready to take the test, call ARRL headquarters at 1-800-32-NEW-HAM or at their local number 860-594-0200 to find out about upcoming volunteer examiner test sessions in your area. Now, here's some hints on test taking. First of all, be sure to bring identification. If you've got a photo ID, such as a driver's license or passport, you're all set. If you do not have a photo ID, then when you arrange your test, ask your volunteer examiner about the acceptable alternate forms of identification. Now, if you already have a ham license, say you're upgrading from the old novice level to technician with credit for passing the Morse code exam, you need to bring both your original current signed license and also 1 photocopy. The VE team will return your original license to you right away as soon as they've looked it over, but they do have to see it. The photocopy will be sent to the FCC with your paperwork to help them in their processing. Now, although the math on the test is fairly easy, it's probably a good idea to bring a calculator with you. If you do bring a programmable calculator, be sure that no formulas or values are entered into the memories. A passing grade on the tests is 74%. Now, when you sit down with your test and start taking those questions, first of all, read the questions very carefully. Many of them look alike. Make sure you understand exactly what's being asked. Read all of the answers to find the best and most complete answer. And once you've selected an answer, only change that answer if you have a concrete, definite reason for doing so, because your first thoughts are usually best. Now, after the test, the examiners will tell you if you've passed or failed and your grade for each element. They will not allow you to review the test papers once you've turned them in, and they're not supposed to tell you which questions you missed or which topics to study for a better grade. But we'd really like to know how you did on your test. We hope you ace it. So please, take a few minutes when you're done with the test to fill out and send back the results postcard in the back of your course book. And be sure and give us any comments you have on the course. And as soon as we get your postcard, we'll send you your own personalized graduation certificate. Now we'd like to take a few minutes to talk about the American Radio Relay League. ARRL is the National Association for Amateur Radio. The ARRL has been helping new hams get started ever since 1914. So what does an ARRL membership mean to you? Well, probably the most visible membership benefit is QST, a 200-page monthly magazine that's packed with news and information about ham radio. Each month, QST carries a special section, QST Workbench, filled with features, projects, and information for active hams. You'll also find informative product reviews of the newest radios and accessories to help you select the best radio equipment for your operating needs. And you'll find advertisements for the latest gear. There's a section listing upcoming ham radio conventions and ham fests in your area, and columns devoted to topics such as public service and emergency communications, QRP, low power operating, mobile operating, and digital communications. Another helpful benefit is ARRL's free technical information service. Everyone has questions, and the ARRL technical specialists can help you get the answers. Low-cost ham radio equipment insurance, available to ARRL members only, can help you protect your valuable radio gear at an affordable price. With the ARRL's all-risk plan, your mobile and home stations are covered for loss and damage. And to increase your fun and enjoyment of ham radio, ARRL maintains a complete list of ham clubs and ham helpers around the country. Whether you're interested in an all-around group or a special interest club such as repeaters or DXing, ARRL can help you find new friends who share your interest and enthusiasm. More information about the ARRL and a membership invitation can be found in the back of your course book.
Well, that wraps up the ARRL Technician Class Exam course.
We hope you've enjoyed taking it as much as we've enjoyed putting it together for you. We also hope that you'll join John and me as members of ARRL.
Keep your antenna up and your SWR low.
And may your antenna always point to a friend.
From both of us to you.
73.
You know, the beauty of amateur radio is to be able to transmit and communicate as far as the eye can see, and of course much, much further. But if you're a code-free technician, you're limited to UHF and VHF frequencies, and those frequencies are line of sight. So how do you get around that limitation? Well, here's how. On a mountaintop, very often you will see a repeater, and these repeaters work wonders because what they do is let you increase the range of portable, mobile, and low-power stations tremendously. How do they work? Well, a repeater has both an input and an output frequency, and they're different. You have someone transmitting down here on the repeater's input frequency, then the repeater will convert that frequency to the output frequency and transmit, and someone can receive over here. Now, what this means is two people can communicate with each other by use of a repeater on a mountaintop when they couldn't normally because they don't have line-of-sight capability. So repeaters are tremendous, and they extend the range of VHF and UHF frequencies tremendously. Now, if you want to use a repeater, here is a book that will be very, very handy. It's the ARRL Repeater Directory. And here's why it's so handy. If you want to use a repeater, you need to know the frequencies. You need to know the input frequency and the output frequency. Now, the difference between those two is called the offset. So if you know one frequency and the offset, you've got the other one. So at least you need either the input or output frequency and the offset. So what do you need to operate a repeater? The input frequency and the offset would do it for you. Now, how can you use a repeater? Well, one way is for emergency search and rescue operations. And if you really want a winning combination, use a handheld VHF transceiver along with a repeater, and you have the distant capability or the long distance capability of the repeater and the portability of this handheld radio. The two combined make a powerful tool for search and rescue operations.
KB6MCU, access auto patch.
Now, this is something that is really handy. This is Auto Patch, and very often on your microphone you'll have a keypad. You can actually dial in telephone numbers, or sometimes the radio itself will have a dial pad. And if you have Auto Patch on the repeater that you're using, you can actually make telephone calls. Now, this is really going to be handy, folks. This will let you call your spouse on the way home and find out if you need to buy groceries, or it will let you call your spouse and advise them that there will be a slight detour on the way home. A time-consuming detour, maybe. Well, that's Auto Patch. And what Auto Patch is a device that connects your repeater to telephone lines and allows repeater users to make telephone calls from their stations. You could use this to make telephone calls from a handheld radio or from your car. So Auto Patch is just wonderful, but it requires the use of a repeater. Now, one thing you should keep in mind about an Auto Patch is that both sides of the conversation are being transmitted by the repeater. So an Auto Patch call is not private communications. Now, there are two types of repeaters we need to talk about. First of all, an open repeater is a repeater which is available for anyone to use. That's an open repeater. The opposite would be a closed repeater system. Now, a closed repeater system might be one in which people have put up money together to get that repeater going, so they'd like to reserve it for their private use. So a closed repeater you would have to join. Now, to join a closed repeater system, what you need to do is contact the control operator. Now, sometimes you'll find a device on a repeater system called a PL or a CTCSS. And what it is, a device that makes a subaudible tone. And here's the way it works. When you transmit, you're transmitting along with the information you're trying to transmit a little tone that's subaudible that you can't hear. And that makes it PL or CTCSS. And what that tone does is it's added to the carrier and it keys your repeater so that it will receive your signals. Now, why would you ever have something like this? They call it private line. The reason you would have it is you might have two repeaters that normally don't interfere with each other, but sometimes you'll have somebody driving a car, they get between the two repeaters, and if they're on the same frequency, the guy will key both repeaters at the same time. Well, that's not desirable, so you'll put PL, or this requirement for that subaudible tone, on one of the repeaters. That's also called CTCSS, Continuous Tone Coded Squelch System. You put that on one of the repeaters, and that repeater will require that tone before it gets keyed, and that way these two nearby repeaters won't be interfering with each other. Sometimes you'll have in an area where there's a lot of transmitters, two transmitter frequencies will add up, and they'll make a whole new frequency that keys a repeater, and that's not desirable. So once again, if you require that tone, that would get rid of that problem. Now let's talk about crossband repeaters. Now, crossband repeater is a radio that receives signals on one band and then retransmits them on another band. And even a dual band handheld can serve as a crossband repeater. By the way, the most popular frequency bands for dual band handheld radios are the 2-meter and 70-centimeter bands. But more powerful radios than handhelds are normally used as crossband repeaters, and a typical way it works is to link 2-meter and 70-centimeter transceivers, and any signals received on one frequency will be retransmitted on the other frequency. And this is a great way to allow operators who have only, for instance, a 70-centimeter radio to join a local 2-meter net. Now, you can't just turn on, for example, a crossband mobile rig and leave it unattended in your car because this type of radio is not normally equipped with a way to transmit the station identification. So unless you also add control circuitry, there has to be a control operator present at the crossband radio location to transmit this proper station identification and to control the radio operation. So you must have a control operator at the control point. Now you might wonder, how expensive is it to own and operate this kind of repeater? Well, the answer is it can be darned expensive. So who pays the expenses? Well, the repeater owner pays the expenses, along with sometimes donations, and sometimes it's a club, which you might want to join. Now, as always in amateur radio, using a repeater requires radio etiquette. So when you first turn on your radio, you should listen for a few seconds to see if anyone else is using the repeater before you make the call. Now, if you still aren't sure if anyone is using the repeater, you can ask if the frequency is in use and then give your call sign. Now, whenever you're using a repeater, repeater time is very, very valuable. A lot of people want to use it, so you should exercise good operating courtesy when you're using a repeater, and that means you should make your contacts as short as you possibly can. For instance, a good way to contact someone on a repeater is to do this.
KA5Q, KA5Q, W6SHY.
Well, what you want to do is keep that short and sweet. So if you want to contact someone on a repeater, say the call sign of the station you want to contact and then your call sign. Just make it as short as possible and as little repetition as possible. Now, by the way, you should pause briefly between transmissions when you're using a repeater, and you want to do that to listen in case someone else wants to break in. So make sure you pause and listen for other people. Now, let's assume you do want to break into a conversation on a repeater. Well, how do you do that? Here's how.
I'm not quite that far out. Handle over here is Ray. Go ahead. Yeah, the handle over here is Bruce.
This is W6SHY.
Yeah, go ahead, Breaker.
Well, it's just that simple. The proper way to break into a conversation on a repeater is to simply say your call sign during a break between transmissions, and they will acknowledge you. And of course, the whole idea on a repeater is to keep transmissions short. And especially you want to do that when you're using a repeater because there might be someone with an emergency who needs to break in and needs to get use of that repeater. Now, if you're a real motor mouth on a repeater, you might be subject to what is known as a timeout timer. A timeout timer limits the amount of time that someone can transmit on a repeater, and if that transmission goes on longer than the repeater will allow, it will cause that repeater to time out or shut off, and that'll shut off a motor mouth every single time. Now, let's assume that you need to protect life and property, and you need to get on that frequency. Here's how to do it.
Break, break. This is W6SHY, W6 Sierra Hotel Yankee. Anyone on frequency can call 911. We have an overturned vessel at Windansea Beach.
Now, clearly, an overturned vessel is an emergency. So the proper way to interrupt a repeater conversation to signal a distress call is to say break, break. You say it twice, and then this is, and say your call sign. Now, this is reserved for an emergency. In an emergency, when the protection of life and property is essential, you can do anything you want. You can interrupt a conversation on a repeater. Now, they mean an emergency. They don't mean a flat tire on a freeway unless you're in a passing lane. They certainly don't mean a hangnail. It's got to really be for the protection of life and property. Now, let's talk about another device that's very handy on a repeater, and that is a courtesy tone. It's a tone that tells you when someone is done transmitting. Let's listen.
KA5Q, KA5Q, W6SHY.
Did you hear that little tone at the end? That is the courtesy tone. A courtesy tone is used to indicate when a transmission is complete, and it lets you know when you can answer, and it kind of shortens the space between transmissions. Very handy. It's called a courtesy tone. Now, what is the proper way to ask someone what their location is? Well, don't get fancy. Here's how you do it.
W6SHY, this is KA5Q. Good morning, Tom. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ken, how are you today? I just wondered, where are you? Just wondered what your location was. Where are you? Over.
That's it. It's that simple, folks. If you want to find out where someone is, the proper words on a repeater are, where are you? Because repeater transmissions are very clear, very sharp. We're talking plain English, and that's just going to shorten things up. Now, it's very important, especially during commuter rush hours, that you make considerate use of a repeater. You just want to make sure that you're not tying the thing up unnecessarily. So any activity that would tie up the repeater should be avoided. For instance, third-party communications nets to pass messages to other people should be discouraged. In other words, anything that would tie up the repeater during commuting rush hours should be discouraged. Of course, the whole idea behind the repeater and the beauty of a repeater is it allows you to have communications with someone when you don't have direct line-of-sight capability. But sometimes you find yourself talking to someone over here that does have line-of-sight capability as far as you're concerned, but you're still using the repeater. In that case, you should switch to simplex operation. That's transmitting and receiving on the same frequency. So what is simplex operation? Well, it's the simple way of doing it. Transmitting and receiving on the same frequency. You should use simplex operation whenever a contact is possible without using a repeater, so that the repeater will not be tied up unnecessarily. Now let's assume you have a situation like this. Let's assume you have a pair of handheld radios and you want to test them. Now, would the smart way to do this is to tune in to a repeater frequency and test each one on the repeater one at a time? No, that would not be the way to do it. The way to do it would be to find an unoccupied simplex frequency and then test the radios with each other, and that way you don't use that repeater frequency. Once again, the rule is you don't use a repeater frequency unless you need to. If you can find a way to not use it otherwise, that's the way to go. So if you're talking to a station and you're using a repeater and you want to find out if you could communicate on simplex instead, well, what you should do is tune to the input frequency of the repeater and listen. And if you can hear the other party on the input frequency of the repeater, you could use simplex, so move to simplex. Now let's assume you couldn't communicate with somebody by simplex and you did use a repeater. And let's assume you're talking to this other party and they'd like to know, say, how well's my signal coming in? They want a signal report. Well, the way you give a signal report over a repeater is you tell the other person the amount of quieting, signal quieting, into the repeater. In other words, how much background noise is there compared to the signal. And when your signal is strong enough to overcome all of the background noise, all receiver noise, the other party would say your signal is full quieting. That's how they would say it. Let's listen to full quieting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That is a great example of full quieting. Notice you heard the person's voice with no noise at all. Now let's listen to partial quieting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That would be partial quieting because you did hear a lot of noise. So when you give signal reports over a repeater, do it in terms of the amount of quieting. Now, we've been talking about VHF and UHF frequencies, and one of the advantages of these frequencies is that with FM transmission, they're crystal clear. They require only little tiny antennas, not big antennas. But a lot of people think of this as a limitation, that they're only line of sight. But really, that's an advantage as well. Because if you used HF frequencies, those are the ones that have cross-country, even worldwide capability. If you use those HF frequencies for a local conversation, you could be interfering with people on a cross-country, even worldwide basis. So to minimize interference on HF frequencies, what you should do, those are the ones capable of long-distance communication, avoid them if you want to just talk to your buddy across town. So for local conversations, use UHF and VHF frequencies, and that way you'll minimize interference. Now, let's assume that you're operating simplex on a repeater frequency. Now, the reason you would operate simplex on a repeater frequency is by accident, because there are recognized simplex frequencies. So if you find yourself by accident operating simplex on a repeater frequency, it's good amateur practice to change to another frequency, because after all, changing the repeater's frequency is not practical. They're assigned, so go to a recognized simplex frequency. Now let's take a look at Southern California, and let me show you a big problem. This is a map of the repeaters in Southern California, and as you can plainly see, there are a lot of repeaters in Southern California. In fact, if these repeaters were all on the same frequency, you wouldn't be able to talk to anybody. This would be a Tower of Babel. So obviously, somebody has to coordinate all of this. Who is going to coordinate all of this? I'll tell you who. A frequency coordinator is a person or a group that recommends frequencies for repeater usage. And that way you minimize the interference between repeaters. Now, sometimes repeaters are operating on frequencies that are not recommended by a coordinator. On the test, they call this an unrecommended repeater. A lot of people in real life call them uncoordinated repeaters. But if this happens and interference occurs in between a coordinated and an uncoordinated repeater, the licensee of the uncoordinated repeater is responsible for resolving the interference. Now, if interference occurs between two coordinated repeaters, both of them are equally responsible for resolving the interference. And if interference occurs between two repeaters that neither one of them is coordinated, they're both still responsible for resolving the interference. Now, yet another thing you can do with amateur radio is connect to the internet to talk to other hams with a system called Voice over Internet Protocol, or VoIP. Now, this uses a system of internet gateways that can connect amateur radio stations to the internet. Generally what happens is that a gateway will connect a repeater near you to the internet, and another gateway also connects the internet to a repeater in some other part of the country or around the world. Now you can talk to other hams on the distant repeater by using the internet to relay your signals back and forth between the two repeaters. Now, other amateur radio operators can even join in on the conversation right from their computers connected to the internet. Now, by registering with the gateway, you provide your license information, and the gateway operator will verify that you are licensed from the FCC database, and then issue a password that can be used to access the gateway from the internet. So the next time you see a mountaintop with a bunch of antennas on it, think of the repeater and the wonderful things it will do for you. You know, amateur radio is so much fun that it's very easy to forget that sometimes there are a few risks associated with amateur radio. Well, this is a risk that's obvious, but sometimes the risks aren't quite so obvious. For instance, electrical risks might not be so obvious, but the fact is that the heart can be fatally affected by a very small amount of electrical current, and you can run that current through your heart by sticking both hands inside a radio and having the current go right through your body, and that can be very dangerous. And the thing you need to know is it doesn't take much electricity to be a problem. For instance, the current for a 100-watt bulb is around 1 amp, and it takes as little as 1/500th of an amp to be painful usually, and 1/10 of an amp is usually fatal. And only 30 volts is the minimum voltage usually dangerous. And of course, normal household current is 110 volts. So you can see what you have available in your house under normal circumstances can be very, very dangerous. So good safety practices are extremely important. You know, a lot of good safety procedures are just plain old common sense. But every now and then, even the smartest people do some stupid things. So let's assume today that you wanted to do some stupid things and take some fire risks. Here's something you could do. One of the things you could do is use a switch that's rated at 1 amp in a transceiver circuit, say a mobile transceiver that draws 8 amps. What's going to happen? Well, the switch could overheat and become a safety hazard. So that's something that you could do that was stupid. What else can you do that's stupid? Well, you could replace a blown 5 amp AC line fuse with a 30 amp fuse in your transceiver. Then what would happen? Well, the radio could use more than 5 amps and start a fire. So if you want to be stupid, there's lots of opportunity doing stuff like this. Now, let's assume you want to do some wiring and you'd like to know, where do I find out about good safety practices? Well, the National Electrical Code is used by almost every city in the U.S. as the basis for electrical safety, and its requirements are stated in there for power wiring and antennas. So the National Electrical Code should be used to see if you comply with standard electrical safety rules when you're working on your antenna, when you're building an amateur antenna and working around your station. Now let's talk about some of those safety rules. One rule is that the main power switch for high voltage power, well, that main power switch should be located anywhere it can be seen and reached easily. And an important safety rule concerning the main electrical box in your home is to make sure that other people in your home know where it is and how to shut off the electricity. And if you discover someone that is being burned by high voltage, here's what you should do. Number one, you should make sure that you turn off the power, and of course, call for emergency help, and if it's needed, give CPR. And those are the rules that you should just have in mind and get that power off first. Now let's talk about some protection from lightning. Now, lightning like this could be very serious around an antenna, so to protect your station and building from lightning damage, you should, number one, ground all antenna and rotator cables. Make sure you have a good ground. And number two, disconnect all equipment from the power lines and antenna cables when they're not in use. So when you're not using this equipment, do exactly what we're doing right here. Disconnect it when it's not in use. So it's very important to follow good rules for safety protection from lightning. So what are they? Number one, to protect your station and building from lightning, number one, ground all antenna and rotator cables. And number two, disconnect all equipment from power lines and antenna cables when they're not in use. And for best protection from electrical shock, you should connect the chassis of each piece of your station equipment to a good ground connection. So a good chassis ground for all your equipment is very, very important. Now, what do you use as a ground? Well, a nice indoor ground, if it is available to you, is a metallic cold water pipe. Now make sure it's continuous. Make sure there's no PVC in there anywhere. And of course it goes clear outdoors in some cases. So make sure you follow that pipe, whether it's indoors or outdoors. If you're going to use a metallic cold water pipe, make sure there's no PVC. Now if you do have PVC, you might have to make your own ground. And you can make your own ground by driving a rod into the ground. Well, the best material for a ground rod driven into the ground is copper or copper-clad steel. And the shortest length that rod should be is 8 feet. Now, you always have to be careful whenever you're working on the inside of equipment, because even if the equipment you're working on is connected to a good ground and the power is disconnected, you could get a shock because, as you know, capacitors store an electric charge. And a capacitor may be charged even after you pull the plug to disconnect the equipment from the AC power supply. So if you reach inside and touch the ungrounded lead to that capacitor, you could get quite a shock. You might call that a Volton development. Now you, as a technician class amateur radio operator, will be allowed by the FCC to build your own transmitters and receivers. So the minimum FCC certificate to modify or build your own transmitting equipment is a technician class license. And you know what? The thrill of making a contact with a radio you built yourself is one that you will never forget. Now, when you do build a piece of amateur radio equipment for your station, you're probably going to have some soldering to do, so let's talk about soldering. First of all, a soldering iron has to be hot to melt the solder. So there's always a possibility of hot solder splashing and burning you, and you want to be especially careful of your eyes. So make sure that you wear safety glasses to protect your eyes from solder splashes and also from flying component leads when you clip an extra lead off a circuit board. Also, melted solder and the flux inside gives off fumes. So be sure that your work area is properly ventilated and be careful not to inhale these fumes. And also you want to make sure that you don't touch the tip of the soldering iron. And so the best way to do that is have a soldering stand so to make sure that you and no one else will accidentally touch the soldering iron. So don't touch the iron tip of your soldering iron. And you know, even after you unplug this soldering iron or turn it off, it's going to remain hot. And it'll be hot enough to give you a very bad burn for at least 10 minutes. Now let's talk about some rules for wiring. First of all, you want to observe correct wiring polarity. And here's how you do it. First of all, if you look at the terminals On a wall outlet, you'll notice there is one silver-colored terminal. That should go to the white wire. And you will also find one brass-colored terminal, and that should go to the colored wire. So to indicate correct wiring polarity, the retaining screw in one terminal of a wall outlet is made of brass, while the other one is silver-colored. And the brass one goes to the colored wire, and the silver one goes to the white wire. Now here is how the wires should be connected in a 3-wire AC line cord when it's connected, for instance, as in this case, to a power supply. The green wire should be connected to the chassis, so we have it to the chassis here, and the black or red wire should be connected to the fuse, so we have the black wire going to the fuse, and the white wire should be connected to the side of the power transformer's primary winding that does not have a fuse. So the green wire goes to the chassis, black or red goes to the fuse, and the white goes to the side of the power transformer's primary winding that does not have a fuse. Now, whenever you build a piece of electrical equipment, you should be sure to include a fuse or circuit breaker wired in series with the power source right where it comes into the equipment. So it should be in series with the power source. This is particularly important if the equipment is powered by the 120-volt AC house current. Now, in a mobile operation, you of course get your power directly from the battery. In this case, the fuses should be connected in series with both the red and black wires and as close as possible to the power source, which in this case is the battery. So, once again, in a mobile operation, the fuses should be connected in series with both the red and black wires and as close as possible to the power source, which again is the battery. Now, let's assume you try and turn on your mobile transceiver and for some reason it won't power up. Well, probably the first thing to check is, you're right, those fuses at the battery to make sure that they're both okay. Chances are that you'll find out one of those fuses is blown. Now, suppose you've installed your radio in your car and you suspect that the radio is not receiving the proper voltage. Maybe the voltage is too low whenever you transmit. So you suspect that there's a problem with the voltage supply to the radio. Well, here's what you would do. You'd use a voltmeter to measure the 12-volt supply right at the power connection on the chassis as the power enters the radio. And with the voltmeter connected to measure that power supply right at the radio, then you'd make a short test transmission and measure the voltage. If, as in this case, the voltage drops significantly below 12 volts when you transmit, it usually means that the wire you use to make the power connection to the radio is too small. The small gauge wire is not able to carry enough current, and there's a drop in the voltage through the wire. The solution? You got it. Use a heavier gauge wire. Now, one other little hint. Watch out for loose jewelry when you're working over a power amplifier, because loose jewelry contacting high voltage when leaning over a power amplifier could run your whole doggone day. Now, here is a life-saving device. It's called a safety interlock switch. And the way it works is when you take the cabinet apart and open it up, that switch is then opened, interrupting power to the device and therefore disallowing you the opportunity to shock yourself with high voltage. It's a very handy thing, and it's a way of turning off the power when the cabinet is opened. Now, several types of devices should have safety interlock switches. They are vacuum tube power amplifiers, as an example, a high voltage power supply, a station monitor oscilloscope. Each of these should have safety interlock switches so that if you take them apart or take the cabinet apart, the power will be interrupted. Now, if you have a safety interlock switch, it should have an electrical rating with sufficient voltage and current capacity for the protected circuit so that it works all the time and the switch does not get stuck. A handy device, a safety interlock switch. Now let's talk about what for a lot of us is the most exciting part of good, safe operating practices in amateur radio, and that's antenna tower safety. Let's talk about it anyway. When you're working on an antenna tower, you should wear a safety belt to keep yourself from falling. I think that's a good idea. And you want to carefully inspect your safety belt because they can fray and come apart and let you fall to the ground, and that would be a real letdown for you folks. You know, many modern safety belts and harnesses are made of heavy nylon webbing, and you've got to inspect that webbing very carefully every time you use it. And some older climbing belts are made of leather, And you have to be especially careful when you inspect a leather belt, because if the leather is dry and brittle, it could be weakened and break unexpectedly. If in doubt, do not use an old belt. As you prepare to climb your tower, there are several safety steps that you should always take. You should inspect the tower itself to be sure there are no cracks in the metal and no loose bolts or similar hardware problems. Also, inspect the guy wires for frayed cable and make sure that the ground anchors, turnbuckles, and cable clamps are tight and in good condition. If you find any problems, repair or replace the defective parts before going up in the tower. Now, when you're ready to climb your tower, plan your route and how you'll move around any antennas or other obstacles that may be attached to the tower. Most climbers take up a rope in the tower and then attach a pulley at the work location so the ground crew can use that rope to pull up a tool pouch or a bucket to the tower worker. Now, you should know what tools you'll need and use the tool bucket to hold them as you work. Tie a length of small rope or line to wrenches and other tools and secure the other end of the tower to prevent dropped tools. Now, you don't want to be climbing up and down a 50 or 100-foot tower for extra tools and to retrieve those dropped tools. Be sure to tell someone that you'll be working on the tower and have a ground observer keep an eye on you while you work. They can spot potential hazards and warn you before you make a wrong move. What does a well-dressed ground crew wear? Well, you and everyone else should wear a hard hat and safety glasses. Why do you wear a hard hat as a member of the ground crew? Because sometimes you're walking around down here on the ground helping someone who's working up there on an antenna tower, and they might drop something. So you want to protect your head from something dropped from the tower. That way, you won't get a headache. Now, let's assume that you're putting together your own antenna. Let's talk about some things that could go wrong. What could go wrong, you say? Well, a lot of things. One thing that could happen to you is the wire could break. Why would the wire break? Well, it could be because you used what is known as drawn copper or solid copper instead of copper-clad steel wire. They say use copper-clad steel wire. It is much stronger. Well, also, you could have the wire break for another reason. What would that reason be? Well, you could have used a small gauge wire when you're constructing your antenna, and it's not as strong and it will stretch more easily and break more easily. So what they say you should do is use a bigger gauge of wire. What else could go wrong? What else could go wrong? Well, you could shoot somebody with a bow and arrow. Well, why would you shoot anybody with a bow and arrow? Well, because you're using the bow and arrow or maybe a slingshot and a weight to shoot an antenna support line over a tree. So if you're going to follow this procedure, they suggest that you do some things very carefully. First of all, make sure that the line is strong enough. Secondly, make sure that you have a safe flight path in case the line breaks. Thirdly, make sure that all of the equipment, if you're using a bow and arrow or a slingshot, make sure all of it's in good working condition. So these are the safety factors that you should follow if you're using either a bow and arrow, in all of them, by the way, or a slingshot. What else could go wrong? Well, you could electrocute somebody. So what you want to do is make sure that you install your antenna in relation to overhead electric power lines such that you're always making sure that the antenna and feed line are clear of any power lines. You want to make sure that a falling antenna can never contact a power line, and a falling power line can never contact the antenna or a feed line. That wraps up safety practices, and using good, safe operating practices and common sense will make sure that at the same time you're going to have fun and have a safe operation as a hand.
Let's talk specifically about RF or radio frequency radiation safety. We want to have a safe operating environment for amateurs, their families, and also, of course, their neighbors. So operators are required to meet the FCC's RF or radio frequency radiation exposure limits. Now, why is RF radiation a problem? Well, one result of exposure to high levels of RF energy is possible heating of body tissue, which is not a particularly desirable thing to have happen. Another potential problem is that RF exposure to the eye can have a biological effect by causing heating, and that heating can result in the formation possibly of cataracts on the eye. Now, when you take a look at the spectrum of radiation, radio frequency radiation here is considered to be non-ionizing radiation. Radio frequency radiation is non-ionizing. Now, what are the ionizing radiations? Well, ionizing radiation over here in the spectrum would be things like X-rays, gamma rays, and ultraviolet radiation. These have enough energy to knock electrons off of atoms, producing positive and negative ions. That's why they're ionizing radiation. RF radiation does not have that much energy. The frequencies of RF fields are too low for there to be enough photon energy to cause ionization. And that's why radio frequency is non-ionizing energy, non-ionizing radiation. However, with sufficiently high power densities, RF fields can cause damage, even though they're non-ionizing radiation, and that's because they can cause heating of the body and the body tissues. Now, RF, or radio frequency radiation, refers to waves of electric energy and magnetic energy between 3 kilohertz and 300 gigahertz that are produced by your transmitter. All the frequencies between 300 kilohertz and 100 gigahertz are subject to the FCC's RF radiation exposure guideline limits for maximum permissible exposure, which is abbreviated MPE, maximum permissible exposure. The most stringent FCC regulations for RF radiation exposure are for the frequency range between 30 megahertz and 300 megahertz. And this is based on the fact that the human body is resonant between those frequencies and so absorbs more energy between those frequencies. Specific absorption rate, or SAR, means the rate at which RF energy is absorbed into the human body. And the maximum permissible exposure, the MPE limits, are based on the whole body specific absorption rate, or SAR. MPE levels are not uniform throughout the radio spectrum, and that's because the human body absorbs energy differently at various frequencies. The higher the absorption rate is, the lower the maximum permissible radiation exposure will be. Now, it doesn't make any difference how much power you're operating with. All amateur stations have to comply with the requirements in Part 97 regarding RF radiation exposure. And who do you suppose is responsible for complying? It's the licensee of the amateur station, is the person responsible for complying with the FCC rules and guidelines. Now, the FCC RF radiation exposure rules establish maximum permissible exposure limits. They do not establish emission limits, and they also do not specify maximum RF radiation field strengths. There is no limit to your emitted field strength as long as no one is exposed to an RF field greater than the MPE limits allow. The regulations do say, however, that amateurs have to use the minimum necessary power at all times. Now, where do you find the definition for the FCC RF radiation maximum permissible exposure limits? You find them in FCC Part 1 and also in the Office of Engineering and Technology, that's abbreviated OET, Bulletin 65. And you demonstrate to the FCC that you've read and understand their rules about RF radiation exposure by indicating on Form 605 at the time of your application for a station license. Basically, by signing the Form 605, you're certifying to the FCC that you have read and will comply with Section 97.13C of the Commission's rules regarding radio frequency radiation safety and the amateur service section of OST/OET Bulletin 65. Notice that the FCC rules do not specify what procedures you must follow to evaluate your station's compliance with the RF exposure limits. There are several different methods that you can use, and we'll talk about those in a few minutes. Now, how exactly are the maximum permissible exposure limits specified? Well, the MPE limits are specified below 300 megahertz in terms of maximum electric fields, maximum magnetic fields, and power density or equivalent power density. And we're going to talk quite a bit more about that concept later on. Above 300 megahertz, it's specified in power density only. Now, all of these limits have to be considered separately, and if any one is exceeded, then your station will not be in compliance. And you determine if your transmitted signal is within the RF radiation exposure guidelines by determining or analyzing your transmitted field strength and power density. There are a number of factors that affect the RF fields radiated into the environment by your amateur transceiver. Some of the factors that do affect RF fields are the frequency and power level of the RF field, the antenna height, the distance from the antenna to a person, the radiation pattern of the antenna, and the adjustment of the operating times or mode to produce a lower duty cycle. Duty cycle is simply the ratio of average power to peak power, and we're going to talk about that quite a bit more. Now, a concept you're going to hear quite a bit about is the difference between controlled and uncontrolled environments. A controlled environment is considered to be one in which the people know that they're being exposed to RF radiation. For instance, amateurs and their households or their families are considered to be in a controlled RF environment because presumably they're aware of the RF radiation that is present. So what is an uncontrolled environment? An uncontrolled environment is a location where there is RF radiation exposure to people who have no knowledge of or control of their exposure, and this would be, for instance, your residential neighbors. Now, what you're looking at here is an oscilloscope with a single sideband transmission on it. And notice that although the peaks are quite high, the average power is actually maybe about 30%. That brings us to the concept of duty cycle. Duty cycle is the ratio of the average power to the peak envelope power of a transmission, and it's expressed as a percentage. In effect, the concept of duty cycle takes into account the time that a transmitter is operating at full power during a single transmission. And a lower duty cycle means less RF radiation exposure for the same peak envelope power, or PEP, output. Now, two-way exchanges of single sideband emissions generally have a lower duty cycle than modes such as FM or phase-modulated phone or CW signals. And the reason for that is, with a single sideband transmission, the transmitter is at full power only for a small percentage of the time during a single transmission. So various emission types such as PM telephony, FM telephony, single sideband telephony, or CW communications, single sideband will generally result in the least RF radiation exposure, assuming that they all have the same peak envelope power, or PEP. Now, the duty cycle has an impact on the minimum safe distance that separates an antenna and the neighboring environment. And here's how the duty cycle has an impact. First of all, the lower the duty cycle, the shorter the compliance distance. And compliance distance is simply the distance from the antenna to people. The compliance distance is increased if you have an increased duty cycle. And lower duty cycles subject the environment to less RF radiation. You have lower amounts of RF or radio frequency radiation. So the effect of, for instance, a 50% duty cycle compared to a 100% duty cycle on the RF safety distance from your amateur antenna to a neighboring residence is that the compliance distance would be reduced if you had a 50% duty cycle instead of a 100% duty cycle. Let's talk now about the concept of averaging. And averaging is a way of limiting your exposure to RF radiation. Time averaging is adjusting the transmit-receive time ratio during normal amateur communications. Time averaging simply takes into account that the body cools itself. After some heating, it will cool back to normal after a time of reduced or no radiation. So, to determine compliance with the maximum permitted exposure or MPE levels in a controlled environment, the safe exposure levels are averaged over a 6-minute period. So one way to help you comply with the RF exposure guidelines in a controlled environment is to reduce the transmitting times within any 6-minute period in order to reduce the station duty cycle. Now, how about an uncontrolled environment? To determine compliance with the MPE levels in an uncontrolled environment, there the safe exposure levels are averaged over a 30-minute period. So to help you comply with the RF exposure guidelines in an uncontrolled environment, you should reduce your transmitting times within any 30-minute period, which will reduce again the station duty cycle. And it's perfectly acceptable to the FCC for you to transmit for 28 minutes and then take a 2-minute break. Now, handhelds and other portable devices don't have near as high a power output as other transmitters, but because they operate much closer to the human body, they do require good operating practices. A handheld transceiver is considered by the FCC to be a portable device, and the reason it's considered to be a portable device is because the transmitting antenna is generally within 20 centimeters of the human body. The antenna on your handheld transceiver, when you're going to transmit, should be positioned away from your head and away from others, and the whole idea is to reduce exposure to the radio frequency energy. And a good reason to follow the FCC's rules for using the minimum power needed when you're transmitting with your handheld radio is to reduce that level of RF radiation exposure to the operator's head. Now, mobile transceivers normally operate with a lot more power than handhelds do. So you might think that you'd have more RF radiation exposure, but that's not normally true. Mobile transceivers normally produce less radiation exposure than a handheld transceiver, and the reason for that is when the transceiver's antenna, a mobile transceiver's antenna, is mounted on a metal vehicle roof, the occupants of the vehicle are generally well shielded. The metal of the vehicle roof shields the occupants from that RF radiation exposure. So the mobile transceiver produces less radiation exposure than the handheld does. Now, putting a UHF Yagi like this in your attic would not be a particularly safe way to go. The problem is that antenna is going to be much too close to you as the operator. If you want to ensure a safe operating environment at your station, here are some precautions to help you reduce the radiation exposure. First of all, avoid conditions leading to RF in the shack, and the way you would do that is make sure that everything is well grounded And if you're using coax, use a balun between the coax and the antenna, things like that. Also use roof-mounted antennas for mobile operations and avoid conditions that would lead to feed line radiation. Feed line radiation exposure may require you to modify your station's antenna system. This is an often overlooked area, and feed line radiation could come from using poorly shielded coax or from imbalances in your antenna system. Now, here's 3 actions that you could take to prevent exposure to RF radiation in excess of the FCC specified limits. First of all, you could alter antenna patterns. Secondly, you could relocate antennas. Or thirdly, you could revise the station technical parameters such as the frequency you're operating on, the power you use, or the emission type that you're using. Now, one way to show your compliance with the FCC radiation exposure limits is to restrict accessibility to areas of high RF radiation levels. For example, this might mean putting up a fence around your property to keep people away from your antennas. Now, to minimize the RF exposure, you want your transmitting antennas as far away from accessible areas as possible where no one can come near them. And the reason you want those outside antennas to be high enough that no one can touch them while you're transmitting is because touching the antenna might cause RF burns. So when you put up a transmitting antenna, whether it's on a UHF frequency or any other frequency, you want to make sure that that antenna is in a place where no one can get near it when you're transmitting. And for that matter, you don't even want to stand within reach of an antenna while it's transmitting, because you might just accidentally touch the antenna and be injured. And the type of injury we're talking about is heating or burning of the body tissue. Now, you might be asked about listed antennas in the questions that might cause an injury to someone who accidentally touches the antenna while it's transmitting, and they give you a list. So here are some situations, some antennas that could cause an injury. If, for instance, an antenna was being fed with 1,000 or 1,500 watts of RF energy, or if you had a high-gain 3-element tri-band Yagi or a high-gain parabolic dish antenna, again fed with 1,500 watts of RF energy. Or if you had a high-gain 17-element Yagi antenna transmitting on 146 megahertz when fed with 1,000 watts of RF energy. And the issue here is these antennas are being fed with a lot of power, and therefore potentially there's danger. Now, if you're working with open wire feed line, you also want to be careful to make sure that no one can touch that open wire feed line while you're transmitting, because again, the high voltage radio energy might burn the person if they touch it. Now, as a general rule, the higher the antenna is, and this top antenna, by the way, here is about 200 feet, the higher the antenna is, the less RF radiation exposure you're going to have at ground level. So the minimum height to place your horizontal wire antenna for the least RF radiation exposure would be high enough to ensure compliance with the FCC's RF radiation exposure guidelines. Now, you might be asked to compare some antennas and see which one is going to create the stronger RF field on the ground under the antenna. For instance, you might be asked to compare a half-wave dipole antenna that's 5 meters above the ground with a horizontal loop or a 3-element Yagi or a 3-element quad, each of which is 30 meters above the ground, and ask which one will give a stronger RF field on the ground under the antenna. Well, the horizontal loop, the 3-element Yagi, the 3-element quad do have higher gain, but what we're talking about is the field under the antenna on the ground. They're up at 30 meters. This half-wave dipole is only at 5 meters, so generally that half-wave dipole at 5 meters is going to have a stronger RF field on the ground under the antenna. Now, if you're considering locating your repeater station antenna at a site that's already occupied by transmitters For other services, you need to be aware that when you're determining the RF radiation exposure levels, your radiated signal is considered as part of the total RF radiation from the site. It is not considered just by itself. It's considered as part of the total RF radiation exposure from the site. Now, how do you minimize your own exposure? Well, for one thing, before you remove the shielding from an amplifier, in this case we're looking at a UHF amplifier, you want to make sure that the amplifier cannot be turned on accidentally while you're working on things. In this particular case, the person has an enable switch, they're turning it off, and then putting a warning sticker on to tell people that antenna work is in progress, and for heaven's sakes, don't turn that on while they're working on the antenna. Now, you never want to operate your power amplifier unless the covers are in place. And the reason is, first of all, you want to reduce the risk of shock from high voltage, and also you want to reduce the RF radiation exposure. So always make sure that the covers are in place before you operate the equipment. You don't want to expose your eyes to more than the maximum permissible exposure level of RF radiation either. So you should never look into the open end of a waveguide while transmitting, and you should never look into the open end of a microwave feed horn antenna while the transmitter is operating, because the fields are concentrated at the open end of the feed horn. Let's talk now about the difference between the near field and far fields around an antenna. The near field is the area immediately around the antenna out to about a half a wavelength from the antenna center. The far field is the area a few wavelengths away and beyond. Now, RF radiation exposure effects are more difficult to evaluate in the near field, and the reason for that is because metal objects or other conductors in the near field can alter the radiation pattern of the antenna, and you can see that here, that it's had an effect on the radiation pattern coming out from that antenna. In the near field, the type of antenna that's being used will determine the way the field strength will vary with distance from the source. If you have a highly directional antenna, it's going to make a difference in the pattern on where the field strength intensities are. In the far field, power density is proportional to the inverse square of the distance. Those are fancy words, and what the heck does that mean? Proportional to the inverse square of the distance. What it simply means is, if you double the distance from the antenna, the power density will be 1/4 as strong. So if you double the distance from the antenna, you'll have 1/4 the power density. But in the near field region, the field strength does not vary in a way that is easy to predict as you change the distance from the antenna. Remember, in the near field, the variation in field strength with distance depends on the type of antenna being used. Now, some stations, depending on their transmitter power and their operating frequency, have to perform a routine RF radiation environmental evaluation. The FCC rules include a table of transmitter output peak envelope power, or PEP, and we're going to talk about
Oh, nothing, Ryan. KD6EFD, KD6CHA. I'm just here at home using the tri-banner with about 35 watts. Where are you today?
It's time now to talk about the regulations. You knew you couldn't get away without studying those at least a little bit. And where we want to start is with the purpose and the basis of the amateur service. Because once you understand the purpose of it, what you are allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do just kind of flow automatically as common sense. So the amateur service is referred to as a personal radio service used for self-training, communication, and technical studies. And remember that word personal because it has a lot to do with what you are allowed and are not allowed to do in the amateur service. Now, the reasons that the amateur service exists include a number of items. First of all, to recognize the value of emergency communications, to advance the radio art, to improve communication and technical skills, to increase the number of trained radio and electronics experts, and to improve international goodwill. A lot of very valid, very good reasons for the amateur service. Now, where do you find the rules and regulations covering the amateur service? You find them in this big rule book, Part 97 of Title 47 CFR, which stands for the Code of Federal Regulations, contains the rules and regulations for the amateur service in the U.S. And you need to know that. You need to know that where you go to look for your rules and regulations is Part 97 of Title 47 CFR, the Code of Federal Regulations. Now, who makes and enforces these rules? The Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, makes and enforces the rules and regulations for the amateur service in the United States. Now, the Federal Communications Commission, when they're making those rules, doesn't really concern themselves with how you're going to build your station and that kind of thing. What they're more interested in with their rules is how you are licensed and how you operate. So here are some things that are not a part of the rules and regulations of the amateur service. Things like station construction standards, antenna lengths, approved antennas, Ohm's law, repeater locations. Those are basically how to build, how to construct stations, and having to do with basic electrical principles, and the rules do not cover those. What the rules and regulations of the amateur service do cover are things like qualifying examination systems, station operation standards, technical standards, and providing emergency communications, how to get licensed and how to operate. Part 97 includes a detailed list of your operating privileges by license class. For instance, it lists the authorized wavelength band and frequency range for each license class, as well as the allowable emission types for each band. While the FCC rules do not specify station construction standards, there are certain rules you need to be aware of as you plan your antennas. For instance, if your station will be located at or near an airport, you need to take a closer look at the rules in Part 17 of the FCC rules. There are height limitations for your antenna and antenna support structure, such as a tower, depending on how close you are to the airport. If you do not live close to an airport, but plan to put up an antenna support structure and antenna that will be higher than 200 feet above ground level, you'll have to notify the Federal Aviation Administration and also register the structure with the FCC. Now, there's several important considerations when you're planning the height and location of any amateur radio antenna. You should try to install your antenna away from any nearby buildings or other structures if possible. You should consider the average terrain around your station and locate your antenna higher than or away from any hills or ground features that might block the radio signals. For example, if possible, do not put your antenna at the bottom of a canyon or in a deep valley. It's better to put the antenna at or near the top of a hill if possible. The trade-off is that you do not want to put your antenna too far from your transmitter. The longer the feed line needed between your antenna and transmitter, the more signal you'll lose in the feed line. It's best to keep the antenna within 100 feet or so of the transmitter and only use the best quality, low-loss feed line for long runs of cable. For VHF and UHF stations, you should also consider the antenna polarization used by most other stations for the mode you want to operate. For example, most FM repeaters use vertical antenna polarization, but single sideband phone and Morse code, the weak signal modes, normally use horizontal antenna polarization. You do not have to worry about feed line polarization. That's because there's no such thing as feed line polarization, so that is not a consideration when you're planning your antenna installation. Now, what do you need in order to go on the air as a ham? Well, first of all, you have to have an amateur license, because you need an amateur license if you're going to transmit on amateur service frequencies. Now, how do you get that license? You take some examinations. Now, exams are administered by Volunteer Examiner Coordinator Groups, VECs. The question pools for all amateur exams are maintained by a question pool committee that is selected by the Volunteer Examiner Coordinators. For the test, what you need to know is that a volunteer examiner, a VE, is an amateur who volunteers to test others for their amateur licenses. Now, who can hold a license? Anyone can, with one exception. A representative of a foreign government cannot become an amateur licensee in the U.S., but other than that, anyone can. How about age limits? There aren't any. There are no age limits to hold an amateur license. Now, in the U.S., there are 3 levels of amateur operator licenses that a new amateur might earn, and those levels are technician, general, and amateur extra. Additionally, technicians with Morse code credit have some additional license privileges. Now, how do you earn a technician class license? Well, for the technician license, you'll have to take the technician written exam, Element 2. This is a 35-question written exam. You must answer at least 26 questions correctly to pass that Element 2 exam. That also means that you can answer up to 9 questions incorrectly. Now, there's another requirement if you want to use the amateur frequencies below 30 megahertz. That's the HF bands as a technician. International agreements require that you have proficiency in Morse code if you're going to be using the HF band. So if you want to operate below 30 megahertz, you must also pass a Morse code test. Now, the Morse code test is a 5 words per minute exam called Element 1. The rules say that the test must prove that you have the ability to send correctly by hand and to receive correctly by ear texts in the International Morse code at not less than the prescribed speed, in this case 5 words per minute, using all the letters of the alphabet, numerals 0 through 9, the period, comma, question mark, slant mark, and the pro signs AR, BT, and SK. Now, don't panic. You're not likely to have to pass a sending test, although the rules do allow for that possibility. The assumption pretty much is that if you can understand what you receive at 5 words per minute, then you'll also be able to send at that speed. So you'll probably have a receiving test that consists of a message containing all the characters and which will last 5 minutes or a little longer. You pass the test if you can answer at least 7 out of 10 questions correctly about the text that you received. You also pass the test if you have at least 1 minute of solid copy. That's 25 characters without an error for a 5 words per minute exam. The volunteer examiners are allowed to use a variety of accommodations for people who have physical disabilities that would make it difficult or impossible to copy a normal Morse code exam, the Element 1 exam. For example, examiners might use a vibrating surface or a flashing light to send the Morse code to a person with a hearing disability. Okay, now you're a technician licensee, and you want to prove that you're authorized to use those novice amateur frequencies below 30 megahertz. What do you have to do to prove it? You have to have written proof of having passed that Morse code test. And one way to do that is with a Certificate of Successful Completion of Examination, a CSCE, from the volunteer examiner from the VE. Now, there's a fine point about the CSCE that you should be aware of. A CSCE gives you credit for passing any exam elements at a particular exam session. That credit allows you to go back to another exam session within 365 days, and you will not have to retake those exam elements. But if you go back in 366 days, you will have to retake the exam if you want to upgrade. For instance, when you pass the 5 words per minute Morse code exam, you can then go to an exam and pass the general class written exam within 365 days, and you'll earn a general class license instead of your technician license. But after 365 days, you'd have to take the Morse code test again if you want to upgrade to general. Now, here's the tricky part. If you decide you just want to stay a technician, then you can use the CSCE to show that you are also permitted to operate in the novice portion of those 4 HF bands, the 80, 40, 15, and 10 meter bands. There's no time limit on how long you can use that CSCE to operate on these HF bands with your technician license.
Real well.
Oh, real good. Thanks very much. W6SHY clear.
Now, the definition of an amateur station is a station in an amateur radio service that is used for radio communications. And what your amateur license allows you to do is to control an amateur station's transmissions. Now, an FCC amateur operator primary station license allows someone to operate an amateur station in the U.S., because that's where the FCC rules are valid, in the U.S., and wherever else the amateur service is regulated by the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission. Now, an amateur license actually has 2 parts to it. You've got an operator license, and you've also got a station license. The operator license conveys your license class and privileges, technician, general, or amateur extra, and it also lists your mailing address. The station part, the station privileges, authorize operation and provide the call sign of your station at the geographic location specified on the ticket there. You'll get 2 pieces of paper actually from the FCC. You'll get a certificate that's great for hanging on your wall, and you'll also get a wallet card with the same information on it that's real handy for carrying along with you. Now, the neat thing is that you do not have to wait for your license to show up in the mail, which can take a while, before you go on the air. Amateur operation is authorized as soon as you've verified that the new license data appears in the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission's licensee database. Not only that, you are not limited to the location that is shown, the geographic location that is shown on your license. You can operate your amateur radio station anywhere you want to in the U.S. in addition to the location shown on your license. Now, how about operating your amateur station aboard a commercial aircraft? Well, maybe, but probably not. You can only operate your amateur station aboard a commercial aircraft if, number 1, the pilot gives specific permission for you to do so, and number 2, the flight is not operating under instrument flight rules. And as a practical matter, you are not likely to receive permission to operate your station aboard a commercial airliner. It just isn't going to work. You might have a bit more success operating aboard a cruise ship. You still have to meet certain requirements, but if you make arrangements before you board the ship, you might be able to get the required permission. To do this, the ship must be registered in the United States, and you can only operate either in areas where the amateur service is regulated by the FCC or in international waters. So when you sail into waters under the control of another country, you'll need authorization from the Amateur Radio Licensing Authority of that country. To operate on a cruise ship, you'll have to have the permission of the ship's captain or master, and you may not use the ship's own radio equipment. Of course, your operation cannot cause any interference to the ship's radio equipment. Now, you can operate from different locations. How about operating multiple transmitters? No problem. You can control any number of transmitters in your station at the same time. Here we've got an HF transmitter and also a VHF transmitter, and you can control multiple transmitters with an amateur radio license. Now, what about talking to foreign countries? Can you do that? Sure you can. You're allowed to communicate with an amateur in a foreign country anytime unless it is not allowed by either government. And currently, there aren't any foreign countries that the U.S. does not allow you to communicate with. In wartime, you'd probably have a different situation. But you can communicate with any amateurs in a foreign country unless it's not allowed by either government. A U.S. amateur station cannot communicate with non-amateur stations unless they're authorized by the FCC. So you can only communicate with those non-amateur stations that the FCC has authorized you to. An example of that would be military stations that come on the air on Armed Forces Day, and they do some broadcasts and make quite an event out of it, and you can communicate with those military stations. You're authorized to by the FCC. You may also communicate with non-amateur stations if there is an emergency in connection with the immediate safety of human life or immediate protection of property if there are no other methods of communication possible. Just be sure you have a real emergency before you try using your amateur radio station to call someone on another radio service for help. Now, there's no FCC rule that limits the distance you can communicate by amateur radio. The world is literally at your fingertips. The VHF and UHF bands available to a technician licensee are often considered to be only good for local communications. But there are ways to communicate over great distances on these bands. Some enhanced radio wave propagation conditions can carry these radio waves for hundreds of miles. Amateur satellites can relay your signals across thousands of miles. You can even bounce your signals off the moon. Many countries make arrangements for amateurs from other countries to operate amateur radio while they're visiting. This is called reciprocal operating authority. Some of the agreements require a separate document from the government you're visiting. Other times, you can simply show up and operate your amateur radio station. For example, the U.S. and Canada have an agreement that amateur radio operators from those two countries can simply cross the border and operate. Of course, everyone must follow the rules of the country they're visiting. So what if you want to operate a beacon or a repeater station? What is the minimum class of amateur license that you have to do that? The minimum class you have to have is a technician class license. To replace your license if it's lost, mutilated, or destroyed, whatever may have happened to it, you have to request a new one from the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, and when you do that, you explain what it is that happened to the original. Now, as an amateur operator, you have to have a current U.S. postal mailing address. In order to comply with the FCC rules, you need a current postal mailing address, I guess among other reasons, so that they can find you if they need to send you notices of violations or anything like that. Basically, so you as the licensee can receive mail from the Federal Communications Commission. So if you move, be sure to update your address with the FCC, because if the FCC sends you a notice and it's returned for an incorrect address, they could revoke your amateur radio license. So if your mailing address has changed, one way you can tell the FCC about it is to fill out FCC Form 605 using your new address. Attach a copy of your license so they can put it all together and then mail it off to the FCC office. You need to know for the test that all mail that goes to the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, is addressed to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Of course, in this age of electronic communications, there are other ways to notify the FCC about your change of address. For example, volunteer examiner coordinators can file your new information electronically with the FCC for you. Some VECs may charge a fee for this service, but there is no FCC charge involved. The ARRL VEC will file ARRL members forms for free. You can also go to the FCC's website on the internet at www.fcc.gov. Click on the e-filing link. Then select the Universal Licensing System and follow the directions to register in ULS. Then you can make changes to your record as needed right online. The FCC uses the Commission Registration System called CORS. CORS assigns a special Federal Registration Number, or FRN, that the FCC uses to identify you for any license activity. You can register with the Commission in CORS and update your license records using ULS. Now, how long is your amateur license good for? Amateur licenses are normally issued for a period of 10 years. Now, at the end of the 10 years, when your license has expired, there is a grace period of 2 years. Once your license has expired, once the 10 years is up and your license has expired, you cannot go on the air. What the grace period does for you, though, is that it keeps your call sign valid. So if you renew or reinstate within that 2-year grace period, you'll still have your same call sign. And if you renew or reinstate within that 2-year grace period, you will not have to take your exams over again. So a 10-year license with a 2-year grace period for renewal or reinstatement. So if you want to renew or change your operator or primary station license, one way to do this is to simply fill out FCC Form 605, that old familiar form, and send it to the FCC. Now, where do you send it? To Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. You do not send it to Washington, D.C., and you do not send it to your nearest field office. You send Form 605 to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Or, if you choose, you can have a VEC file your renewal or change electronically, and as we just mentioned, you can also use the Commission Registration System, CORS, to renew your license online. Now, when do you apply for a renewal? Apply for your license renewal no more than 90 days before your license expires. Here are some QSL cards from different amateur stations. As you can see, they're fun and interesting to look at. But where does the FCC come up with those letters and numbers for the U.S. call signs? Well, first of all, by international agreement, the letter that has to be used for the first letter in a U.S. amateur call sign is either K, N, W, or A. How about the numbers? Well, the numbers that are used in the U.S. amateur call sign are any single digit 0 through 9. So there will only be one number in the call sign. Here's an example of a valid U.S. amateur call sign, KD6SCZ. You've got 2 letters, a number, and then 3 letters. If you take a look at this map, you'll find there's numbered areas in the country, and that's where the numbers come from for the call signs. The number refers to the area of the country where your original license was issued. The FCC issues new call signs on a systematic basis using the ITU prefix letter or letters, the appropriate call sign number, and a suffix in alphabetical order. When they process your application, you get the next call sign to come out of the computer. U.S. amateur call signs can have several different formats. Technician and general class call signs might have a 1x3 format, a letter followed by a number and then 3 more letters. These are called Group C call signs. They may also have a 2x3 format with 2 letters followed by a number and then 3 more letters. These are called Group D call signs, which were originally intended for novice licensees and club station call signs, but the FCC is not issuing any new novice licenses. What if you want to change your call sign? One simple way to do this is to complete an NCVEC Quick Form 605 and check the box for Change My Station Call Sign Systematically. Then initial on this line and submit the application to a volunteer examiner coordinator, a VEC, to file for you. The VEC may charge a fee for this service, but the ARRL VEC will file your application electronically for free for ARRL members. You can also apply directly to the FCC, either using FCC Form 605 or by using the FCC's Universal Licensing System on the web. In addition to the automatic sequential call sign system, the FCC has a way for amateurs to select their own call sign. This is called the Vanity Call Sign Program, and as you might guess, there is a charge for it. Vanity call sign choices take the same format as a sequential call sign for your license class. As a technician licensee, you'd be eligible to select a 1x3 or a 2x3 format call sign of your choice. Of course, you do have to select a call sign that's not currently assigned to another station. Call signs with the operator's initials for the suffix are a very popular choice. Now, an amateur radio club can also obtain a station call sign from the FCC. The club must name one member as the license trustee to have primary responsibility for the license. The club must apply for the license through an FCC-approved club station call sign administrator. The call sign administrator collects the required information and sends it to the FCC in an electronic file. The ARRL VEC, W4 VEC, and W5YI VEC organizations are all club station call sign administrators. Now, there's one more call sign program that might be handy, and it's fun, too. Any FCC-licensed amateur or club group that plans to operate an amateur station at a special event can apply for a special event call sign. These special 1x1 format call signs can help call attention to the on-the-air operation at the special event. These call signs are issued for a short-term operation, normally 15 days or less. FCC-approved special event call sign administrators coordinate these call signs. The ARRL VEC in Laurel, Maryland Amateur Radio Club W4VEC and W5YIVEC are all special event call sign administrators. Now, one of the things you use your call sign for is to identify your amateur station on the air. To identify your station, you simply transmit your call sign.
This is W6SHY, Whiskey 6 Sierra, Hotel Yankee. W6SHY, over.
Now, a repeater, a station that automatically relays signals, will have an automatic identification, and a lot of repeaters use CW for that identification. The fastest code speed that a repeater can use for automatic identification is 20 words per minute. Let's listen to what that might sound like.
See you later, Tom. W6SHY, KA5Q.
And that's the repeater's identification. Now, even if you're using a language other than English to make a contact, you still have to use English when you're identifying your station. To make your call sign better understood when you're using voice transmissions, the FCC rules suggest that you use the standard international phonetics, the phonetic alphabet, simply to make it a little bit more clear for each letter of your call. The standard international phonetics, and we have a complete list of those in the reference section in the back of your course book, have words instead of the letters. So instead of saying the letter A, you would say alpha. Instead of saying the letter B, you would say Bravo. My call sign, for instance, would be Kilo Delta 6 Sierra Charlie Zulu. Let's take a look at what that might sound like on the air.
CQ, CQ, CQ. CQ from W6 Sierra, Hotel Yankee. W6SHY, W6 Sierra, Hotel Yankee.
That phonetic alphabet simply makes it a little bit easier to understand the call sign, because a lot of letters can be easily confused with each other if you use the letter only. Now, it'll also be easier for your call sign to be understood, especially if you're talking to non-English speaking amateurs, if you do not use cute phrases or other word combinations when you give your call sign. For instance, let's assume your call sign is this. The correct way to say that is November 1, November Alpha Golf. If you, when you give your call sign, say, this is N1 NAG, it may sound cute and it may sound great to you, but someone who's not real proficient in English isn't going to have a clue what you said. Now, let's suppose that you have a technician license and you have a certificate for successful completion of exam for the Morse code exam, and you want to operate at 28.4 megahertz, which is a novice frequency, or a frequency on which a technician licensee with Morse code credit is allowed to operate. What kind of special ID do you have to do on the air? Well, the answer is none at all. No special ID is required for a technician that has passed the 5 words per minute Morse code exam and is using the novice HF bands. Okay, now you know how to identify yourself. How often do you have to identify yourself? An amateur station has to be identified at least every 10 minutes during a contact and also at the end of a contact. So what's the longest period of time that an amateur station can operate without transmitting its call sign? That would be 10 minutes, because you have to ID at least every 10 minutes during a contact. Now, no identification is required when 2 amateur stations begin communications. That may sound a little bit weird, but where that might come in is you recognize a friend's voice when you're operating on a 2-meter repeater, and you just simply call him up by name and say, "Hi, Ben," or "Hi, Jerry," and you start communicating. But you would have to identify within how many minutes? Within 10 minutes. Now, when 2 amateur stations end communication, each station has to transmit its own call sign, like this.
KA5Q, W6SHY, off and clear.
An amateur station that does not have the required station identification is called unidentified communications or signals. And as you can guess, that is not allowed. If you answer someone on the air without giving your call sign and do not give your call sign within 10 minutes, you will have just conducted an unidentified communication. And they don't want you to do that. It is also unidentified communications and illegal if you transmit to test access to a repeater without giving station identification. What they're basically talking about there is if you do key clicks to test your access to the repeater, but you don't talk and give your station identification. Now, there are 2 times when unidentified communications are allowed. The first one is when a satellite is relaying transmissions from a space station. A space station is an amateur station located more than 50 kilometers above the Earth. The space station itself does not have to give any identification. Stations using the space station do have to give their identification, though. The second time is pretty common and a whole lot of fun. When an amateur is controlling a model craft, such as a radio-controlled airplane or car, unidentified communications are allowed. Station identification on an amateur transmitter that is used for telecommand for control of model craft is not required, provided you meet some requirements. And those requirements are the transmitter has to be labeled with a certain amount of information. The station licensee's name, address, and call sign. There's also a maximum limit on the amount of transmitter power that you can use for the telecommand for the control of model aircraft or any other model craft. And that maximum transmitter power is 1 watt. They don't want you to end up controlling every model aircraft or car or boat in town. Now, what exactly does telecommand mean? Well, it means literally to command from a distance. Telecommand operation is a form of one-way transmission that's used to initiate, modify, or terminate the functions of some device at a distance. In addition to remote control of model craft, telecommand operation can also include control of an amateur satellite or of a remotely located amateur station. There's several requirements for the legal operation of a telecommand station. First of all, there must be a wire line, meaning a telephone, or a radio control link to the station. There must also be a photocopy of the station license posted in an obvious location at the station. The station operating under telecommand control must also be protected so that no one can make unauthorized transmissions. Now, in general, amateur radio operators are not allowed to make one-way communications because amateur radio is a two-way communication service. One-way communications are transmissions that are not intended to be answered. So calling CQ to establish two-way communications, even though you're not yet in two-way communications, is fine because you're expecting an answer. Examples of one-way communications that amateurs are expressly allowed to do by the FCC are, as we said earlier, transmitting telecommand signals to control a model craft, a satellite, or a remote amateur station.
Yeah, about 20 over 9.
Okay. Well, I've got you full quieting also, and I've got you about 60 over 9.
Now, as a station licensee, you are responsible for the proper operation of the station in accordance with the FCC rules. And an amateur station has to have a control operator whenever the station is transmitting. So who's a control operator? A control operator of an amateur station is any licensed amateur operator who's responsible for the station's transmissions. And the location at which the control operator function is performed is called, logically enough, the control point. When an amateur station is transmitting, its control operator has to be at the station's control point. You know, sometimes it seems like every rule has its exception, and here's one about the control operator. If an amateur station is operating under automatic control, then a control operator does not have to be present at the control point. This is hands-off operation. There's nobody at the control point, but there must still be a control operator available who's responsible for the proper operation of the station. Only space stations, meaning satellites, repeaters, beacons, and auxiliary stations can be operated under automatic control. Now, what if you want someone else to operate your station?
NG, here he is.
Any licensed amateur operator chosen by the station licensee can be the control operator of an amateur station. So you can have friends, licensed amateur friends, operate your station and be the control operator. But in that case, both the control operator and the station licensee, you, are responsible for the proper operation of that amateur station. If you transmit from another amateur station, both of you are responsible for its proper operation. On the other hand, if you allow another amateur to be responsible for the transmissions from your station, the other operator is called a control operator. Now, suppose that you have another amateur transmit from your station. What do you have to do? Well, first of all, you have to give permission for that other amateur to use your station. No one is supposed to use your station without your permission. Number two, both of you are equally responsible for the proper operation of that station. You as the station licensee and the other person as the control operator are equally responsible. And number three, you should know that you are not required to keep the call sign of that other amateur or their time and date of transmissions in a station logbook or record. However, if you don't do that, the FCC will think that you were the station's control operator unless your station records show somehow or other that you were not. So it's probably a good idea to keep a record of when someone else is the control operator on your station, although it is not required that you do so. Now, when you're letting someone else use your station, the operating privileges that can be exercised depend on the license of the control operator. If you let another amateur with a higher class license than yours control your station, then any operating privileges allowed by that higher license can be exercised. Suppose that you are the control operator at the station of another amateur, and that other amateur has a higher class license than you do. In that case, only the privileges allowed by your license will be allowed. It's based on the license privileges of the control operator. Now, what about unlicensed persons in your family using your station when they're alone? Well, you can't do it. They can't do it. Unlicensed persons in your family cannot transmit using your amateur station if they're alone with your equipment. And the reason is they have to be licensed before they're allowed to be control operators. Now, what's the best way to keep unlicensed people from using your equipment? Well, at home, your best bet is to use a key-operated on and off switch in the main power line for your equipment. But what if you're operating mobile? Then the easiest way is to disconnect the microphone when you're not using it. Now, it's nice to know that you can operate any amateur radio equipment as long as you operate within your license privileges. You can operate at locations other than the address printed on your license, and you can operate another ham's equipment as long as you have their permission. You do not have to notify the FCC if you'll be operating away from home or using someone else's station. There are also no rules requiring that you use only store-bought or commercially manufactured equipment. In fact, one of the great joys many hams experience is the thrill of talking to other hams with equipment they built themselves.
Okay, Bernie, when are you going to come back? Well, I'll be back in about 10 days. We're going to go south. I'm going to come back up the coast and stop at where we are, probably Marshall Line. And
what you're hearing there is an example of third-party communication, specifically in this case a phone patch. Now there's three basic types of third-party communications. Number one is third-party messages, messages which are sent or received on behalf of someone else. Number two is phone patches, phone line interconnections. And number three is direct participation by people who are not licensed. Now, for the test, what they're looking for is number one. Third-party communications for the test is a message sent between two amateur stations for someone else. And that would very often be handled on a traffic net. And people checking in might sound like this.
KJ6KL.
good evening, Hildy, and the net. You're doing a great job, Hildy. KJ6KL.
And what would happen after the people have checked in is messages would be exchanged that need to be sent on to other people. A third party then in amateur communications is a person who is sent a message or who sends a message by amateur communications other than a control operator who handles the message. Now, you're allowed to transmit a message to a station in a foreign country for a third party if there is a third-party agreement with the U.S. government, or if the third party could be the control operator. In other words, if the third party is a properly licensed amateur. The issue with third-party messages, particularly to foreign countries, is the issue of competition. They don't want you basically passing messages that are going to be in competition with another country's telecommunications service. Third-party agreements will typically be in force with less developed countries that have less developed internal communication systems. Less likely to have third-party agreements with countries in Europe and areas like that. Now, if you let an unlicensed third party use your amateur station, what you have to do in that case is continuously monitor and supervise the third party's participation at your station's control point. You are still responsible for the operation of the station. Now, suppose that you're allowing a non-amateur friend to use your station to talk to someone in the U.S. A foreign station breaks in to talk to your friend. What you need to do in that case is have your friend wait until you find out if the U.S. has what kind of agreement? A third-party agreement with the foreign station's government. You need to find that out before you carry on that third-party communication with that other person. Now, when you're doing third-party communications, what do you have to transmit? In addition to the normal identification that is required, the U.S. station also has to transmit both call signs at the end of each communication when you're sending third-party communications. Now, the end of each communication does not mean after each time you speak. It means each time you are done with a particular contact and you're ready to move on to a different contact.
November 9er, Nancy Golf Golf. November 9er, November Golf Golf. This is Whiskey Alpha 6. Yankee
Now, as we've already discussed, the amateur radio service is a personal service, non-commercial, designed for self-training and improvement in communications and technical skills. And as long as you remember that, you'll have no trouble figuring out what communications are allowed and which ones are not allowed. Communications are not allowed in the amateur service when the station licensee, the control operator, or their employer has a pecuniary, meaning a financial interest. In other words, if the amateur or his or her employer will benefit financially, then the communication will not be allowed. Now, the focus here is not on the content of the communication, but on whether the operator or his or her employer is going to gain a financial benefit from that communication. Let's take a look at some examples. Suppose that you're driving down the road and you want to order a pizza for when you get home. Can an amateur, like our friend Bill here, use an auto patch to order a pizza? Sure they can, because the amateur will gain no financial benefit. They'll feel better because they'll have some food to eat, but they get no financial benefit from it. On the other hand, could a pizza parlor operate an amateur station to take pizza orders over the air? Of course not, because the pizza parlor would definitely benefit financially. Now, how about if a ham wants to notify other amateurs on the air of amateur station equipment that is for sale or trade? Can a ham do that? Yes, if it is done occasionally and not as a business. How about teachers in classrooms? Can a paid teacher use amateur radio as a part of his or her classroom instruction? Yes. A paid teacher definitely can use amateur radio as an incidental part of his or her classroom instruction. And a taxi service can never use an amateur station to tell taxi drivers where to pick up customers. Now, where repeaters are concerned, the repeater manager may set tighter standards if they choose to do so. What's legal under FCC rules might not always be acceptable to the repeater manager. So you want to check with local hams to see what's acceptable on any particular repeater. No payment of any kind is allowed for third-party messages, messages that are sent on behalf of others, which are sent by an amateur station. And all of this flows out of the general idea of it being a personal, non-commercial service. The only time that someone can be paid to transmit messages from an amateur station is when he or she works for a club station and special requirements are met. For a club station like W1AW, the station at ARRL in Newington, Connecticut. Now, the term broadcasting means transmissions that are intended for reception by the general public, either direct or relayed. The amateur radio service, we said, is a personal service, so an amateur is never allowed to broadcast information to the general public. And in line with that, an amateur station can never transmit music because, again, that would be broadcasting to the general public. Of course, for many rules, there's an exception, and this is the exception to the no music rule on amateur stations. If an amateur station has NASA approval to retransmit space shuttle communications, and there's incidental music, like this wake-up music, included during the space shuttle communications, then an amateur station can transmit music because it's just incidental to the rest of the stuff they're transmitting, and it's specifically the exception having to do with the space shuttle communications. Now, transmissions between a space shuttle and its associated Earth stations can be retransmitted over amateur stations. But to use your amateur station to retransmit those communications, you first have to get the approval of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, the approval of NASA. For instance, ham stations at Goddard and at the Johnson Space Center will retransmit those communications between the Space Shuttle and the Earth stations. There are some more general rules about the use of amateur radio. One of them is that codes or ciphers to hide the meaning of an amateur message are not allowed except when special requirements are met. Thought immediately comes to mind, well, how about packet radio transmissions? Well, packet radio transmissions are not codes within the meaning of this because the way that they transmit, the codes that they use are published and available and FCC approved. Other things you cannot do. You may never send obscene, indecent, or profane words from your amateur station. All of this flows pretty logically. There is no specific list of obscene or indecent words that you may not use. Amateurs are expected to use good judgment because children or adults who may be offended might be listening or operating on the band. If a word or expression might be offensive to others, just don't use it. Now, if an amateur pretends that there's an emergency and transmits the word Mayday when there is not an emergency, this is called false or deceptive signals. For instance, calling the Coast Guard over the air and claiming that you're calling from a sinking ship when in fact there's no such thing going on would be false or deceptive signals and very dangerous. False or deceptive signals or communications can never be transmitted by an amateur station. If they catch you doing it, you are in big trouble. Now, if you make a transmission that disturbs other communications, that's called harmful interference. You can never deliberately interfere with another station's communications. You never want to transmit harmful interference. For instance, repeatedly transmitting on a frequency that is already occupied by a group in a net operation is a form of harmful or malicious interference. And transmitting on a police frequency as a joke is also harmful interference and deserves a big penalty because it blocks police calls, which could be emergencies, and it interrupts police communications. Now let's assume that you're in contact with another station and you hear an emergency call for help on your frequency. What should you do? What you should do is stop your QSO, your conversation, immediately and take that emergency call. If you're on a repeater, the way that emergency would be signified is by saying break, break on the repeater. Let's listen.
Okay, that's fine. No problem. We'll be here. Great. NF6E, thanks.
Break.
Bill, we're ready to go. Proceed now.
Go ahead, break.
This is W6GIC. I want to report a traffic accident to the police.
Okay, go ahead with your information.
So what you want to do if you hear an emergency call for help, stop your QSO and take that emergency call. Now, if you hear a voice distress signal on a frequency outside of your license privileges, no problem. You are allowed to help on a frequency outside your privileges in any way possible. If there is a distress situation, you want to be of assistance, you need to be of assistance, regardless of whether it's within your frequency privileges or not. That includes sending a distress signal on any frequency in a life or property-threatening emergency.
Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. This is W6SHY. Whiskey 6 Sierra, Hotel Yankee, Maritime Mobile off the coast of Santa Catalina. Vessel is taking on water. Could we have help, please? Over.
You can use your amateur station to transmit an SOS or a Mayday in a life or property-threatening emergency. Now, when would you use each one of those? The proper distress call to use when you're operating phone is to say Mayday several times. If you're operating CW, Morse code, the proper distress call to use then is SOS. Let's listen. When you're sending messages into or out of a disaster area, if they concern the immediate safety of human life, they're called emergency traffic. If instead what they concern is a person's well-being, those messages are called health and welfare traffic. Now, to be able to help in a disaster, it's a good idea to have a way to operate your amateur station without using commercial AC power lines, so you can provide communications in an emergency. One way to do that would be to have a portable generator set up. Now, as far as a handheld is concerned, several sets of charged batteries are the most important accessory to have for a handheld radio in an emergency. By the way, a dipole antenna is an excellent choice for a portable HF station that can be set up in emergencies. A dipole antenna can be installed easily, and wire is light and portable. An organization that is likely to be called on for communications in a local disaster is RACES. RACES stands for Radio Amateur Civil Emergency Service. And if you're going to participate in RACES drills, you have to register with a responsible civil defense organization before you participate. Now, when you're sending messages during RACES drills, those messages have to be clearly identified as drill or test messages. You don't want to panic everybody by making them think there really has been a disaster when all you're doing is conducting a drill or a test. The maximum time that is allowed per week for RACES drills is 1 hour per week. Otherwise, you might be tying up frequencies that other people want to use. One reason that you use tactical call signs during an emergency, call signs like Command Post and Weather Center, is that they're more efficient and they help coordinate public service communications. They make more sense to non-amateurs than using your call sign. If you use Command Post or Weather Center, everyone knows where you're located and what your function is. Now, if a disaster disrupts normal communication systems in an area where the amateur service is regulated by the FCC, stations can make any kinds of transmissions which are necessary to meet essential communication needs and facilitate relief actions. That happened, for instance, with Hurricane Andrew in Florida and also with the San Francisco earthquake. Now, an FCC declaration of a temporary state of emergency has to include any special conditions and special rules to be observed during that emergency. Now, during an emergency, or when authorized by the FCC, an amateur station is allowed to communicate with stations and other radio services. If some type of disaster, a hurricane or something, or communications emergency hits your area, you'll want to help in any way you can. Chances are there will be an emergency net to handle emergency communications in the area. The net will be under the direction of a Net Control Station, or NCS. It's important to listen to the net and follow all the directions given by the NCS. After you check into the net, how can you best help minimize interference and disruptions to the net? Well, the simple but often overlooked answer is do not transmit unless the net control operator asks you a question or directs you to transmit some information. This simple act of self-restraint will help prevent needless confusion in a situation where efficiency matters. Another important rule for net operations like that is to continue listening to the net after you've checked in. Don't just leave the frequency or disappear. If you do have to leave the net for some reason, ask the net control station for permission to leave. The very best way that you can help in such a communications emergency is to learn the operating procedures and practices for the emergency nets in your area. Practice when there is no emergency so you'll know how to react when there really is an emergency.
Thanks for all the information.
Because there's a lot of demand for frequencies, many frequencies have to be shared. For instance, the amateur UHF frequencies are shared with the military. When you have shared frequencies, some users will be primary users and other users will be secondary users. Now, if the FCC rules say that the amateur service is a secondary user on a frequency band and someone else is a primary user, that means that amateurs can use that frequency band only if they do not cause harmful interference to the primary users. So if you're using a frequency in a band that's assigned to the amateur service on a secondary basis, and a station that is assigned to the primary service on that band causes you interference, you're the one that has to change frequencies, because you may be causing harmful interference to the other station in the primary usage service in violation of FCC rules. Now let's assume that you're using the 23 centimeter band, which is a shared band, and a radio location station outside the U.S. is also using it. You are not allowed to cause harmful interference to that other station, to that other service. What do you do about it? Well, the first thing you do is you stop operating and you take steps to eliminate the interference. You also, by the way, are not protected from interference from that radio location station. Suppose that you live close to the Canadian border and you want to operate in the 70 centimeter band. Well, Canada uses part of the 70 centimeter band in fixed and mobile operations on a primary basis. So you have some regulatory limitations. If you're within about 50 miles of the border, you may be north of Line A. The sharing requirements of the FCC's rules say that amateur stations cannot transmit from north of Line A in the 420 to 430 megahertz segment. And what that means is if you're operating from a location north of Line A, you are limited to the 430 to 450 megahertz section of the 70 centimeter band. Now, suppose that your station's transmissions are causing interference with another service, and you're not able to resolve the interference satisfactorily. The FCC might place modifications on your license. They have the right to put modifications on your license if it promotes the public interest, convenience, and necessity. And those modifications could do things like taking the form of restricting your operating hours because they need to resolve that interference problem. Now, what if two amateur stations want to use the same frequency? Well, in that case, both station operators have an equal right to operate on that frequency. So before you transmit on any frequency, listen to make sure that others are not using the frequency. And after you listen, then ask just to make sure the frequency really is clear.
Is this frequency in use? Is this frequency in use?
Now, how much transmitter power are you allowed to use? In the amateur service, you must use at all times the minimum legal power necessary to communicate. And what that means is, if you make contact with another station and your signal is coming in extremely strong and perfectly readable, you need to turn down your power output to the minimum necessary to maintain communications. Among other things, that lets someone in a different geographic area use the same frequency and helps make sure that you don't cause interference to someone that you can't hear. Let's talk now about space stations. And I mean by that the kinds you live on, as well as any other kind that have amateur stations on them. The International Space Station, the NASA Space Shuttle, satellites, or amateur space stations. An amateur space station, by definition, is an amateur station that is located more than 50 kilometers, more than 31 miles, above the Earth's surface. And that distinguishes it from ham stations that might be installed in aircraft. The neat thing about amateur space stations is that any licensed amateur operator can be the licensee of an amateur space station. And any licensed amateur can communicate through an amateur satellite from his or her earthbound station. And that wraps up what you need to know about the FCC regulations. Now that we've talked about the fun you can have with amateur radio, let's talk about the frequencies that you're allowed to use. And first of all, we want to talk about the ITU region that the U.S. is located in. ITU stands for International Telecommunication Union. There are 3 ITU regions, and ITU Region 2 covers North, Central, and South America. So Region 2 is the region the entire United States is located in, including Alaska and Hawaii. However, some U.S. territories in the Pacific, such as Guam, are in Region 3. In the different regions, you sometimes have different frequency privileges in different bands. Now, how do you measure the power for your transmitter? You measure it in what we call peak envelope power, or PEP. And you'll see a detailed definition of that on the test. Peak envelope power is the term for the average power supplied to an antenna transmission line during one RF cycle at the crest of the modulation envelope. In other words, what you do is you measure the average power at the crest of the modulation envelope for that one RF cycle. To recap that, they will give you the definition on the test that says it's the average power supplied to an antenna transmission line during one RF cycle at the crest of the modulation envelope. They will give you that definition and ask you what they're describing. And the answer they're looking for is peak envelope power, or PEP. And something to help you remember that is that the definition, the end of the definition, has the word envelope in it. Make sure that you pick the answer that also says envelope in it. This is the definition of peak envelope power. So where do you measure the peak envelope power? You measure transceiver power at the antenna terminals of the transmitter or the amplifier. And by the way, you measure that with a peak reading watt meter. Let's take a look now at this table of the frequency and emission privileges for technicians who pass the 5 words per minute Morse code exam. And by the way, you've got a table just like this in your course book. So don't try and write it all down, just simply follow along in your course book. Now, you will need to know everything that is in this table, and unfortunately, most of it you're just simply going to have to memorize. There are a few tricks that we'll work on to help keep it straight, but most of it is simply going to be a question of memorization. First of all, you have 4 HF bands. You've got the 80-meter band, the 40-meter band, the 15-meter band, and the 10-meter band. The frequencies that are shown here in these bands are commonly known as the novice bands. That's because these are the HF privileges available to novice licensees. Now, the FCC does not issue any new novice licenses, but those who previously earned a novice license can continue to renew their licenses, and they still have these privileges. Now, the frequencies that you have available on 80 meters are 3675 to 3725 kilohertz. On 40 meters, your frequencies are 7100 to 7150 kilohertz. On 15 meters, we're now talking in megahertz instead of kilohertz. On 15 meters, you have frequency privileges from 21.1 to 21.2 megahertz. And on 10 meters, you have frequency privileges from 28.1 megahertz to 28.5 megahertz. Now, we show this 10-meter band split like this because of differences in emission privileges that we're going to talk about in just a minute. Okay, what emission privileges do you have on these HF bands? Well, on the first three HF bands, the 80 meters, 40 meters, and 15 meters, the emission privileges that you have are CW, meaning Morse code. On the 10-meter band, you have some additional emission privileges, and that's why we show the frequencies split here on the 10-meter band. On 10 meters, from 28.1 to 28.3 megahertz, you not only have CW Morse code, you also have RTTY and data or packet privileges. In the frequency range from 28.3 to 28.5 megahertz, your emission privileges are CW or Morse code and also single sideband phone. Now, one way to kind of help keep your different emission privileges straight is that on the HF bands, basically, you have CW privileges. Although on 10 meters, you also pick up RTTY and data or packet, and in part of that, you have single sideband phone. Now, there are some limitations on how much power you're allowed to use on the different bands, and it's expressed in terms of PEP, or peak envelope power. On the HF bands, the peak envelope power that you're allowed is 200 watts, and that applies on all of your HF bands, 80 meters, 40 meters, 15 meters, and 10 meters. Now, there will be a number of questions where they will give you the band you're in, let's say the 80-meter band, and ask you what frequency range you have privileges on. Or they'll give you the frequency range and ask you what band you're going to be operating in. There's a formula that we've learned from the magic of radio that we can use to help make those kinds of questions very simple and easy to answer. For instance, if you know what frequency you're operating on and you want to figure out what band that is, you take the frequency in megahertz and divide it into 300. And if you were given the frequency in kilohertz instead, remember that 1,000 kilohertz equals 1 megahertz. And if you want to go from band to frequency, you can go the other direction. Okay, let's assume that you're told that you're operating on frequencies 3675 to 3725 kilohertz, and you want to know what band you're operating in. Well, the first thing to do is to pick a single frequency. Let's pick the one right in the middle here. Let's say we're operating on 3700 kilohertz. Now, what we do next is convert that to megahertz. 3700 kilohertz is the same as 3.7 megahertz. And we divide that into what number? Sure, we divide it into 300. Now, when we do that, 3.7 divided into 300, we need to move our decimal points over 1 so that we get 37 divided into 3,000. And when we divide 37 into 3,000, what are we going to come up with? We're going to come up with 81, which is close enough to tell us that we're operating on the 80-meter band. The bands are far enough apart, 80 meters, 40 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, that there's not going to be any question about what band you're operating in. Take your frequency, make sure you express it in megahertz, divide that into 300, and that will tell you what band you're in. You can go the other way also, although you do not come up with as accurate an answer, and sometimes all it does is eliminate some possibilities for you. If you're told that you're operating on 80 meters and you want to know what your frequency privileges are, you divide 80 into 300, going the other direction now, and 80 divided into 300 is 3.75 megahertz, and 3.75 megahertz expressed in kilohertz, because that's how we express our frequencies on the 80 meter band, is 3,750 kilohertz. Now, 3750 kilohertz is slightly outside our technician with Morse code frequency privileges in the 80 meter band. Because if you take a look at that frequency privileges table, you see that your frequency privileges are 3675 to 3725. Nonetheless, it will illuminate at least 2 of the answers for you on most of the questions and give you a target to go for. So going from frequency to meters by dividing into 300 will give you the exact meter band. Going from meters to frequency will illuminate a couple of wrong answers and put you in the ballpark on where your frequency is going to be. Technicians who do not have Morse code credit do not have frequency privileges below 6 meters, and the reason for that is international agreement. Below 6 meters are the HF bands designed for long-range international communications. And by international agreement, to use those bands, you have to be proficient in Morse code. So technicians do not have frequency privileges below 6 meters unless they do what? Well, easy enough to get those privileges unless they take a Morse code test. So if a technician passes a Morse code test, then he or she will have frequency privileges below 6 meters. So you might get a question on the test that says a newly licensed amateur with a technician license has passed a Morse code test. What is the one document he or she can use to prove that they're authorized to use certain amateur frequencies below 30 megahertz? And the answer is, as we said earlier, you use your Certificate of Successful Completion of Examination, your CSCE, to prove that you have passed that Morse code exam. By the way, notice that by looking in the emissions column, these HF privileges do not include FM phone. Take a look now at the partial table of technician VHF and UHF privileges. Now, just like the table of HF privileges for technician licensees who pass a Morse code exam, you've got this table in your course notes, so don't try and write it down. You've got it all there. This is by no means a complete list of all the technician VHF and UHF frequency privileges. What it does do is cover the privileges that are asked about on the technician exam. For a complete list of technician frequency privileges, what you want to do is take a look at the reference section at the back of your book at the frequency and mode allocations table. Okay, there are 3 VHF bands that they ask about on the exam: the 6 meter band, the 2 meter band, and the 1.25 meter band. In ITU Region 2, our region, the frequency limits of the 6 meter band are 50.0 megahertz to 54.0 megahertz. Now, they might also ask you on the 6 meter band, what frequencies would you have phone privileges in? Well, when you take a look at the emissions, you see that at the bottom of the band, 50.0 to 50.1 megahertz, that's for CW only. And the rest of the band, 50.1 to 54.0, your emissions privileges are all, which would include phone. So if they want to know in the 6 meter band what frequencies can you do phone on, it's 50.1 to 54.0 megahertz. Now, the 6 meter band is not authorized for satellite operations, so it cannot be used by Earth stations for satellite communications. In ITU Region 2, the frequency limits of the 2 meter band are 144.0 megahertz to 148.0 megahertz. Now, they may ask you in the 2 meter band where is only CW allowed. And if you take a look at the emission privileges, only CW is allowed from 144.0 to 144.1. Or they might ask you in the 2-meter band where are image transmissions allowed. Under the emission privileges, all emissions, including image, would be allowed from 144.1 to 148.0 megahertz. In ITU Region 2, the frequency limits of the 1.25 meter band are 222.0 megahertz to 225.0 megahertz. Technician and higher class licensees have all emission privileges except pulse on this band. Now let's take a look at the UHF bands. There are 4 UHF bands we need to talk about: the 70 centimeter band, the 33 centimeter band, the 23 centimeter band, and the 13 centimeter band. By the way, although we say you have all emission privileges on the VHF and UHF bands, that isn't completely true. Pulse emissions are not permitted on these bands except on the 33 centimeter and 13 centimeter bands. Pulse emissions are permitted on all of the amateur bands with frequencies higher than 2300 megahertz, the 13 centimeter band. In the 70 centimeter band, the frequencies we're interested in are 420 to 450 megahertz. And if they ask you what emissions are allowed there, all emissions are allowed except pulse. In ITU Region 2, the frequency limits for the 33 centimeter band are 902 to 928 megahertz. And you're allowed to use all emission privileges, including pulse emissions, on this band. In ITU Region 2, the frequency limits for the 23 centimeter band are 1240 megahertz to 1300 megahertz, and you're allowed to use all emission privileges on this band except pulse. In ITU Region 2, the frequency limits for the 13 centimeter band are 2300 megahertz to 2310 and 2390 megahertz to 2450 megahertz. And you're allowed to use all emission privileges on this band, including pulse. Notice that the 13 centimeter band is split into 2 sections with a hole in the middle. There's a lot of space available in this band, though. There's a total of 70 megahertz of spectrum in the 13 centimeter band. On VHF, UHF, and higher frequency bands, technician licensees are permitted to use a maximum of 1,500 watts PEP output. This is the most power that any amateur licensee may use. Now, there's a question you may be asked on the exam, and that is, what amount of transmitter power must amateur stations use at all times? It's a tricky question because you might look at the answer choices and decide to pick 1,500 watts PEP output because that's the maximum amount of power that hams can use. Just remember, the maximum power you're allowed to use is the minimum power necessary to maintain communications, up to the maximum allowed. So if you can maintain communications on less than the maximum allowed, then that's all you should be using. So if they give you an option, the answer you want to go for is the minimum legal power necessary to maintain communications. Now, amateurs have agreed on some voluntary guidelines called band plans for using different operating modes in the amateur bands. The band plans go beyond the emissions mode restrictions set by the FCC rules. They represent an attempt to accommodate the various operating modes and to limit interference to each other. And that covers the frequency privileges you need to know for your test. about some repeater, RTTY, and packet rules. First of all, on repeaters, let's talk about the frequency separation for the input and output frequencies. The usual input-output frequency separation for repeaters, if they're operating on the 2-meter band, will be 600 kilohertz. On the 1.25 meter band, it will be 1.6 megahertz, and on the 70 centimeter band, it will be 5 megahertz. We're going in frequency from about 144 megahertz up to about 420 megahertz, and the higher the frequency, the greater the input-output separation as far as those frequencies are concerned. And the reason for that is, at the higher frequency, it's harder to build a duplexer, harder to build a narrow receiver filter at those higher frequencies. Now, how about the maximum frequency shifts for RTTY and data? There is a maximum frequency shift which is permitted on RTTY and data transmissions. By frequency shift, we mean that instead of, like Morse code, having a tone that's either on or off, with frequency shift, the tone changes frequency in order to send information, but the tone is always on. And how much frequency shift is allowed? Well, if you're operating below 50 megahertz, the frequency shift allowed is 1 kilohertz. Above 50 megahertz, the frequency shift, none in particular, is specified. And the reason for that is, above 50 megahertz, the bands are larger and more frequencies are available for you. But below 50 megahertz, what's your maximum frequency shift that's allowed? 1 kilohertz. Let's talk now about the maximum authorized bandwidth for RTTY or data. Well, it depends on the frequency. The maximum authorized bandwidth of RTTY, data, or multiplexed emissions using an unspecified digital code, if you're operating in the 6-meter and 2-meter bands, that maximum authorized bandwidth is 20 kilohertz. Now let's talk about packet network relays. Packet network relays are point-to-point fixed digital message systems. They have access to frequencies 219 to 220 megahertz, but that access is only on a secondary basis. Primary services in that band include, among other things, TV stations that are broadcasting on channels 11 and 13. Now, what kind of transmitter power are you allowed in that band? Your transmitter output power is limited to 50 watts peak envelope power. And by the way, if you're going to operate packet network relays in this band, which you're a secondary user on, you have to give written notification to the ARRL in behalf of the FCC 30 days before a packet network relay activity. Now, when you're sending RTTY or data, there's some limitations on how fast you can send it. The maximum symbol rate that you're allowed depends on the frequency that you're operating on. If you're operating from 28 to 50 megahertz, basically the 10-meter band, you're allowed a sending rate of 1,200 bauds. That's the transmission rate, 1,200 bauds at that frequency in the 10-meter band. Now, if you're operating between 50 and 222 megahertz, the 6-meter and 2-meter bands, then your allowable sending rate goes up to 19.6 kilobauds. If you're operating above 222 megahertz, your sending rate goes way up. It goes up then to 56 kilobauds. The higher the frequency, the higher the sending rate that's allowed. And that covers the rules we need to know for repeaters, RTTY, and packet operation.